Chapter 928. Huh. What's going on today? Why aren't these crystal lights lit up? Roland tilted her head and looked not far away. She was a young and energetic half-elf. She usually slept until 10 o'clock in the evening, and the crystal lights in Mordor City were usually turned off at 10 o'clock. Sometimes she stared at these crystal lights at night, or chatted with another little girl downstairs. The chandeliers were turned off very early today. They were all turned off around 8 o'clock. This had never happened before. However, other than the lighthouse at the port, there was no light anywhere else. The little girl had a feeling that something was going to happen tonight. The little girl tiptoed down the balcony to take a look, but as soon as she landed, she found that her father was looking at her with a smile on his face. Oh no! Roland forgot that her father used to be a very powerful thief. Although he changed to a proper job after moving to Mordor City, she never succeeded in sneaking out of the house in the middle of the night. What are you doing? Her father was rarely angry, but Roland still lowered her head in fear. She quickly said, "The crystal lights are not on today, it's so boring. I want to take a walk in the square." Her father patted her on the head and said, "Come back with me. There's something very important in the city hall today, and all the crystal lights are turned off. It's also forbidden to approach the central square." After saying that, he grabbed her back as if she was a little chick. Mordor City Central Square. Usually there would still be people moving around the square at night. Occasionally, one could see shy boys and girls secretly holding hands and flirting. However, there was no one to be seen today, because there were groups of soldiers patrolling nearby. High Priest. An officer-like man walked to the front of the temple and bowed. Her Excellency Gloria said that she is ready. The High Priest's expression was very calm. He nodded and said, "I see. Send someone to cut off the energy transmission of the lighthouse, and then concentrate the energy of the elemental furnace to the portal." Zzz. A faint arc appeared, which was a phenomenon caused by a high concentration of magic energy. The lighthouse in the port of Mordor in the distance flickered a few times, and then went out. Then the crystal in the central square suddenly became bright, and all the crystal pipes appeared with a lavender light, directly connecting to the laboratory. A cold mechanical voice sounded. "Mana transfer commencing. Lock onto the teleportation beacon of the astral boundary. Interplanar teleportation plan activated. Begin the test." A clay golem was activated by the energy, and walked out of the golem factory with heavy steps, disappearing into the white light of the portal. Falling voice rang out again. "Transmission complete. Testing the teleportation beacons." The teleportation deviation was over 20 kilometers. Recalibrate the teleportation beacon. Gloria's silhouette was busy on the side, and the Fallen Witch was also adjusting a huge pile of alchemy runes near the portal. After more than 10 minutes, the second test began again. Soon the second clay golem disappeared from the portal. Falling mechanical voice sounded. "Transmission complete. Testing the teleportation beacons." The teleportation deviation was about 10 meters. The test was complete. Lock onto the space waymark. Activate Magic Golem Army teleportation. It was easy for errors to occur during interplanar teleportation. Even legendary mages were prone to accidents. The premise was to provide 2 teleportation beacons, so that even if there was a deviation, it could be corrected. With the current technology of Mordor, the deviation of the teleportation position could be controlled within 30 meters. Gloria also stood up at this time, and she said to Fallen Witch beside her, "Mother, you can start the transmission. Let me go this time, okay?" Fallen Witch raised her head and said, "You have to stay in Mordor. Those officials respect and obey you very much. So let me go to the mechanical realm this time." "Okay. There's nothing to fight about. Start the transmission of the Golem Army." As the tower genie operated, a huge secret door appeared under the Golem factory. Then, activated clay golems walked out one after another. Mordor City had been operating the Golem factory at full strength for a long time. A small part of the golems were used for construction, and the other part was kept in the warehouse as an army. Clay golems were the easiest golem to make. Soren brought out more than 1,000 of them from the desert ruins, and Mordor City produced thousands of them themselves. This reserve was to deal with the attack of the Devil Legion. However, this wave of attack did not choose to attack Motor City, so these golem legions could be transferred to other places. More than 3,000 clay golems lined up neatly and entered the portal, followed by hundreds of stone golems. These two types of golems were the most common. The steel golems had to wait for the metal, or from the bottomless abyss to be refined. On the other side, near the construction factory in the mechanical realm, a simple portal was also completed. A clay golem first appeared in front of Soren, and then after 10 minutes, more clay golems began to walk out of the portal. The mobility is still not enough. The alchemy tree in Mordor City still needs to be climbed up. Soren looked at the clay golems in front of him and frowned slightly. Although cross-plane teleportation is already possible, but the mobility of this teleportation method is still too poor. The Arcane Empire could perform zero-delay teleportation on the battlefield. The Godslayers who attacked the Queen of Spiders could also perform zero-delay battlefield airdrop. The teleportation technology of Mordor City must be further improved. Soren's ideal cross-plane battle was to directly airdrop the golem army into the city of the Fermi Ants. But at present there were not enough alchemy trees in Mordor City, so they could only teleport to the mechanical realm first, and then gather the troops to attack. In this way, the mobility would be reduced a lot. When the Arcane Empire dared to intervene in the Abyss Blood War to compete for resources from the demons and demons, they relied on this zero-delay teleportation technology. The research of the portal was one thing, and the energy supply was another. In order to activate the crossplane portal, Mordor City even turned off the energy supply to the lighthouse. Thousands of clay golems were assembled, and then the golems began to assemble. The figures of Thaling 1 and Thaling 5 appeared, and they bowed slightly to Soren and said, "Lord Shadow, our golem army has been assembled." On the other side, near the golem factory, 3 squares of different sizes had been formed. Because the command system of the golems was different, the forces of Thaling could only be controlled by them. These golems were also very interested in the fallen floating city of the Arcane Empire. They hoped to do some research after defeating the Fermi Ants. A large number of forces were gathered together. In the end, Mordor City sent out more than 3,000 clay models, more than 800 stone golems, more than 100 steel golems, and 12 diamond golems. The time of attack was chosen to be night. The reason was that the golem army itself was not made of flesh and blood. Night had little impact on them, and they had a clear advantage in battle. As the figure of the fallen which appeared from the portal, the army of Mordor City had all arrived. Thaling 3 activated a portal on the edge of the gear, which could directly lead to the city occupied by the Fermi Ants. "Let's start." Soren nodded and handed over the command of the golem army to the fallen witch, and then transferred his mind to the bottomless abyss. This time, the battle was against tens of thousands of Fermi Ants. All creatures of this race were at the standard of professionals. Even the workers of the Fermi Ants were equivalent to level 3 to 5 fighters. The challenge level of the mechanical realm was so high, largely because of these ubiquitous Fermi Ants. Soren also needed a reserve force. At this time, he needed to use the power of the demon incarnation, and if necessary, he might even have to airdrop a demon army to the battlefield. The mighty golem army began to move. Such a large-scale operation could not be hidden from the enemy, so when the golem army teleported near the city of the ants, they had already been discovered by the enemy. Accompanied by sounds similar to the insects, a large number of Fermi ants gathered. This race was the standard characteristic of the insects. Their individual consciousness was very weak. The strongest will of the entire race was the ant queen. The other Fermi ants were infinitely close to puppets, and could be controlled by the queen's mind at any time. Heavy footsteps sounded. The clay golems, as cannon fodder, began to advance. The golem army did not have much skill in the battle. It was a violent and beautiful picture. One by one, the clay golems, which were about 2 meters tall and weighed more than 500 pounds, directly hit the defense line of the Fermi ants with brute force. Even if they died, they did not have the slightest reaction. They just listened to the order and kept moving forward. Along the way, the corpses of the Fermi ants were crushed. While the enemy army was constantly being destroyed, The number of clay golems was gradually increasing. An insect race with all professionals was not easy to deal with. However, as time passed, a little difference began to appear. That was, the clay golems of Mordor City suffered fewer casualties, while 1/3 of the clay golems of Thaling had been killed. The reason for all this was very simple. It was because the golems of Mordor City were inputted with a special ability when they were being made. Combine defense with offense. After nearly 2 months, Gloria finally cracked a special ability that was inputted into the golems during the Arcane Empire. Chapter 929. If a golem was compared to a robot with low intelligence, then Attack and Defense was a combat program that was inputted into its body. Alice, the legendary puppeteer from the East, had the greatest credit for cracking this ability, because it was she who completed the core analysis of the golem command. This command could be mass-produced. With the application of soul crystals, basically all the golem puppets in Mordor City had the ability to defend and attack as soon as they left the factory. The additional combat effect of this ability was very obvious because under the attack of the Fermi ants, the loss of the clay golems in Mordor City was reduced by nearly half. Golems advance. Soren seized the moment when the clay golems broke through the enemy's direction and ordered the more advanced golems to advance. The intelligence of the Fermi ants was only 6 points, which meant that they were similar to a beast. They completely obeyed the orders of the Ant Queen and were almost unafraid of death on the battlefield. Any battle with the Zergs would be a war of attrition. Soren had almost expected this. Otherwise, in the deepest part of the abyss, there would not be so many demons driven to the upper level by the Zergs. In the space below the 450th floor of the abyss, there were many small planes that were occupied by the Zergs. This was something that even the demon Orbis couldn't do anything about. Because there were too many Zergs, and the demon army didn't have much of an advantage against them. As long as the Zergs had resources, they would have endless cannon fodder to consume. Just like the city of the Fermi ants. As long as they were given a month or two, there would be an endless stream of troops inside the city. The golems were like a sharp blade that pierced into the army of the Fermi ants. At this time, behind the city of the Fermi ants, some Fermi soldiers with bigger and stronger shells appeared. At the same time, there were also Fermi ants with psionic spellcasting abilities. They were blessing the other Fermi ants with defensive spells, and at the same time, forming a third line of defense. Lord Shadow. Thaling III's figure appeared beside Soren and bowed slightly. There are too many enemies. If this continues, I'm afraid it will alert the other Fermi ant cities. The Ant Queen here might ask for help from the other Ant Queens. It may even alarm the mother of ants further away. This was indeed a problem. Soren could not help but frown. Although the casualties of the Fermi ants in front of him were already in the thousands. However, the other party showed no signs of retreating at all. Behind them was the mighty army of the ant race. This city had a total of 30 to 50,000 ants, but there were at least 30,000 of them gathered here. They were not ordinary soldiers and seemed to have no fear at all. No matter how serious the casualties were, they would not retreat a single step. Even at the moment of death, they would bite off a piece of the clay golem. If they continued to fight like this, in the end, it would be a pure battle of strength. Even if Mordor could win, they would have to pay a high price. Soren didn't want to see the battle turn out like this. Meteor burst. As if it couldn't bear the losses from the battle, Thaling No. 1 began to prepare a legendary spell. In this case, ordinary level 9 spells were not very useful. At most, they could only kill 100 or 200 Fermi ants, which was insignificant to the scale of tens of thousands of Fermi ants. At present, the only legendary spell that could clear the field was Meteorite. But Meteorite did not distinguish between friend and foe. With one meteorite, all the golems would be destroyed. As the Fermi ants entered the battlefield, the loss of golems gradually increased. Hundreds of clay golems had been destroyed in Mordor, and other golems were also seriously injured. Although the steel golems could form a suppressive force, the queen of the Fermi ants had not appeared yet. It was still too early to send in the main force. Fallen Witch's figure appeared beside Soren. She frowned at the stalemate in front of her and whispered, "The enemy's formation is very dense." I think we can try to mobilize the super manipulse cannon to fire. The Fermi ants inherited the nature of ants. Those who had seen a large group of ants in action knew that this kind of creature liked to gather in a dense group. Many golems were surrounded by them and dismantled by them. However, such a dense formation was also very easy to become the target of spells and other large-scale attacks. The lethality of spells was limited because the resistance of creatures in the mechanical realm was relatively high. However, if it was replaced by the super manipulse cannon at the top of the arcane tower, the effect would be very terrifying. Solon's heart skipped a beat and he asked, "Can it be done?" Fallen Witch immediately replied, "It should be possible to try. But you need to use divine power to stabilize the portal." Saint form. Soren directly answered with action. He entered the saint form in an instant, and the golden light shrouded his figure. With the convergence of divine power, Soren's figure emerged in midair, and then he pointed to the sky. Space change, shard of divinity. Plane teleportation, shard of divinity. Soren directly used divine power to change the laws of space in the mechanical realm. Only gods with lesser divine power could temporarily change the laws. This was something that even legendary wizards could not do. A portal was opened. The other side was connected to the arcane tower in the city of Mordor. Gloria was now on standby at the top of the arcane tower. With the guidance of the high priest, the manipulse cannon at the top of the arcane tower was aimed at a stable portal that appeared directly in front of them. The manipulse cannon is charging. 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Charging complete. Target locked. Fire. A dazzling light shot out. The energy cannon shot directly into the portal, and then the next moment, it appeared inside the mechanical realm through the portal. Soren had only seen this tactic last time when the Godslayer dealt with the Queen of Spiders. This was the first time he used it. Boom. The dazzling and blazing light beam directly turned the 5 clay golems into dust. Then it crushed all the Fermi ants in its path and vaporized them. In the blink of an eye, a 15-meter-wide, 3-kilometer-long vacuum zone appeared in front of the battlefield. All the Fermi ants behind it, whether they were workers, soldiers, or guards, were vaporized. The final energy of the super arcane crystal pulse cannon bombarded a beehive-shaped building. After leaving a huge hole, the entire building collapsed. The battlefield was dead silent. This cannon directly killed thousands of Fermi ants and instantly divided the enemy into 2 parts, and the center was a dead zone without any life. At this moment, even Soren was a little shocked, because the attack of the mana pulse cannon was too terrifying. He felt that in his non-divine state he was afraid that even with the divine shield, he could only withstand 1 or 2 attacks at most. No wonder the spellcasters during the Arcane Empire dared to challenge the gods. The steel golems and diamond golems can advance. The power of this cannon seemed to have caused the fearless Fermi ants to panic, and it was more likely that the ant queen who controlled them felt fear. As the diamond golem stepped into the battlefield, the situation immediately became clear. The diamond golem had a damage reduction of 80%, so the Fermi ants could only deal a limited amount of damage to it. It was completely unhindered, and the attacks of more than 10 Fermi ants could only scratch the surface of the diamond golem. Buzz buzz buzz. Just when Soren thought that the battle was over, a strange vibration suddenly came from the back of the Fermi ant city. Then a black shadow appeared in the distant sky, and at this moment, it was flying towards Soren's location at high speed. Upon closer inspection, it was a large group of Fermi ants, but they were different from the other ants. These Fermi ants had a pair of wings on their back. There's actually a flying troop? Soren's expression was a little surprised. It seemed that his attack made the ant queen feel a deep sense of crisis. The target of these flying ants was obviously Soren, and it seemed that they were going to carry out a decapitation operation. Hundreds of flying ants quickly approached. However, Soren did not even have the thought of retreating, because he was the most powerful one on the whole battlefield. It was simply a dream for the ant queen to decapitate him. Elemental Legion. Demon Incarnation. With the opening of a portal, an elder wind elemental appeared, followed by a giant fire elemental, and finally a fire elemental elder. At the same time, the surrounding temperature rose sharply, and a raging fire suddenly appeared on the ground. Then a demon more than 3 meters tall appeared, holding a giant beheading sword in one hand and a flame whip in the other. As soon as it appeared, it roared, "Die, insects!" Large fireballs flew out one after another. Then this powerful Baylor flew into the air. Its broad demonic wings were covered with raging fire. It did not need any skills at all. It directly turned into a large fireball and rushed into the dense flying ants. With a swing of the beheading sword, the ant queen was split in half. The flame whip rolled and several flying ants fell. The demon Sauron's attack did not care about any rules at all. It was the most brutal way of fighting. He relied on his Baylor form to bully these winged ants. Plop, plop, plop. Sauron with his demonic wings was simply the overlord of the sky. Perhaps only dragons were qualified to fight with him in the sky. As for these winged Fermi ants, no matter how many there were, they were just a group of insects. Before they even got close to Sauron, their bodies had already begun to burn. Many ants who desperately rushed to the side of the demon incarnation had only attacked once before they were completely roasted and fell from the sky. This was not a battle at all. P.S. In between writing, I played an online game called The Undefeated Legend and got a Durex. He said that he would send it to me in 2 days. Chapter 930. Fire Baylor. Not only Thaling No. 1 was surprised by the sudden appearance of the demon incarnation, but even the Fallen Witch was surprised. However, she quickly thought of something and murmured, "No wonder the ores provided by Motor City contained a lot of materials from the abyss. So you've already reached out to the lower planes?" There were diamond golems below and fire Baylors above. The defense line of the Fermi ants finally collapsed completely. All that was left was a futile resistance. They were using their lives to stop the advance of the golems. "What do you want, outsider? Why do you have to kill us all?" Just when Soren thought that victory was in sight, and that he would soon be able to conquer the beehive city of the Fermi ants, a telepathic message connected to him. At the same time, a gentle but slightly panicked female voice was heard. "My people didn't attack you. They're just acting according to their nature. Can't you let us live?" At this point, the voice was full of pleading. Then, the Fermi ants in front of him scattered in all directions. Finally, a huge ant queen appeared under the protection of a group of guards. Ordinary Fermi ants only weighed 60 pounds, while Fermi soldiers weighed 160 pounds, which was the same as an adult man. However, the guards in front of him weighed at least 1,500 pounds. Their bodies looked like alien creatures, and they could spit corrosive poison attacks. In a head-on battle with the golems, they weren't at a disadvantage at all. As for the queen of the Fermi ants, her strength was quite astonishing. She retained the characteristics of the ruler of the Zerg. Her innate strength, dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, and charm were all above 20 points. She was a typical supernatural magical creature when she was born. A queen of the Fermi ants could easily have a level of psionic power that was not weaker than a legendary spellcaster. Unlike the other queen of the Fermi ants, the one in front of Soren seemed to have the ability to move on her own. However, the Fermi ants in front of him were too fat and lost the ability to move. They even needed the support of the colony to eat. The queen of the Fermi ants in front of him was close to 10 feet long and 4 feet tall. She weighed about 3,500 pounds. The characteristic of the Fermi ants was collective consciousness. The ant queen relied on this to control the development of the entire race. Although there seemed to be a large number of Fermi ants, they were scattered into individual consciousnesses. There were only a few Emperor-level Fermi ants in the entire machinery realm who had independent thoughts. The ant queens lacked the ability to move, but they could easily cast spells that were around the 9th circle. Their spellcasting abilities were equivalent to warlocks, and they also had psionic characteristics. The queen of the Fermi ants had a very powerful telepathic ability. They could communicate telepathically with any intelligent creature within 50 kilometers. Soren wasn't the only one who received the Ant Queen's message. The others must have received the message as well, because the Fallen Witch turned around to ask for Soren's opinion. The situation of the battle was already very clear. Eliminating these Fermi ants would at most increase the casualties. If this kind of loss was needed, Mordor City could afford it. Floating City. Soren's figure flew to the front of the battle line and looked down at the Ant Queen in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he said, I need everything in the floating city that fell in your city. The Fermi Ant Queen stared at Soren and immediately said, No problem. Your Excellency, I can feel your greatness. I'm willing to give you everything in the floating city, but I beg you to let us live. Soren shook his head and slowly said, The floating city is just a trophy we need. According to the law of the astral plane, you are now my prisoner, so you have to pay a price if you want to regain your freedom. Hearing Soren's words, the Fermi Ant Queen's voice suddenly became a little uneasy. What price? Soren raised his fingertips, and with a trace of divine light, a point of divinity condensed into a golden light on his palm. He sent the golden light to the Ant Queen and slowly said, Accept it. I give you freedom. At the same time, in the future, it will help you become the mother of all ants and the real Ant Queen. The light of divinity was so tempting. At this moment, the Ant Queen finally knew Soren's identity. She felt fear but also full of desire because a little divinity was so precious to mortals. She struggled to resist the temptation of divinity, because she understood one thing very well. If she accepted this divinity, then from now on, she would be completely under Soren's control. But she had no choice now. In the end, the Fermi Ant Queen bowed her head and accepted the golden divinity. The moment the divinity entered her body, it began to transform her. Her body was shrouded in a faint golden light, and the shell on her body became brighter, as if something had changed from its essence. Heal serious wounds. A divine spell was suddenly cast from the Ant Queen's body. Soren's divinity gave her some of the abilities of a priest. As the divinity was integrated into her body, the connection between Soren and her became closer. As long as Soren wanted to, he could control her mind at any time. It was not shameful to submit to a god, even a god more powerful than the mother of all ants. My lord, great Shadow Lord, please come with me. What you want is inside. The moment she accepted the divinity, the Fermi Ant Queen knew Soren's identity. She humbly bowed her head to Soren, and then led Soren into the ant nest. The fallen witch's expression was a little hesitant, but after Soren nodded, she followed. Soren's brand of divinity had absolute control over the Ant Queen. In this case, there was no way for any accidents to happen. Thaling 1 and Thaling 3 also followed. They were very curious about what else was preserved in the floating city. 4 high-level constructs. The civilization of the arcane empire that created them was full of countless secrets. This is the furnace of elemental fission. The fallen witch was pleasantly surprised after entering the core palace of the ants. Because of the huge energy radiation, the center of the ant palace was the well-preserved energy center of the floating city, which was the elemental fission device that operated the floating city. It was still operating and did not explode, but some parts could no longer be activated. My lord, there are still some things scattered around the city. I'll send someone to bring them over right away. The Ant Queen respectfully stayed in front of Soren, looking like a tamed pet. Many ant workers seemed to have forgotten the battle just now, and immediately moved all kinds of things inside the ant palace. At the same time, there were also a lot of metal, jewelry, and unknown items. My lord, these are your servants' offerings to you. The Ant Queen's expression was a little flattering. She humbly lowered her head and said, They are not of much use to me. However, they should be able to help my lord's church grow. The intelligence of the entire ant race was added to the Ant Queen. Soren looked at her, raised his hand, and put another point of divinity on her. He nodded and said, Very good. Since you are so thoughtful, I will not be stingy with my rewards. What you need to do next is to strengthen your race as much as possible. When your race is strong enough to challenge the mother of ants, I will help you to take her divinity. The Ant Queen was ecstatic when she heard this. On this side, Soren was communicating with the Ant Queen, but on the other side, the fallen witches and tower spirits were all immersed in the study of new things. Thaling was also a technical maniac. At the moment, they were looking at the well-preserved parts everywhere. At the same time, the fallen witch and Thaling number 1 were each holding a record, and counting the degree of preservation of the floating city. Because the floating city had been transformed by the ant race, its appearance had changed greatly, but there were still many things preserved inside. They needed to count them before deciding what could be transported away. Motor City. In a library that covered an area of hundreds of acres, 3 witches were registering at the door. Lena, a young witch with a beautiful face, greeted her companion, then asked, "How's your research on elemental fusion and mutation going? I heard that after you finish it, you can borrow the library's information on level 6 spells and metamagic abilities, right?" The witch named Lena raised her head, pushed her golden glasses with her white fingers, then curled her lips and said, "It's not that easy. This is one of the research contents of the elemental furnace. I think it will take another half a month to write it. How's your golem construct modification and ability research going?" Hearing the other's words, the witch who spoke first also shook her head in frustration and said, "Not so fast. The things here are more difficult than the ones in the north. If it weren't for the 50 contribution points, I would never choose this project. By the way, Brinley, what research have you been doing recently?" The last witch looked a little silent, but she was holding a thick stack of books in her hand. She raised her head and said lightly, "City water supply system layout. It's not a magic research project. It's a task issued by the City Hall. Motor City wants to transform and build a more perfect water supply system. I hope to unify the daily water use of all residents. I made a preliminary plan to bring water from the river, and then set up an elevated canal. However, the City Hall didn't approve it. They hope that the final layout can be simpler and more effective, and it can operate for at least 50 years. I've been looking through the information recently to see if I can get it out this week." The 2 female companions next to her nodded and asked carefully, "What about the reward? How many Kindler did the City Hall give you?" The witch curled her lips and said, "If it's Kindler as the reward, then I definitely won't accept it. This is one of the transformation plans given by Her Excellency Gloria to the City Hall. After completing it, I can get 100 contribution points." "Oh my God!" The other witch let out a cry of surprise, then quickly said, "There's such a task. So many contribution points. I want to accept one too. After completing one, I'll be qualified to read the instant cast Supreme Magic Skill Book. P.S. Durex's Invincible Legend invited me to participate in a battle plan. The closed beta will start on July 22nd, and I'll send 10 million Chidian coins to support the original reading. This game is dirty, but it still has some integrity. As for how to send the 10 million Chidian coins, today's Invincible Legend will start. You can go in and create a character first. I think we can make an army of Buddha, with the name Buddha. For example, I'm in the Kai Tian area of the state of Qi, and the name is All Lives Buddha. After logging in on the 22nd, there are cards in the bag. There are a total of 8 prizes, and you can choose the exclusive Chidian coins. It's that simple. Chapter 931. A stable portal opened at the edge of the beehive. Not far away, teams of Fermi ant workers were moving things. These large ants that only weighed 70 pounds had amazing strength. Almost every one of them was as strong as a human Hercules. Fallen Witch next to him was in charge of cleaning and counting. At the same time, she was reorganizing the golems and teleporting them back to Motor City. Be careful. These things can't be shaken. Fallen Witch was like a diligent little bee at this moment. She carefully checked everything that was transported. When she noticed Soren approaching, she smiled and said, "I didn't expect there to be an elemental fission device here. It seems that the plan to go to Sigil City can be delayed a lot." Soren smiled and nodded. For mortals, gods were almost omnipotent. There were some areas in the multiverse that could not be touched. Sigil City was one of them. Unless the Lady of Pain, who was in charge of Sigil City, allowed Soren to enter. Otherwise, with Soren's identity as a god, Sigil City was forbidden to him. And it was well known that the Lady of Pain was very unfriendly to most gods. Soren had no contact with her, so it was a very risky move to enter Sigil City. As one of the oldest existences, the Lady of Pain should be stronger than the God of Light in Sigil City. As for leaving Sigil City, no one knew because she never seemed to come out. Soren maintained control of the Ant Queen because of the power of divinity, so there was no problem in leaving everything to the fallen witch. Moving the entire floating city was a huge project. Even with the help of the Thaling and the ants, it would take at least a week. Soren couldn't waste a week here, so he was ready to go back to Motor City to prepare for the next test of the battle flag plane, and the second phase of the construction of his own kingdom, Shadow Kingdom. After half a month of construction, this barren country after the fusion had undergone a great change. First of all, the power of shadow began to assimilate the kingdom. The gray area formed by the repulsion caused by divine power, and priesthood gradually disappeared. The entire God's kingdom no longer looked like two worlds forcibly pieced together. Instead, it gradually showed signs of merging into one. Then there was the interior of the divine kingdom, especially near the reincarnation pool. The number of shadow beings had greatly decreased. Originally, the shadow god would transform himself into a shadow form, so the interior of his kingdom was very close to the shadow plane. However, Soren did not do so, so his kingdom was filled with many bright colors. Some of the shadow beings were killed. The other portion that could be captured and converted were sent into the pool of reincarnation under the heroic spirit's control. They were then converted into Soren's petitioners. Now, a city of about 10 square kilometers had been built in the divine kingdom. Some petitioners had formed an army to patrol and protect it, while the heroic spirits were still in charge of dealing with other dangers in the divine kingdom. Unlike the cities and material planes, the most important thing in a divine kingdom city was its temple. Other than the houses where the petitioners lived, the most eye-catching signs in the city were the temples of various sizes. Every day, petitioners would come to the temples to pray. However, the divine power gathered from their faith would not be sent to Soren. Instead, it would be left in the divine kingdom, turning into a golden light that shrouded the temple. In the future, this power would be used by Soren to expand the size of the divine kingdom. It was necessary to understand the life form of the petitioners in detail. Good believers who were devout in life would be brought to their respective divine kingdoms by the oracles after death to be reborn. This was a new life form, and they would obtain eternity in the divine kingdom. The petitioners were similar to those who entered heaven after death, provided that they believed in a good God. However, they were generally not allowed to leave the divine kingdom. Many petitioners would never be able to leave the divine kingdom in their lifetime. After the death of their God, the petitioners would also die forever. In some cases, the petitioners would also become the petitioners of the other gods who killed their god. Note: this was similar to Soren's reincarnation ceremony of the shadow god's believers. The petitioners were obligated to protect their god, and if necessary, they were even required to participate in the divine war. As a new life form, petitioners needed to breathe and eat, but they were not as dependent as mortals. Some forms of petitioners did not need to eat or breathe because they were essentially life forms transformed from gods. As the cornerstone of the divine kingdom, most petitioners retained the characteristics of mortals. They needed to rest, but they did not need to rest as often as mortals. Petitioners could work for a long time. So many demons and devils liked to imprison petitioners to work as slaves. During peacetime, most petitioners lived a leisurely life. They could do whatever they liked in the divine kingdom, and build their own homes and kingdoms. Because they had a long lifespan, any petitioner would have hundreds of years to squander until they were integrated into the divine kingdom, and became an eternal entity. Of course, the most important thing for a petitioner was to please the God they served. Most of the time, the petitioners wanted to please the God they believed in exchange for a higher status and more power in the divine kingdom. Eventually, they would be promoted to become a God's messenger or a God's follower. The petitioners in Soren's divine kingdom only needed to rest for 1 or 2 hours every day. They did not need much food because energy could be used to replenish their energy consumption. Of course, food was also a form of enjoyment for them, but it was not necessary for them to survive. This way, the petitioners had enough time to work. They had to prove their worth in the early stages of the divine kingdom in exchange for more opportunities to be promoted. Recently, many petitioners had been promoted to become heroic spirits. Becoming a heroic spirit meant that they would have a higher status, more enjoyment, and a longer lifespan in the future. Every divine kingdom was like a pyramid. Most of the gods who were on the side of order would leave a clear path of promotion in the divine kingdom. Soren's current system was petitioners, heroic spirits, holy spirits, God's messengers, God's servants, God's followers, and God's followers. Every time a petitioner was promoted, there would be a fundamental change. As Soren's servants, some of them had the potential to become gods. Currently, there was an army of about 1,000 people in the divine kingdom. Nearly half of them were heroic spirits, and the rest were petitioners who had enough battle experience before they died. Soren promoted a Holy Spirit priest. She was the half-elf female priest who died in the attack of the abomination. Her nature was far inferior to Milan, but there were too few Holy Spirits in the divine kingdom at the moment. He could only make an exception and promote one. The Holy Spirit priest was responsible for running the city. Currently, all the petitioners' task was to expand their territory, gradually gain control of the divine kingdom, and increase the number of petitioners to prepare for Soren's return to the divine kingdom in the future. Currently, there were a large number of wild petitioners in the divine kingdom. Some of them believed in the original god of the half-elves and rogues, while others believed in the god of shadow. These petitioners were all enemies before they were converted. According to the collected data, there were tens of thousands of petitioners wandering around the divine kingdom. Because this place contained the accumulation of the gods for thousands of years, Soren still needed enough time to convert them. In the evening, teams of troops returned, and at the same time, a large number of petitioners gathered in front of the temple. "My lord Soren, you are the master of the shadows. You are the protector of the half-elves. You are the master we will always serve and follow. My lord Soren, you are the incarnation of slaughter. You are the controller of disease. You bring fear to the enemy. You are our supreme ruler." Bursts of prayers echoed. With the prayers of the petitioners, there was a substantial golden light condensed. These converged faith power stayed in the temple and finally turned into real power. Although Soren could not enter the divine kingdom now, he maintained a trace of contact with the divine kingdom. As the number of petitioners increased, his connection with the divine kingdom became closer and closer. It was believed that as the Avatar crisis entered the later stage, the time for Soren to return to the divine kingdom would gradually come. At that time, there would be a whole new world waiting for him. In the end, what the divine kingdom would look like depended on what Soren wanted to build it. Mordor City. When Soren returned to the city of Mordor, the city hall was rebuilding the water supply system of the entire city. The arrival of the witches brought many changes to the city of Mordor. Because they needed contribution points to exchange for information in the library, many witches began to try to accept the tasks issued by the city hall. Most of these quests involve the application of magic in daily life. After Soren returned, he began to work on the transformation plan of the Battle Flag Plane. It was not easy to obtain the divine power of slaughter in reality, because a large part of it was controlled by the god of war, and the slaughter in reality often brought about a decrease in population. Before defeating other gods of slaughter, Soren could not control much power, so the Battle Flag trial was a very important channel. Soren's initial idea was to add a will circle. Enchantment on the device connected to the Battle Flag trial would strengthen the willpower of the trial participants and activate it when they quit. This could greatly reduce the chance of death. The second was to expand the scale. The materials from the Githyanki's and the fomites were enough for Soren to expand the number of trial devices. His initial estimate was to expand the scale to about 300 people. If the city of Mordor could guarantee that hundreds of people would participate in the trial every day, Soren would have dozens of more fanatics. This meant that there would be an additional 1 to 3 points of divine power every day. It didn't seem very impressive, but with the accumulation of numbers and time, Soren's divine power would be hundreds more than other gods. The gap in the future was even more unimaginable. P.S. I recently received an advertisement for a game. This book has not been recommended for more than half a year. If it were other authors, I'm afraid they would have hurriedly finished the book and started a new book. Futu is now gritting his teeth and fighting hard. It's entirely because of your support that he can hold on until now. The summer vacation is here. Those who have pocket money can subscribe to support. By the way, ask for recommendation tickets and public accounts. There will be more tomorrow. Chapter 932. In a blink of an eye, it was almost July. For some reason, the climate had become more and more abnormal recently. A flood broke out in the tropical Amazon jungle, and it was said that it caused a lot of casualties to the fierce female warriors. The south coast was raging with wind, and a terrible tornado even destroyed a town directly. Although many people prayed to the sea goddess, the occasional typhoon and tsunami did not reduce at all, as if the power of the sea goddess was no longer useful at this moment. Even the peaceful Arendelle had a disaster. A terrible earthquake occurred near the king's city. Although the impact on Arendelle was not serious, there were thousands of casualties in another city. The abnormal climate made the gods uneasy. But there was no other way. Even the gods could only find ways to warn, and then reduce the casualties as much as possible. During this period of time, even the drows were a lot more honest because there had been earthquakes in the Underdark during this time, and a city was directly buried. The Queen of Spiders could not mess around at this time, so she could only turn her attention to other crises first. Speaking of which, the traces of the demons had decreased a lot during this time. There was no doubt about it. The third wave of the Avatar crisis was over. But the fourth wave, elemental turmoil, had begun. This abnormal climate could only prove one thing. That was, the four ancient elemental gods may have come to the mortal world. When they fell, their divine power interfered with the elemental composition of the material plane, and eventually led to the abnormal climate of the entire material plane. It was a calm day, but it was only limited to a short while in the morning. At noon, the clear sky turned into dark clouds, and the wind blew the ships in the port. The fleets that went out to sea today quickly turned back to the port, and the captains were shouting for the sailors to run down the anchors and tie them to the pillars with strong ropes. The high priest stood outside the temple and looked at the distant sky. As a powerful psionic warlock, she seemed to feel something and ordered, "Let the believers gather at the temple. We may need to have a large prayer." At the same time, Soren's figure also appeared at the top of the arcane tower. Gloria soon appeared through the portal. As a legendary witch of prophecy, she had an innate sense of certain things that might happen. What happened? Gloria gently lifted her long hair and stood side by side with Soren. She murmured, "I've been feeling uneasy since this morning, as if something terrible is going to happen." Soren shook his head. "I don't know. But I also have a feeling that something will happen today." The divine sense told Soren that there was a big crisis in Mordor City today. This crisis might destroy Mordor City, so he could only stand here and wait for everything to come. The wind and rain became more and more frightening. The raging wind had passed through the protective barrier of Mordor City. Even with the protection of the temple, some roofs were still lifted. The power of the sea goddess seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. Originally, the sea was under her control, but today, no matter how her priests prayed, the sea near the port of Mordor was still turbulent, and there was no sign of it calming down. Boom! A terrifying vibration came from afar. It should be a place hundreds of kilometers away from Mordor City, but after it was transmitted to Mordor City, it was still a mess. Earthquake! Vivian looked up, and the next moment, she appeared above the arcane tower. The little girl had recently been learning how to become a god, and Saruman was also learning with her. At present, Vivian was only one step away from becoming a god, but she needed to learn a lot, far more than Soren needed to master. "You guys stay here." Soren did not have the energy to pay attention to other things at this time. His figure turned into a golden light, and then appeared above Mordor City. Saint form. With a golden beam of light made of divine power rising. The sky above Mordor City was covered by a layer of transparent energy field. Gloria also stood up and said to Vivian next to her, "Vivian, come and help me activate the magic lock. This storm is amazing. I'm afraid it will cause great damage to Mordor City." The arcane tower rose. In the lavender light of magic, Gloria started the elemental furnace, and at the same time, an invisible protective force expanded rapidly, and soon covered the entire city of Mordor, resisting the increasingly terrible storm outside, and reducing the damage suffered by Mordor City. This is not a natural power at all. Saruman's expression was solemn, and he quickly rushed to the temple area to see what he could do to help. At this time, near the port of Mordor City, just 10 meters away, the waves were already 7 or 8 meters high, and some boats that did not have time to return sank directly. And inside the energy shield, countless people watched all this in horror, looking at the scene outside as if it was the end of the world. Some people turned their heads to look at the golden figure above Mordor City, and they were glad that they had the protection of the gods at this moment. Countless believers gathered automatically. Many believers who were not Sauron also came near the temple and prayed under the guidance of the priest. This was a disaster. A terrible disaster like the end of the world. At this moment, as mortals, they had no power to resist. They could only pray devoutly that the gods could shelter them through this crisis. My Lord Sauron, you are the master of shadows. You are the master of Mordor. You are the protector of the half-elves. My Lord Sauron, you are the keeper of order. You are the only true God of the rogues. Your enemies will have nowhere to hide. My Lord Sauron, your name will become sacred in the mortal world. You led us through the crisis. You gave us a stable and orderly life. You are the master of shadows. You are a wise ruler. You are the protector of the half-elves. Killing will make you stronger. The death of the enemy will spread your glory. Your kingdom will protect our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. My Lord Sauron, you will lift up your kingdom. Turn into the stars in the sky. The majestic sounds of prayer converged into a single sound. In the end, it turned into a pale golden divine power that shrouded the top of the temple and transferred to Sauron's golden avatar to resist the terrible storm outside. The shaking gradually stopped. It seemed that the earthquake in the distance had ended, but Sauron did not feel relieved. Instead, his face became more dignified, because he felt that the crisis that would destroy Mordor was getting closer and closer. He frantically extracted the power stored in the temple, and then directly turned himself into divine form. A golden giant of hundreds of meters high appeared over Mordor. At this moment, even Gloria could not help but tremble, because she felt the gap between herself and Sauron at this moment. The huge gap between a mortal and a true god. Sauron had never mobilized his divine power so crazily, but he knew that he had no way out at this moment, because in a farther place, he saw a wave hundreds of kilometers long on the horizon by the sea. Tsunami. Sauron finally knew where the source of the disaster that had been bringing him the destruction of Mordor was. The 4 elemental gods fell into the mortal world, and their divine power directly changed the climate of the material plane. The earthquake just now was either a volcanic eruption or a continental shelf movement. Because Mordor was located in the outer islands, when such a disaster happened, the consequences were even more terrifying. Time passed little by little. Countless faith power gathered on Sauron's body, and the situation at this moment could not be changed by any legendary profession. The only thing that could change all this was the gods. The terrible tsunami was gradually approaching. As if the end of the world was coming, the entire sky of Mordor was dark. This time, the tsunami wavelength reached hundreds of kilometers. Not only Mordor, but the entire south coast, the entire outer islands, and the entire Amazon rainforest were within the scope of this tsunami. But at this time, Sauron had no energy to care about other places. Mordor was the foundation of everything. And according to the location of the tsunami, Mordor should be the most severely damaged place. The terrible tsunami was approaching at an amazing speed. When it appeared in the sight of the residents of Mordor, countless people screamed in horror. A huge wave of more than 100 meters high approached the coastline. Such a height was enough to easily destroy everything. The energy it contained could flatten the entire city of Mordor, and turn all of Sauron's efforts for so long into nothing in an instant. At this moment, Sauron could not help but feel lucky that he happened to be in Mordor at this moment. In the face of such a terrible natural disaster, the power of any mortal was useless. Only the gods could fight against it, and only the gods could use their power. Divine form. Sauron's figure took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a golden giant more than 300 meters high. He looked like the ancient Titan. Change space, power of divinity. Change reality, power of divinity. Change form, power of divinity. Regional divine shield. Soren's figure appeared over the port of Mordor. He opened his arms as if he wanted to hold up the whole sky. A golden divine shield opened with him as the center, covering the entire island of Mordor in an instant. And the monstrous wave of more than 100 meters in front of him had arrived. The life and death of Mordor would be destroyed at this moment of collision. P.S. First update. Please recommend me. Chapter 933. In front of the catastrophe, the power of mortals was so small. Only at this moment did mortals feel the greatness of the gods, and the great power of the true gods. Soren's golden giant directly cut the terrible tsunami from the middle. In the collision of huge energy, the golden divine shield kept shaking, but there was no sign of breaking. On the other side, the tsunami with a wavelength of hundreds of kilometers and the residual waves from the island of Mordor were being consumed by the divine shield, and finally turned into countless waves. The moment the tsunami passed, Soren's huge golden figure shook, and then his body appeared as if he had exhausted all his strength and fell from the sky. Gloria appeared beside him in an instant and quickly hugged Soren, who was falling from the sky. As the terrible tsunami passed, the city of Mordor gradually returned to calm. Soren's face looked a little pale at the moment. He seemed to be a little weak and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a little exhausted. Send someone to the sea temple immediately. This tsunami will not end so easily. Only the sea goddess can stop the disaster." Gloria hugged Soren tightly and whispered, "I'll send someone now. Don't talk, you need to have a good rest." The divine power of the entire city of Mordor was exhausted. All the temples lost their pale golden brilliance. Soren almost used up all the stored divine power when he was in the form of a true god. But after the terrible disaster was over, the entire island of Mordor burst into cheers. Then, a little bit of golden divine brilliance gathered again. With the joy of the believers after surviving the disaster, the ripples of divine power appeared again over the temple. At the same time, on the coastline of Port Tylon, the terrible tsunami was gradually approaching the entire south coast. Countless priests of the sea temple gathered, and many Naga sirens also appeared on the sea. A golden figure rose from the bottom of the sea. The goddess of ocean held a trident and turned into a 100-meter-tall giant on the sea. She looked at the huge waves in the distance and frowned as if she was thinking about something. When the huge waves gradually approached, she waved the trident in her hand and slashed forward. An invisible divine power spread. Under the effect of the sea, the huge waves of hundreds of meters high directly reduced by more than 20 meters. The gods were all in the form of saints. In the face of such a terrible disaster, even the sea goddess could not eliminate it without entering the form of a god. A dazzling brilliance appeared on the golden trident. The goddess of ocean gritted her teeth and waved her hand again. The terrible waves then shrank down by more than 30 meters. Now the height of the tsunami was only about 50 meters, and most of its power had been dissolved by her. Storm Lord, how long are you going to watch? Until the entire Amazon rainforest is submerged by the tsunami. As if she had consumed a lot of divine power, the tone of the goddess of ocean was not friendly. She said to the sky covered by dark clouds, "Let the storm consume part of the power of the tsunami. Otherwise, thousands of your believers will die." Rumble. It was accompanied by thunder. The figure of the storm lord appeared in the sky. He frowned and looked at the tsunami in the distance. Then he turned into a golden giant, opened his own power, and smoothed out the tsunami with the power of the storm. If he had not fallen into the mortal world, he might not have been willing to do so much for the mortals. Because the gods had a long time to cultivate new believers, but now he had fallen into the material plane, so the importance of the mortal believers was self-evident. The intensity of the tsunami was reduced again. But neither the sea goddess nor the storm lord wanted to consume too much of their divine power in this disaster, because it meant that they would be very weak for a period of time in the future. So when the tsunami approached the south coast, it was still tens of meters high. enough to easily destroy everything in the coastal area. The sea goddess and the storm lord seemed to have given up on ordinary people. This intensity of the tsunami was almost a death situation for ordinary people, but for many powerful professionals, the chances of survival were still very high. They did not want to consume too much of their divine power, so it was enough to reduce the intensity of the tsunami to a level where it would not hurt the foundation. If they wanted to completely wipe out this tsunami, it would be difficult for them to do, so even if they exhausted their power. But just when the sea goddess and the storm lord seemed to be ready to give up, a bright light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and then the sun penetrated the heavy fog and sprinkled directly on the whole earth. God of light. A golden figure fell from the light, and behind him was the light of the sun. The shadow of mountain paradise appeared behind him. He looked at the gods in front of him and slowly said, "This is a disaster brought by the gods. It should not be transferred to the mortals." There was no sadness or joy. The god of light finished this sentence very calmly, and then turned into a golden figure, and pointed his finger at the tsunami approaching the coastline. The surging divine power emerged. It was as if the space laws of the entire material plane had been changed at this moment. The mountain paradise behind the god of light seemed to have become solid. Under the terrifying power that was so strong that it made the other gods pale, the tsunami that was approaching countless mortals and could bring destruction to them at any time was wiped out by the god of light just like that. Shocking. Unimaginable terrible power. A tsunami with a wavelength of hundreds of kilometers and a height of tens of meters was directly wiped out by the god of light with his divine power. Is this the great divine power? The sea goddess was full of shock, because even if it was not because of the Avatar crisis, it was impossible for her, who was in charge of the sea, to wipe out such a disaster so easily. At this moment, she felt a huge gap, which was more unimaginable than a great divine power. The sea goddess humbly lowered her head. Even the furious storm lord was silent, because he also realized that there was a huge gap between himself and the god of light. They were both gods with great divine power, but the power that the god of light had just shown was far beyond his estimation. That was a realm that only a great divine power could reach. It was a power that could change a world with a raise of the hand. The figure of the god of light gradually dissipated. It was as if this matter was nothing to him. Perhaps for gods at this level, they were not only concerned about the material plane, but the changes of the whole multiverse. The terrible disaster was over, but the shock left by the god of light was still fermenting. The storm lord left silently, and no one knew what he was thinking. The sea goddess sank to the bottom of the sea again. As a god very close to a great divine power, she had a real understanding of the great divine power at this moment. At this moment, she could not help but think of Father Oak, who had chosen to sacrifice himself to save the entire material plane. Perhaps the power he showed at that moment was more shocking than it was today. Soren was also watching all this silently. He was not surprised that the god of light would finally make a move, because it was Father Oak and the god of light who worked together to break the dust that shrouded the material plane. No matter how to evaluate the god of light, he was always a god with his own principles, and he would never sit back and watch the material plane be destroyed. What a huge gap! As the figure of the god of light disappeared, Soren's spirit also returned to the city of Moder. As an old god who had existed for a long time, the strength of the god of light was difficult for Soren to estimate, because as early as the ancient times, the god of light was the sun god. Later, he fell and was reincarnated as the light of dawn, Luashanda, and then merged with the power of mountain paradise to become the god of light. God knew how much divinity such an ancient god had accumulated. Unless Soren gathered the power of the three gods of death, it was impossible for him to fight against him. If there was a classification of the great divine powers, then the god of light was undoubtedly the one closest to the great divine power. In terms of quantity alone, the power of the god of light should be equivalent to that of three other greater divine powers. At present, there should be no one among the gods who could fight with him. Even the Lady of Night should not be his opponent. The only one who was qualified to fight with him head-on was probably the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. One was the embodiment of eternal justice. The other was the ultimate source of evil. The outbreak of the Avatar crisis seemed to be destined to have a fierce collision. What was the cause of such a huge disaster? Gloria's voice sounded in Soren's ears. What had just happened seemed to make her feel a lingering fear. Soren turned to look at her and said slowly, "The 4 elemental ancient gods have fallen to the mortal world." Before all this broke out, Soren was not sure whether the 4 elemental ancient gods had fallen to the mortal world. But at the moment of fighting against the terrible tsunami, Soren was sure that the 4 elemental ancient gods must have fallen now. Water, fire, earth, and air. The 4 elemental ancient gods fell to the mortal world, and the creatures in the elemental plane lost control. The violent power led to the elemental turmoil. Soon, the material plane would usher in the first batch of violent elemental creatures. The 4 elemental ancient gods rarely left the elemental plane. On the one hand, they did not like to move around, and on the other hand, they needed to suppress the power of the elemental plane. Because the 4 elemental planes represented their own extremes, without the power of the elemental ancient gods to control, the power of the 4 elemental planes was easy to be imbalanced. And the final result was to affect all the elemental creatures. It was like if the queen of the ants died. All the Fermi ants would lose control and go berserk. PS1. Second update. PS2. I don't know if the character you created in Invincible Legend is right. It is said that someone's nickname is Futu. Update quickly. Damn. I heard that someone wanted to go to the enemy country to PK me. You underestimate me. Number 22, you are facing the entire Futu army. Chapter 934. The cause of the tsunami was finally figured out. After personally going to the sea to investigate, Soren found that near the whirlpool where the floating city fell, an underwater volcano erupted at an alarming rate. At the same time, there were also a large number of water elementals nearby. These water elementals were very violent and full of aggression. Even the nearby sea monsters were attacked by them. There was no doubt that after losing the control of the elemental god, many elementals without much wisdom entered a period of rage. Most elementals did not have a specific personal consciousness. Generally, when they were promoted to the level of Jinn, these elementals would be as smart as humans. As for other low-grade elementals, they basically acted on instinct. Mordor City seemed to have returned to peace. However, after the tsunami disaster, everything in Mordor City had changed a lot. For example, Soren's believers. During this time, the number of Soren's believers had skyrocketed, especially among the half-elves. Almost 90% of the half-elves had become Soren's believers, and there were also a large number of devout believers. Soren never asked for forced belief, because belief had to be voluntary. 10 shallow believers were only the power of faith provided by one devout believer, so if there were half-elves who believed in other gods, Soren basically would not interfere. But now the proportion of half-elves who believed in Soren was quite high, and the number of devout believers had directly increased by more than 50%. The so-called devout believers were the kind of believers who would formally pray every day. As for the fanatics, they completely regarded the gods as their everything. The proportion of fanatics in Soren's church had also increased by a lot. And all of this was brought about by the day of the tsunami when he transformed into his true god form and exhausted all the gods to save Mordor City. Although Soren's divine power was almost exhausted at that time, his divine power recovered very quickly. The believers' prayers became several times more active. Soren was recovering his divine power at almost twice the speed in the past, and this momentum continued to increase. In general, Soren's move this time was correct. City Hall. An official came to the City Hall in a hurry, then found the minister in charge of construction and said, "Sir Raffle, something strange has happened near the quagmire in the south." This is the report they sent back. We don't have a way to deal with it, so we'd like you to pass it to Her Excellency Gloria. The official named Raffle took a look at it, and his expression immediately became solemn. He said in a deep voice, "Got it. I'll report this to Lady Gloria immediately." After he finished speaking, he walked toward the City Lord mansion. He didn't have the right to see Gloria directly. He had to wait for an attendant to inform him. Soon he was brought into a study. Then Gloria's figure appeared. However, it was not her real body, but an avatar created by the simulacrum spell. Since Soren discovered the spell simulacrum from the ancient ruins, Gloria dealt with most of the things in Mordor City through her avatar. This was also the key to the great arcanists during the Arcane Empire's period. Gloria took a look at the report and said with a solemn expression, "Gravity anomaly? Is it over the quagmire?" "Okay. I see. You can go now." After that, Gloria's figure disappeared. The next moment, her real body temporarily stopped the experiment in her hand and went directly to Soren's side. After this period of recovery, Soren's exhausted divine power has been replenished a lot. He was now studying the improvement plan of the battle flag plane because the next test was about to begin. When Gloria arrived, he couldn't help but raise his head and said, "What's wrong? You look a bit serious." Gloria handed the report to Soren and said softly, "There's an anomaly near the quagmire in the south. The gravity in that place is distorted, and we don't know what happened yet." Gravity distortion? Soren also became serious when he heard this. He took a look at the report and said, "I see. Leave this to me. You should focus on studying elemental fission." Gloria nodded and then disappeared. At present, whether Mordor City could float or not depended on her and the Fallen Witch's research progress. If elemental fission was successfully cracked, Mordor City could soon be upgraded to a floating city. Soren fixed the last few runes, then got up and left the battle flag plane. The gravity anomaly must be related to the elemental plane. Under normal circumstances, the gravity of a plane was different. Using the material plane as a standard, the gravity of the lower plane was obviously much higher, and the gravity of the spiritual plane was only about 80% of that of the material plane. Greater teleportation. The entire city of Mordor had been set up with leyline nodes. See Mordor City second phase transformation plan for details. Soren could teleport to any place in Mordor City at any time. As long as he mastered these leyline nodes, any ability that could cast teleportation spells could get a connection point to the teleportation network of Mordor City. When he appeared, a lot of people had gathered near the quagmire. As if they were performing a monkey show, these people's movements were a little slow, as if even walking was very difficult for them. Elemental anomaly. Soren's god-level perception immediately found the problem. The gravity here was about twice that of the material plane. Under normal circumstances, this kind of thing was absolutely impossible, because the gravity of the material plane was affected by the elemental channel. The only explanation for the gravity anomaly here was that a channel connected to the Earth elemental plane was formed here. The gravity of the Earth elemental plane was special. As a plane with a challenge rating of 15 or above, the gravity of the Earth elemental plane was about twice that of the material plane. In some places, the gravity may reach more than 10 times. Ordinary people could not even stand, let alone walk. This quagmire originally had a group of sludge monsters, but they had been cleaned up by Mordor City a long time ago. These were the coordinates of the fourth phase of the transformation. Now within about a kilometer, the gravity was obviously more serious than other places, and it could be felt immediately after entering the range. "My lord. Sir Soren. The Great Lord of Shadows." All kinds of names were called. Because of the gravity anomaly here, not only the officials of Mordor City came, but also many witches came to see. Soren waved his hand and said, "Okay. You can go down. I'll take care of it." This level of event was not something that ordinary people could intervene in. At least, only legendary spellcasters with half-planes could deal with it. If there was really a channel connecting to the Earth elemental plane, then Soren would need to use the power of the divine spark to space change, and temporarily seal it completely. Otherwise, as the channel was opened, the Earth elementals would soon find this coordinate, and then Mordor City would have to face elemental turmoil. P.S. First update. Chapter 935. Saint Form. A pale golden light appeared in Soren's sight. He looked down at the quagmire with a diameter of about 1 kilometer from the air. This place was close to a valley, far from the gathering place of the sludge monsters. However, the construction of Mordor could not allow the existence of such unexpected creatures, so they had been wiped out about last year. Now there were no traces of the sludge monsters in this quagmire. At most, there were some small animals. But now there were no small animals, and there were almost no living things in the abnormal gravity range. The only thing that could be felt was that the earth elemental energy here was very abundant. Casting the spell stone to mud. Here should be able to improve the casting effect a lot. Found it. After Soren looked at the area, he finally found the problem. There was a muddy pit that was invisible to the naked eye. It looked a bit like a swamp. There was a very strong energy field below it. It was likely that the passageway was connected to this place. Space Change Divinity ability. With a golden light, Soren directly used his divine power to break the illusion covered by the material plane in front of him. Then the overlapping space appeared in front of him, and a deep crack appeared in his eyes. If he wanted to see the situation, he could only enter it. This is the place of buried treasures. This is the wall against all enemies. This is the tomb of the greedy. The elemental plane of Earth was a solid plane made up of rocks, mud and stones. Travelers who were not alert enough or prepared enough might feel that they were buried alive in this huge, solid tomb, and that their lives would end with them being crushed. His crushed body left a warning for anyone who was stupid enough to follow. Although the elemental plane of Earth had a strong and non-ductile nature, the hardness of the elemental plane of Earth was diverse, from relatively soft soil to heavier and more valuable metal veins. Granite, volcanic rock, marble, fragile crystal, and soft gravel were intertwined together. Rough and huge gem mines were sparsely distributed in this plane. These unpolished gems often tempted greedy people to come to this plane, wanting to dig out gems with minimal effort. Those with this purpose often encountered the natives of the elemental plane of Earth as enemies, and some even left their bones here forever. The elemental plane of Earth was a place that was hostile to creatures from the main material world, but it was not as active as the elemental plane of fire. It was as patient as the Earth itself, and it had all the time in the universe to wait. The four elemental planes were born from the origin of the multiverse. This was a place full of endless wealth, and it even had mines far richer than the bottomless abyss. Soren passed through the space crack in front of him, and a light appeared in front of him. He was already in an open gravel area. The gravity here was about twice that of the material plane, and many valuable things could be seen within sight, such as white marble and open-air metal ore. Among the four elemental planes, exploring the Earth elemental plane was the most valuable because it was a plane with endless wealth. Lucky people could even find gems as big as a fist on the roadside. There were records of this. There were adventurers who once explored the elemental plane of Earth. One of them wandered for 3 hours, and then found a fist-sized ruby on the roadside. The elemental plane of Earth contained many treasures. It had the densest gem mines in the multiverse, the easiest metal ore to mine in the multiverse, and an abundant amount of almost all kinds of stone. For example, the land in front of Soren was undoubtedly rich in marble, as well as a large number of open-air metal mines near the hills on the side. Gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, almost all of the minerals could be found in the elemental plane of Earth, and they were very easy to mine. They did not even need to go deep underground. There were abnormally rich mineral reserves within 100 meters of the surface. Of course, it was not easy to make a fortune in the elemental plane of Earth. Even the demons did not dare to swagger in. At most, they would sneak in to mine something. Because there were many powerful and dangerous existences in the elemental plane of Earth. For example, the giant Earth elemental that was angrily attacking Soren. Because it was located in the elemental plane, the strength of this giant Earth elemental was at least 30% higher. Its challenge level was close to level 18, and it required half a legendary team to deal with it. And because of the gravity of the elemental plane of Earth, it was very inconvenient for most professions to move here. Death's Hand. Soren did not have the patience to break a giant Earth elemental, so he directly used Death's Hand to take it away. He needed a little time to observe here. It shouldn't be the core area of the elemental plane of Earth, because the gravity is not more than 5 times that of the material plane. Soren looked down at the land in front of him and murmured, "It seems that this area is very valuable. An unusually rich marble mine, as well as a large number of open-air ores. If they can be mined, the strength of the city of Mordor will greatly increase. Unfortunately, Soren just thought about it and gave up. On one hand, it was the danger of the elemental plane of Earth. New elemental life could be born here at any time. Another reason was the gravity here. In the case of twice the gravity, the laborers of Mordor City could not work at all. And Mordor City did not have such technical conditions to rely on golems to mine. It seemed that such a large open-air mine could only be abandoned here. The characteristics of the elemental plane of Earth were that it increased earth spells, weakened air spells, normal time, unlimited size, and could change shape. The sky of this plane was very low. For legendary professions, it was easy to touch the plane barrier. And the core area of this plane was the underground world. There were countless passages under the elemental plane of Earth. And the natives living here were abnormally strong. In the elemental plane of Earth, you must master two skills. One was mining and the other was digging. There was even a book that was circulated among adventurers. It was called Dig Your Way, a survival guide to the elemental plane of Earth. One thing must be mentioned here. Similar to other planes, the elemental plane of Earth was not all in the form of Earth elemental in the eyes of ordinary people. There were also souls that were reincarnated into the elemental plane, as well as the natives who were assimilated by the Earth elemental energy. Their souls were assimilated by the Earth elemental energy, and eventually became similar to half-elemental life. The enemies that could be encountered here were half-Earth elemental Deinonychus, half-Earth elemental Medusa, half-Earth elemental Minotaur, half-Earth elemental Troll, half-fusion lava monster, stone monster and earth djinn, etc. Change space divinity. Change reality divinity. Soren returned to the material plane. In order to avoid trouble, he temporarily sealed the crack, but this kind of crack was difficult to completely erase, and he did not know when it would open again. For the time being, Soren could only seal it first and see how to deal with it in the future. After all, the mineral wealth of the elemental plane of Earth was amazing. If possible, Soren still wanted to dig something out of it. Just when Soren finished sealing the elemental crack and was about to return to the city of Mordor, he suddenly froze in place, and then his expression suddenly became very strange. Because, just at that moment, he actually perceived the magic net and connected with it again. P.S. Second update. Looking for recommendation tickets, looking for subscriptions. Chapter 936. It only took a moment to connect to the magic net. Soon, Soren lost his connection to the magic net again, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Soren's expression was solemn at this moment, because he had to determine if he was the only one who had connected to the magic net at that moment, or if everyone was connected to the magic net. If it was the former, it meant that the goddess of magic was most likely hiding in the elemental plane of Earth, and the latter meant that the goddess of magic had returned for some reason. Soren teleported back to Motor City in an instant. As soon as he returned to Motor City, he saw Gloria, who was excited, so there was no doubt that others also felt the magic net. The goddess of magic has just opened the magic net. Gloria looked very excited and murmured, "The goddess of magic did not fall." The reconnection of the magic net means that she is still alive, but for some reason she has temporarily disappeared for a while. The magic net still could not be connected, but the connection just now undoubtedly announced the existence of the goddess of magic. She did not really fall. This was a significant thing for all spellcasters, especially those who had lost their ability to cast spells because of the collapse of the magic net. They would be the strongest supporters of the goddess of magic, because only by restoring the magic net could they recover their power. Of course, these people did not care who the goddess of magic was. They only cared about the existence of the goddess of magic and the magic net. As a member of the great divine power, the goddess of magic had amazing influence in the material plane. In addition to the church that served her, the goddess of magic also had a knight order composed of paladins, a small ranger organization, and a group of bards. The existence of the goddess of magic was necessary, because her clergy itself was a convenience. The real role of the magic net was not just to cooperate with mortals to cast spells. Many worlds did not have the magic net. For example, The influence of the magic net in the bottomless abyss was very small. The shadow magic net dominated the Underdark, and the other upper and lower planes were not covered by the magic net. The final thing of the goddess of magic was actually the divine network. This was something that even Soren could not ignore, because only the divine network above the 9th level of the magic net could help him collect and transform the power of faith. The essence of the magic net was to serve the gods, and the network of faith was the ability that really bordered many places in the multiverse. Even the evil gods could borrow the power of the faith network. No matter what, the reappearance of the weave would definitely have a huge impact on the material plane. The organizations that serve the goddess of magic would definitely take action, and the Lady of the Night would probably take action as well. This time, Soren didn't know what would happen in the future, because the fate of the goddess of magic had been changed by him. Soren had lost all premonitions related to the goddess of magic. However, he wasn't afraid at all. This was because Soren had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had risked his life all the way to apotheosized, so Soren was no longer afraid. He dared to face his fate. Everyone was patiently waiting for news. On the second day after the disappearance of the magic net, Soren was able to connect to the magic net again. However, this time it wasn't just the network of the mortals. He was even able to connect to the network of the gods. All at once, the power of faith in the entire city of Moder began to gather, and the speed at which Soren transformed and fused divine power was more than twice as fast. This was the convenience of the network of faith. It could greatly reduce the energy and time that Soren needed to deal with faith and prayers. The network of faith only lasted for about half an hour, but there was no doubt that everyone felt its existence. After about half an hour, the magic net disappeared without a trace again. The third time it appeared was 2 days later. This time the magic net was really restored. The mortal spellcasters regained their ability to cast spells, and the network of faith was running again. However, the goddess of magic had closed all the connections of the magic net above the 16th level, which meant that even the gods couldn't access the highest level of the magic net, including all the prayers to the goddess of magic. She was very weak now. Even if Soren didn't see the goddess of magic, he could feel it. Presumably, the other gods could feel it too, because it was very rare for the goddess of magic not to respond to prayers. It meant that the priests of the goddess of magic still couldn't use divine spells. The goddess of magic would never do this if the situation wasn't very bad. 3 days passed quietly. The elemental turmoil had officially broken out. The most severely damaged overseas was the tropical Amazon jungle. The raging wind and storm elementals there had caused heavy losses to the fierce Amazonian female warriors. Probably because of the power of the Storm Lord, there was a channel directly connected to the wind elementals in the tropical Amazon jungle. The violent wind elementals set off typhoons and tornadoes from time to time, which directly caused huge losses to the Amazon jungle. The area around Mordor City was also greatly affected. The reason was that it was close to the deep sea. Sometimes, ships in Mordor City might see giant water elementals making waves on the surface of the sea. They would swim directly on the surface of the sea, looking like they would kill anything in their way. Fortunately, the airships of Mordor had entered the regular route, and the wind elementals were no longer raging nearby, so the impact was not very serious. On the mainland, Arendel's losses were not small. The raging ice elementals began to spread near the ice mountains. They drove away the ice trolls, which directly led to the ice trolls attacking human territory. Once the ecological balance was broken, the consequences were a chain reaction. The violent elements directly destroyed the original ecological balance, and many creatures began to migrate in order to avoid the violent elementals. The southwest of the mainland was the worst hit area, because there were 5 volcanic eruptions in a row in this place. With the volcanic eruptions, there were not only speeches, but also fire elementals and magma elementals who were angry at other creatures. It was said that the elves in that area were forced to migrate, and even an adult red dragon was expelled by the angry fire elemental lord. The elemental turmoil was not just the ordinary elementals. With the opening of the plain channel, other elemental lords that were originally suppressed by the god of fire elemental might also appear in the material plane. Their strength was at least at the level of demigod. As if they felt that the material plane was not chaotic enough at the moment, a big news quickly spread to many places. That was the appearance of the Lady of Misfortune. The twin of destiny, the goddess in charge of the misfortune divinity, Ben Saba, recently appeared near the south coast, and it was said that she also brought a disaster. P.S. First update. Chapter 937. Ben Saba was an evil and willful goddess. She was narrow-minded and very jealous of her sister. She believed that mortals should worship her as much as they worship the goddess of fortune, or at least, they should respect her verbally. Therefore, although many mortals were afraid of Ben Saba's power and ideas, they had to invite her and welcome her to various formal occasions, such as weddings or coronations, sports or martial arts competitions, and newborn naming ceremonies. Because if they did not invite her, it was possible that the misfortune maiden would launch an endless revenge attack on everyone involved, that is, eternal bad luck. This goddess relied on people's fear to gather faith, and even the gods did not dare to deal with her. Ben Saba's church had a strong desire for abuse. This time, the disaster that broke out near the south coast was related to a special ceremony held by her church. In the church of the misfortune goddess, whenever an important priest passed away, or a priest rose in rank in the church, her believers would hold a special ceremony called the Fade. This was a pious ceremony that was rarely held. In the former ceremony, the believers would float the body of the deceased down the river with many lit candles, and then the body would be transformed into powerful undead creatures, and randomly sent to any place on the continent to cause large-scale chaos. The latter was called the Ascension. The ceremony was full of low drum music, dancing on hot coals, and various branding and tattooing ceremonies. The cause of the disaster was the Fade. A saint priest in the church of the misfortune goddess died. In the process of this ceremony, the saint priest was transformed into a very terrible undead creature, at least a legendary challenge-level monster. Then a town was destroyed because of this. As the favored one of the misfortune goddess, Soren did not have the slightest affection for this goddess. Because she was an extremely willful existence, any action that angered her could lead to a curse. Even Soren, like the other gods, had a trace of vigilance and fear towards her. Because luck was the easiest thing to cheat people, the appearance of the misfortune goddess meant that the War of the Twins would also begin. Soren was a little worried because he did not want to be involved in the battle between the misfortune goddess and the goddess of fortune. No matter who won in the end, it was not necessarily a good thing for him. Soren decided to wait and see, as long as it didn't affect the things he cared about. Moreover, he also had something very important to do recently. That was to conduct the second large-scale test of the battle banner plane, an attempt to create demon hunters in his god kingdom. The former was already in preparation. It was estimated that in at most half a month, the city of Mordor would be able to carry out a large-scale battle flag trial. This time, Soren needed to test whether his modified device would still cause deaths. As for the second one, it was the most important one. The demon hunters were a very important part of Soren's future plans. They would be the vanguard of the attack on the Dreadlord's kingdom, completely eliminating the Dreadlord's important fighting force, and the main force of the war against other gods in the future. Creating a demon hunter was not easy. This required Soren's divine power and the bloodline seed of his demon incarnation. What Soren wanted now was a way to mass-produce them, assimilate them into the reincarnation pool in his god kingdom, and then create a separate reincarnation pool, so that all the souls that could be promoted to become demon hunters could be directly transformed. Demon hunters were born with strength close to the higher grade. If enough demon hunters could be cultivated, then they would make up for the lack of combat power of the god kingdom, and also make up for the lack of flexibility of the golem army in terms of intelligence. A suitable clergy for Vivian had not been found. She was originally the Witch of Fear, and the most suitable clergy for her was undoubtedly Fear. However, it was not easy to find a suitable springboard. Although there were gods that had fallen, it had not much to do with Vivian. Soren also did not dare to casually start a war with other gods. At present, the gods that did not have a god behind them were basically hiding. Therefore, the best situation was to let Vivian directly obtain the clergy of fear. This meant that she could quickly become a medium divine power, and after completely integrating with the power of the Dread Lord, Vivian could easily become a great divine power. If there were two great divine powers in a god system, then they were qualified to carve out a territory in the pantheon. Soren must use the great divine power as a standard. At present, among the people he could recruit, Saruman was at most a low divine power. The possibility of the Maiden of Pain being promoted was very low. The Princess Royal of Arendelle was at least a medium divine power. But it was hard to say whether she would be willing to join his god system, instead of cultivating others. For Soren, it was better to let Vivian, who he could fully trust, obtain the clergy of fear as soon as possible. The integration of the god kingdom was in progress. The demon incarnation had controlled nearly 1/5 of the land of the Forgotten Land. The golem army of Mordor was taking shape. Elemental fission was being studied. After it was completed, Mordor could carry out the final transformation plan of the floating city. The energy supply would greatly expand the number of the golem army. For Soren, everything he had accumulated was about to explode. At that time, he would descend the god kingdom into the bottomless abyss, and then attack the god kingdom of the Dread Lord. Destroy the throne of fear. The throne of fear must be destroyed before the god of murder broke the seal, so that Vivian could smoothly take over the clergy of fear. Attacking a god's kingdom was a very vast war, and for this, it required an urgent need for a considerable amount of power. Soren had been holding back until now, neither expanding his territory in the material plane, nor developing faith in the areas of other gods, in order to reduce the hostility of others, so that there would be no worries when attacking the god kingdom of the Dread Lord. To put it bluntly, with the current strength of Mordor, with the power that Soren had accumulated for so long, he could control all the coastlines in the south within a day, capture the Principality of Rossard within 3 days, and then expand north to the Deepwater port near the Tower of the Northern Witches within 7 days, control half of the land on the south coast within half a month, and directly attack the vicinity of Amber City and Whiterun within a month. A huge naval force, a powerful army corps, an airship combat unit that transcended eras. Note: secret armed forces. A flying dragon legion that had been formed, a floating space tower that could attack with high-altitude energy, and a golem legion that could be teleported to any place on the south coast at any time. If Soren wanted to expand, he could instantly expand Mordor into the largest kingdom in the south. But he didn't do that, because for him, Vivian was more important than these. He continued to use all his power to destroy the throne of fear, not to expand his territory. He didn't want to face the gods head-on yet. The power of Mordor had always been reserved, but when Soren really made a move, it would inevitably be like thunder. P.S. Let me explain, The Undefeated Legend is a client-side game. It is different from traditional online games. There is no experience mode. You can level up by killing a boss. After playing for a while, you can directly fight in groups. It is also easier for students and office workers to play. When killing the boss, you can get physical prizes such as Durex. When logging in, you can also get phone fees and Chidian coins. If you are tired of reading, you can come in and play with me. Chapter 938. A sharp alarm sounded. With the sound of the horn, the garrison of Mordor City quickly gathered near the barracks. Then there was the low roar of the wyverns in the distant sky. 5 wyverns flew directly to the southwest, and the army quickly moved there. Is there a war? In the central square of Mordor City, the citizens looked at each other in surprise. One of the young men said, "What's going on? Why did the army suddenly gather? Even the wyvern knights were mobilized?" At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. Earthquake. Spread out. Is there an earthquake? A panicked figure came, but it only lasted for a short time, but it also brought a hint of chaos to the crowd. Library. A group of witches quickly walked out of the building. One of the beautiful witches with glasses raised her eyebrows and said, "No, this is not an earthquake. Someone had used the earthquake spell. There's a battle in Mordor City." A real earthquake had a large area of effect. It would not end so quickly. The shaking of the ground just now was obviously the result of magic. There was a very powerful existence that used earthquake on the island of Mordor. Could it be related to the recent elemental riots? The one who spoke was a mature witch with full breasts. She looked up into the distance and said, "If there's a battle, maybe we should go and take a look." According to the rules of Mordor City, military achievements can also be used to exchange for contribution points. Mordor City rarely sent witches to the battlefield, because for Soren, they were closer to researchers. Even if the witches had strong combat power, what Mordor City needed the most was the results of their research, not the weak witches. Mordor City now needed a large number of high-end technical personnel, and it was very difficult to train them. Even if ordinary citizens were trained, they could only be qualified for assembly line work. The real core power was these more knowledgeable spellcasters. At present, there were two spellcaster factions in Mordor City. One was the witch class led by Gloria, and the other was the alchemist class led by Saruman. Saruman also began to form his own team, mainly attracting other wizards from Shipwreck Bay and Deepwater Port. Their overall strength was not as good as the witch group, but they were good at alchemy. The mobilization of the army became more and more frequent. The system of Mordor City was absolute, and the order was carried out very quickly. Immediately, the 3rd and 6th Corps were assembled, and began to move towards the southwest. Meanwhile, on the other side of Mordor City, near the quagmire that was once sealed by Soren, the high slope near the valley had been occupied by a large group of earth elementals. Of course, Soren's seal did not open. Even if it was reactivated, it would not be so fast. His divine power could last for at least 1 or 2 months. These earth elementals came out from another crack. They occupied the high slope overnight, and at the same time, they expanded around, treating all creatures as enemies, and attacked the army of Mordor City. Rumble! Crush these humans! The language used by the earth elemental was a kind of low vibrato, a bit like the sound of the earth shaking. The existence that caused trouble for Mordor City was naturally not an ordinary earth elemental. This time, an earth elemental lord appeared in the crack. It was an earth giant made of rocks more than 10 meters high. It invaded the material plane. And it also brought the army of the earth elemental plane, a large group of earth elementals, earth monsters and half-elemental earth elementals. This attack quickly alarmed Soren, but when he arrived, the battle had already begun. The reaction of Mordor City was very fast. The golem puppets were sent to the battlefield immediately. And then the deacon of the Shadow Church also arrived quickly. There were thousands of earth elementals. This time, Soren did not mean to make a move. He just focused on the earth giant in the lead. The army of Mordor City must be sharpened, because this kind of attack would become more and more frequent. This was not the first time Mordor City fought with elementals. As early as 3 days ago, the fleet of Mordor City eliminated a group of berserk water elementals. It was just that this time the scale was obviously larger. The main reason was that there was an earth elemental lord. The earth giant, which was more than 10 meters high, was obviously a divine life form. However, Soren still did not make a move. At his current level of strength, the benefits of killing a divine life form were just so. Soren still had a large amount of slaughter EXP that had not been used. These slaughter EXP were enough for him to level up several times. The reason why he did not level up was to deal with the greater divine power. Because Soren's current divine power was really not enough. Using slaughter EXP to level up would only increase his attributes by 1 or 2 points. Most of the abilities he had now were almost maxed out. Soren's slaughter EXP was to convert it into divine power. If he needed to fight with a greater divine power as a last resort, the divine power he currently had was absolutely not enough. At that time, he would need slaughter EXP. If Soren converted all the slaughter EXP he had stored, he could instantly restore hundreds or thousands of divine power points, enough for a second burst of divine power. Mortals had a bottleneck. That was a problem that high-grade legends had to face. After a legendary rogue leveled up to a certain level, the only increase in strength was the mastery of shadows. Soren had the shadow priesthood, so leveling up his rogue profession to the maximum level would only increase his attributes. It was impossible for a level 40 rogue to defeat a god who held the title of rogue. The wizard profession level began to reach a bottleneck after reaching the legendary level because at this time, they could only deepen their understanding of spells and increase their own spell slots. No matter how high they leveled up, as long as the goddess of magic did not open up a higher level of the magic net, even a level 40 wizard could only cast legendary spells. This was the limitation of mortals. For Soren, who had become a god, as long as he had enough divine power points, he could cast countless spells. As long as he had enough divine power points, he could always keep the divine shield on. 1 or 2 points of strength could not change much. This was also the important reason why, in the long history, there were so many epic characters with professions as high as level 30, but in the end there were only a few who could kill gods and become gods. When necessary, Soren could level up his profession level at any time. If he encountered an enemy with great divine power, Soren could also convert Slaughter EXP into divine power points. In fact, after Soren was promoted to a mid-grade divine power, Slaughter EXP had begun to be converted into special divine power reserves. This time it was Vivian who made the move, and her enemy was the Earth Giant in front of him. Soren had to test Vivian's combat power after becoming a demigod. This was the best time to practice skills because if Vivian inherited the priesthood of fear in the future, it would be difficult for her to experience the current state of mind. However, contrary to Soren's plan, there were 2 Vivian facing the Earth Giant at the moment. One was the main body, the other was the simulacrum. The little girl's talent in this spell was simply unbelievable. Even Soren could not compare to her because the one in charge of controlling the simulacrum was the Witch of Fear, Lillian. P.S. Invincible Legend will start testing at 13 o'clock tomorrow. The Buddha army has been assembled and is ready to charge for 10 million Qidian coins. Open Sky District, Kingdom of Qi. Do you dare to build a family with me, fight for the king, and conquer the world? What's the saying? There's no time to explain, get in the car. Chapter 939. Mimicry was a very useful spell. Vivian had been studying and adapting to her identity as a demigod, and mimicry was the spell she had been studying the most. Because of the unique nature of their souls, even Soren couldn't separate them. Note, this idea only came to him for a while. Therefore, if the 2 souls wanted to live together in harmony, they had to come up with a suitable plan. In the past, they would appear separately for a period of time. Lillian was Vivian's companion soul, and when necessary, she would take over Vivian's body. But now, the 2 souls were complete, and Soren even suspected that the death of one of them or the forceful separation would cause serious consequences. Therefore, the safest plan now was to let them adapt to the current situation. At this time, mimicry's effect would be reflected. It was a spell that could create an independent avatar, and it was very compatible with Vivian and Lillian's companion souls. On the battlefield, Vivian and Lillian surrounded the stone giant from both sides. Mastering a spell didn't require such a long time, but cultivating the ability to use this spell in battle required a lot of energy. At this moment, Vivian was a completely different person. One of them was her original body, which had the strength of a high-grade legend. Her main profession was a divine sorcerer, and her other profession was a high-grade wizard. The other was her clone, which retained about 80% of her original strength, including her frightening spell slots. For Vivian, mimicry was equivalent to turning 1 turret into 2 turrets. Hence, throughout the entire battle, the stone giant could be seen being bombarded by spells that covered the sky and covered the earth. Sigh. This little girl. Soren silently watched the battle, and after a while he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. It was very difficult for a 10-year-old girl to master high-end combat skills, but fortunately, she knew her own advantages and accidentally came up with a way to defeat 10 with brute force. The battle didn't last long. Under Vivian's overwhelming spell attacks, the stone giant only lasted for less than 5 minutes before it died. With the death of the stone giant, a golden light of divinity appeared, and Soren couldn't help but focus on observing it. This was his main focus this time. He needed to know if Vivian's bloodline had the ability to fuse with divinity. A little bit of divinity merged into Vivian's body. When he saw the divinity of the stone giant being absorbed by Vivian, Soren's expression became serious. He was right. As the descendant of the three death gods, Vivian also had the innate ability to absorb divinity, but this ability was inferior to Soren. If Soren participated in the battle, the divinity would almost certainly be absorbed by him. But now Vivian had single-handedly killed the stone giant, so she had fused with the stone giant's divinity. This was good news. This meant that it would be much easier for Vivian to inherit the power of the divinity of fear. Brother! Brother! After killing the stone giant, the two Vivian excitedly came in front of Soren, raised their little heads and happily said, "I'm awesome, right?" They were exactly the same. During the battle, the two Vivian changed their positions many times. Now that Soren looked at them, he couldn't tell which one was the simulacrum, but he could more or less tell the difference. Vivian's aura was softer, while Lillian's aura was a little more flamboyant. As for other things, there was no way to tell. Yes. Soren reached out and touched the two little girls' heads, smiled and said, "You did well." Lillian's soul was born with Vivian, so Soren accepted the fact that he had a sister very quickly, because Vivian knew everything that Vivian knew, and Lillian also experienced everything that Vivian experienced. Soren thought for a while and said seriously, "You two go back first. Just now, the stone giant's divinity has been integrated into your bodies. I need you to convert and absorb this divinity as soon as possible. Tell me immediately when you're done. I need to know the speed of your integration." The day of the attack on the Kingdom of Fear was getting closer and closer. Soren had to get rid of this threat, but he needed to know the speed of the two little girls' integration of divinity, because he might need Vivian's power in the final stage of the Avatar crisis. Even, to some extent, when the Avatar crisis ended, how much success could Soren achieve in the end? Vivian would be the most important point, because Vivian had many things that no one could replace. She was the most important person to Soren. She had complete trust in Soren. She could let Soren completely trust her. She could have the potential of a great divine power. In this regard, Vivian far exceeded Gloria and Fallen Witch. She even had more potential than Princess Royal. I see. Vivian nodded obediently. She had always wanted to help her brother, and as a smart little girl, she also realized that the whole world was changing. She hoped that she could help her brother, but this required a lot of power, because Soren was a mid-level divine power, and his enemies were bound to be more powerful. It was because of this that the little girl could patiently train her strength. Otherwise, with the lawless character of Lillian, the Witch of Fear, she would have already gone out to wander around. The reason why Lillian could patiently contact the simulacrum and cooperate with Vivian to integrate divinity and control the power of the divine spark was that she hoped that she could also help Soren at a critical moment. On the other side, after the battle, the army of Mordor was cleaning up the battlefield. The earth elementals dropped a lot of good things. These crystals could be used as materials for the witches to make golem puppets, and the body of the earth elementals itself was a resource. They could be used to quickly make parts of golem puppets. Soren's task was to seal the cracks in the plane. During the time of the elemental turmoil, all he could do was to mend it because no one dared to counterattack the elemental plane. Even the abyss had been beaten by the army of the elemental plane. Facing the endless elemental legion, even a divine system would have a headache. Change space divine spark power. Soren transformed into the form of the saint. With the golden light, the cracks in the plane in front of him were also sealed. The next things could be left to others. Soren was ready to return to Mordor to officially start the expansion plan of the Demon Hunter. He had extracted some genes from the demon avatar, and the fusion of the pool of reincarnation was continuing. If successful, he would first try to transform a blood pool in the abyss. The blood pool was the pool of reincarnation. However, the power of the blood pool was a little different from the pool of reincarnation. It only transformed the lowest level of abyss worms. That's right. Vivian recently had a new name. Twin of Fear. P.S. First update. Chapter 940. The cold wind was howling. Even in summer, the cold wind in Icewind Valley was still as sharp as a knife. A thin figure wearing a cloak appeared. He advanced along the Icewind Valley. When he heard a strange sound from the side, he stopped and pressed his white hand on the hilt of his saber. "Come out!" A clear voice sounded. The lone traveler made people realize that she was a woman as soon as she spoke. In this turbulent period, even a team of adventurers did not dare to wander at will. And a lone woman was very rare. She could walk to Icewind Valley alive, which undoubtedly proved that she had the ability to protect herself in this chaotic era. Haha! There was a strange sound, following which 3 ice trolls rushed out from the corner. The ice troll in the lead had a huge physique, standing over 3 meters tall. The other 2 were much shorter. One of them was holding a stick-like weapon. Upon closer inspection, it was a human leg bone that had been eaten clean. Human flesh. Delicious. Eat meat. The ice troll made a strange sound and rushed toward the lone woman in front of it excitedly. Shang. Accompanied by a cold light, the cloaked woman disappeared in an instant. The next moment, she appeared at the side of the ice troll. Magical radiance swirled around her scimitar and cut open the ice troll's neck, leaving a wound 7 to 8 centimeters deep. If it were not for the lack of strength as a woman, she would have cut off the ice troll's head directly. Sword form, spinning strike. Accompanied by the wind and snow of Icewind Valley, a thin figure soared into the air. Her fluttering cloak revealed her fiery red long hair. She flipped her palm and another curved blade appeared. It was different from the one she used at the beginning. This second curved blade carried a threatening, baleful aura. The moment it hit the ice troll, it was directly cut in half. The first attack couldn't even cut off the ice troll's head, but the second attack cut the ice troll in half. There was no doubt that the power of this second weapon was very amazing. Plop! The battle only lasted for 3 seconds. When the bodies of the 3 ice trolls fell, the slender woman also landed gently, icing death. She took off the hood on her head and reached out to touch the scimitar in front of her. She murmured, "As expected of the weapon used by my master." Adele Isabella, after the red-haired female pirate in Motor City completed the task of controlling the Windspear Hills, she asked Soren to give her a chance to travel alone, hoping to break through the legendary realm. She had already lost count of how many battles she had fought during her travels. Ever since she left the Windspear Hills, she had encountered countless battles along the way. There were lizardmen, gnolls, ogres, bandits, ill-intentioned adventurers, crazy degenerates, and even the hungry bugbears that attacked her. Along the way, Adele Isabella saw too many cruel scenes. She saw the piles of bones on the roadside, the starving people bartering for food, the fallen people sacrificing living people, and the poor farmers who had been cooked in the lizardman's pot. The waves of impact of the Avatar crisis had turned the material plane into a man-eating hell. And it was precisely because she had seen all this that Adele Isabella discovered the greatness of Motor City and the greatness of Soren. Compared with all the hellish things outside, the stability and prosperity of Mordor City was like heaven. Her faith became extremely firm, because she firmly believed that in this terrible era, only Soren could save everything, bring a stable and orderly life to mortals, and end this terrible era. Along the Icewind Valley, Adele Isabella soon saw the bones of a horse that had been eaten clean, and there were several human remains next to it. There was no doubt that this was the work of the ice trolls. The victims should be a small caravan. Facing the trolls that were extremely difficult to kill, they were not spared in the end. Sigh. Adele Isabella sighed and continued to move forward. She had seen too many similar things along the way. She had traveled all the way from the south to the north, and everything she saw was so shocking. Mortals were like ants struggling at death's door, and many once rich towns had become a tomb of the living dead. That was the work of the undead. The resentment before death had caused ghouls to appear in many places, especially those who had starved to death. It was very likely that they would mutate. Along the way, Adele Isabella had also encountered many dangers. If it weren't for the icing death that Soren had left for her, she might not have been able to come all the way here. Breaking through to the realm of legends was right in front of her. But Adele Isabella always felt that there was a bottleneck stuck at the most critical point, making it impossible for her to truly enter the realm of legends. She was ready to go to the Frost Kingdom. In the cold wind and snow, she sharpened her will in order to break through to the realm of legends as soon as possible. Because she felt a calling, she felt that Motor City would need her strength. Snake Island. A bare-chested figure stood in front of a reef by the shore. With the ebb and flow of the tide, waves crashed against his body. He expressionlessly waved his sharp blade. And no one knew how long he had been doing this. This was a burly man. There was a very conspicuous sign on his body. That was, he had only one eye. One-eyed dragon. Another huge wave came head-on. One-eyed dragon roared and slashed down with his sword in an instant. With a threatening cold light, the huge wave in front of him was split in the middle by his sword. One-eyed dragon slowly put away his sword and stood there. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "Why can't I break through?" Since the giant broke through to the realm of legends, all the pirate leaders felt a deep sense of crisis. Adele Isabella gave up the power of the Wind Spear Hills and decided to travel to the mainland to find an opportunity to break through to the realm of legends. Scarface followed the fleet to the Eastern Kingdom to learn new abilities. As a pirate leader who stayed on the south coast, One-Eyed Dragon got inspiration after meeting an Eastern Ronin. He began to learn their fighting skills and tried to understand the power of Chi. Snake Island had become his current stronghold. The reason why he chose this place was only because the waves here were more violent and more suitable for him to train. But breaking through to the realm of legends was not as easy as he thought. He clearly felt that he was just one step away, but he could not cross it. One-Eyed Dragon felt that he needed an opportunity, a life and death experience. Because the last time he directly broke through the realm, it was at the moment when he was hovering between life and death. He didn't know if Adele Isabella had broken through to the realm of legends, but he knew that there was a rising star called Ugly Monkey, who had already entered the realm of legends. He felt a deep sense of crisis. If he wanted to keep his current position and get more power in the camp of Mordor City, he must be promoted to the realm of legends. P.S. I'm finally done, so tired. Today 7/22. Undefeated Legend officially opens beta testing. I'm busy and have a look at the game. I don't know how the Buddha army is preparing. Is there still a chance to be the king? Chapter 941. No one could stop the growth of Mordor City. As time went by, the first batch of legendary professions in Mordor City gradually appeared, making up for the disadvantage left by the lack of time. Maybe it was because Sorin had the power of slaughter. The followers who believed in and served him seemed to advance more easily than others. Take the three newcomers who had reached the legendary realm in Mordor City. The first one was Giant. He was a warrior who was not very smart, but he was very loyal to Sorin and was a fanatical believer of the Shadow Lord. Giant was the first warrior to reach the legendary realm in Mordor City. Then the second person was a rogue named Ugly Monkey. He was a very talented rogue, and was also a fanatical believer of Sorin. This talented young man had broken through several times between life and death. He suddenly surpassed other pirate leaders, and became the second person to reach the legendary realm in Mordor City in 2 years. Then the third person to break through was Milan. Half-elf, Milan. Saint Priest, Milan. As a girl who believed in and served Sorin, she had a natural advantage, and her strength improved very quickly. Almost shortly after Ugly Monkey advanced to the legendary realm, Saint Priest, Milan also advanced to the legendary realm, and became the leader of the church, second only to the high priest. It seemed that the believers who had something to do with Sorin improved faster than others. And those pirate leaders who followed Sorin at least, especially those who did not believe in Sorin, seemed to have stayed in the range of high-grade professions, and could not get the opportunity to break through. The light of dawn shone. It was a very peaceful day, but something happened in the peace. When Sorin was transforming the battle flag plane, he suddenly sensed a sense of joy from a distance, followed by spiritual communication and devout prayer. Almost without thinking, Sorin knew that Adele Isabella, who had been traveling on the continent, had broken through the legendary realm. As a fanatic follower of Sorin, the red-haired female pirate was bound to become a Holy Spirit apostle in Soren's holy kingdom in the future. In order to ensure the safety of this Holy Spirit, Soren gave her icing death. And today Isabella had returned the favor to Soren. She had successfully become a legendary during this trip, which meant that she had the qualifications to become a god's messenger in Soren's divine kingdom. This was a very important matter. As a new god, although he had many followers, there were very few who were qualified to become a god's emissary. For now, among Soren's subordinates, there were only 3 who were qualified to become messengers of God. One was the saint priestess, Milan, the other was the fanatic, ugly monkey, and the last was the red-haired pirate, Isabella. However, this was still far from enough. Because in order to maintain the normal operation of the divine kingdom, Soren, as an intermediate divine power, needed at least 4 to 6 messengers of God's divine kingdom. There were many legendary professions in the material plane, but there were not many who could serve Soren devoutly. With his current situation, it was not easy for him to cultivate so many. Many times, the resources controlled by the gods were accumulated little by little over time, and the Holy Spirit also needed enough time to cultivate. The bottomless abyss, the 3rd layer. After occupying the land in the south of the Forgotten Land, the Golumba arena doubled in size. Sauron was a generous lord. He divided part of the land to the high-grade demons under his command, but as the demon lord who ruled this land, he still firmly held the control of the Abyss blood pool. At present, there were 2 Abyss blood pools in Sauron's territory. They were constantly providing Sauron with people and troops. Overlooking the Golumba arena from a high altitude, one could already see the layout of the city. The center was the most magnificent arena. The side was the business district operated by demons. The south was a large-scale blacksmith shop, and the north was a large military camp. Further away was the location of the volcano, where minerals were constantly being mined. Inside the magnificent palace, Sauron sat on the throne overlooking everything. Beside him was a group of charming succubus maids. After completing the deal with the Radiance Nun, Sauron had a group of succubus under his command. They were a little smarter than other demons and could do a lot of work. Great Sauron! At this moment, standing in front of Sauron was an old Yugoloth, and on the other side was an ugly Onababa. The Yugoloth bowed to Sauron and said, "We have sent the metal you want. Recently, there has been a bit of chaos in the Styx. It seems that the Knoll King Yeenagu defeated someone and fled to this plane, so the next batch of goods you need may be a few days late." Sauron frowned when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "Got it. But you have to send it as soon as possible." Yugros heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this and quickly took his leave. At this time, the ugly Onababa came up and said in a hoarse voice, "Lord Sauron, a lord of the Shura realm, needs a large number of abyssal worms. He is willing to use a batch of gems as payment. I wonder if you are interested?" The Onababa liked to do cross-plane trade, and the abyssal worm trade had always been the focus. Sauron pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not interested in gems, but if it can be exchanged for metal ingots, I can consider it." The Onababa also left when she heard this. He needed to discuss with the Shura realm lord, and then decide whether to trade. Because of Sauron's inclination towards order, the Golumba arena had become one of the main trading markets in the upper 3 floors of the Abyss. Not only the Shura realm demons, but even the lords of the Scorched Hell and the Grey Wilderness also liked to send people to purchase materials here. Any trade in the Abyss was profitable. If there was no more than double the profit, the demons would not be willing to trade at all. So Sauron also made a lot of money. But most of the things he harvested were exchanged for ores, and then secretly sent to Motor City. After staying in the hall for a while, Sauron came to the secret barracks of the Golumba arena. This was a very vast underground training ground. There were almost no demons here, and 2 demon hunters were in charge of guarding the door. My lord! My lord!" As soon as Sauron entered, the newborn demon hunters who were training inside knelt down on one knee. Sauron waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. How many demon hunters are reincarnated now?" A demon hunter with dark green scars came out and said, "My lord, There are currently 127 reincarnated demon hunters. 12 of them need to adapt to their new bodies. Heroic spirit transformation. These newborn demon hunters were not transformed with other souls, but directly transformed from Soren's kingdom. Chapter 942. What was to come had finally come. While Soren was busy in Mordor City, tens of thousands of orcs had gathered near the Agate River. Of course, this time, the gathering of orcs was not for war. With the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, many lands in the entire material plane had become barren. Because of Soren's intervention, the current casualties in the material plane were about 10%, which meant that almost 1/10 of the population had died. The orcs were one of the unluckier ones. Because of the battlefield of Autumnfall, the orcs had lost about 50% of their population in the Avatar crisis. But fortunately, the orcs were very fertile. Basically, as long as peace was restored, it was enough to double the population in 10 years. As a mixed-race creature, the status of the orcs had always been very awkward. Humans did not like them, and the pure-blood orcs did not like them. They had always been wandering outside the two races. It could be said that there was a big gap between them and the half-elves. And the biggest gap was that the difference in appearance was too big. Because of the gap in appearance, the orcs had always been unable to integrate into other races. The final Battle of Autumnfall was once ridiculed by female adventurers as the battle of appearance of the mixed race. The densely packed orcs gathered together. In the center of the orc camp, there was a magnificent altar with a diameter of more than 100 meters. More than 10 old shaman priests gathered near the altar. Their faces were a little excited as they directed the nearby half-orcs to get busy. At the most important part of the altar, a lifelike statue had been erected. On top of the statue was Eugene with an aged face. He held a spear in his hand and looked into the distance. His body was covered with tattoos made of ashes. The bonfire was jumping. Night was coming. A large number of orcs gathered around the altar, and the shaman priests became the hosts of the ceremony. Boom. As if they had received a command, at about 9 o'clock in the middle of the night, all the orcs suddenly knelt down, and then a low prayer came from the center of the altar. My Lord Eugene. Note orc language. You are the master of the orcs. You are the protector of the orcs. You guide us forward. You teach us to farm. You strengthen our race. You are our eternal guide. My Lord Eugene. You raise the kingdom of God. Rise to the sky. The muffled sound of prayers echoed across the wilderness. As tens of thousands of people's prayers gathered together, a little divine brilliance began to gather on the statue in the center of the altar. The investiture. Eugene endured for so long and finally decided to become a god at this moment. Eugene the Ascender. This old orc who was about to reach the end of his life. Because of this, he had finally succeeded in becoming a god. It was different from Sauron's investiture ceremony. Eugene's investiture prayer was very short. It was almost a regular half-orc clergy. The time he chose was around 9 o'clock at night, which meant that he was one of the gods in the evil camp. Under normal circumstances, the gods of the good alignment would be apotheosized during the day. Similarly, unless they were very powerful, the apotheosis ceremony would usually be held before dawn. In terms of scale, Eugene's investiture ceremony was undoubtedly bigger than Soren's. However, judging from the divine brilliance on the altar, Eugene's investiture ceremony was only about half of Soren's. Due to the limitations of their race, the level of civilization of the orcs was not high. Therefore, Eugene chose the wild mode investiture ceremony. The so-called wild mode was just a joke. It meant that the level of civilization of the investiture race was so low that there was no way to popularize temples. What should they do? In this case, they could only use an altar to make up the numbers. The so-called altar was often a platform and a few large stones. It was very convenient for the investiture ceremony, but at the same time, it also reduced the proportion of the power of faith absorbed. Of course, using altars also had its benefits. For example, what happened in front of them? After the first prayer, a group of orcs dragged a few ground dragons to the altar. Blood sacrifice. This was the oldest sacrificial ceremony. As the shaman personally ended the lives of these ground dragons, the blood flowed along the runes on the altar. Then the light condensed on the statue skyrocketed, and at the same time, there was a faint bloody light. 1,000 miles away, Moda City, Soren appeared outside the door in an instant. He looked up at the sky, and then cast a simulacrum. Greater teleportation. Soren's figure appeared over the city of Autumnfall, and then quickly came near the Agate River. He saw tens of thousands of orcs gathered, and at the same time, he realized that Eugene was holding an investiture ceremony. Finally, it's investiture. Soren shook his head and sighed. Then his figure appeared, and a little bit of golden divine brilliance appeared. Compared with his investiture ceremony, Eugene's investiture ceremony was a bit lonely, because no other gods came to congratulate him from beginning to end. The only one who appeared in the sky was Soren, his former enemy, but now he was temporarily cooperating with him. Soren's existence could only be seen by Eugene, and the orcs could not see him. Other than that, neither the gods of the human god system, nor the gods of the orc god system appeared. The blood sacrifice was in progress. When Soren saw the blood sacrifice ceremony, he knew the path Eugene had chosen. This was the ancient shaman doctrine. As a half-orc, Eugene did not choose the way of preaching because it was difficult for the orcs to establish enough civilization like humans. This ancient blood sacrifice could quickly increase Eugene's power, but it would also create a bottleneck for him because of the blood sacrifice. Soren had always rejected the blood sacrifice from beginning to end. Even all the rituals in the temple did not include blood sacrifice. For him, this kind of impure power was not beneficial at all. However, Eugene had divinity stolen from the lesser demon lord, so it was not surprising that he chose the blood sacrifice. A little bit of golden brilliance appeared. Eugene was not able to create a holy kingdom in such a short period of time. But the orcs also had their own ancestral land, which was a kingdom formed by ancestor worship. What the Ascendant needed to do now was to inherit all of this. The whole investiture ceremony lasted for about an hour and a half, and the blood sacrifice ceremony took up 2/3 of the time. After Eugene completed the investiture ceremony, he nodded slightly at Soren, who was watching all of this from the sky. Soren nodded in response and turned around and disappeared. They were both officially gods, but Eugene's influence on the material plane was far less than Soren's. Basically, he did not disturb any gods, and not many gods paid more attention to him. Even the vampire god's investiture ceremony was a little bigger than his. This was the limitation. Eugene was only a half-orc, and both Soren and Reinhardt were the successors of the three gods of death. P.S. Guess who will be the next to become a god? Chapter 943. Mordor City. Barracks. Today's Mordor City was a little different because hundreds of people were gathered in the courtyard at the side door of the city hall early in the morning. Most of these people were elite warriors, and some were even officers of Mordor City. In the absence of blocking the news, a piece of news was spreading among the officers of Mordor City. That was, the higher-ups of Mordor City had a unique trial method in their hands. It could allow people to enter it and hone their combat skills. Even if they died in it, they would not really die. It was said that those who had entered it had improved a lot after coming out. Some had even touched the edge of the legendary realm, which made many high-grade professions feel excited. Among these people, there was one person who was very special. He stood alone on one side of the courtyard, and there was a group of people gathered around him. He seemed to be in the center of power of Mordor City, but also seemed to be wandering outside the power of Mordor City. This person was the One-Eyed Dragon. He was one of the first pirate leaders to follow Soren in Mordor City, and he was the manager of the sea from Port Tylon to Snake Island. It was a complete accident that he joined this trial because after he couldn't break through the legendary realm for a long time, the One-Eyed Dragon learned about this trial from the news channel of Mordor City. Then the pirate leader, who had been famous for a long time, directly begged Soren to join the trial. After all, the One-Eyed Dragon was one of the first followers, so Soren agreed after thinking about it. During this time, Soren had been transforming the battle flag plane. As a god, Soren's progress was very fast. Now his attributes had changed, especially in the basic skills, which were even more obvious. His ability had improved the most at present. Name, Soren, Holy Form, Intermediate Divine Power. Race, Half-Elf God of Massacre. Attributes: Strength 23 plus 6, Agility 39 plus 6, Constitution 28 plus 6, Intelligence 30 plus 7, Wisdom 21 plus 6, Charm 25 plus 9. Alignment: Lawful Evil Class. Level 10 Rogue, 01150000. Level 10 Shadow Dancer, Max. Level 10 Wizard, 02725000. Level 12 Arcanist, 03255000. Grade 7 Health Points, 625625 Robust, EXP. 5255075 Slaughter EXP. 15,545 Profession EXP. Unassigned. Skill Points. None Attribute Points. None Legendary Point. 300 Divinity. 295 Middle Divinity. Upgrading Great Divinity requires 300 points. Godhood. 165 Mid-Grade Godhood. Requires 300 points to upgrade Great Divinity. Divine Power. 513-3300. Upgrading to Greater Divine Power requires 1200 Divine Power points and Mastery of Deities Descending. Divine Law. The current divinity storage limit is 3,300 points. Clergy, Shadow Thief Half-Elf Rogue Tracker. Domains: Disease Poison Trickery Slaughter, Death Fear, Evil Domination, Piracy, Shadow Plants. Spirit Chi, Evil Spirit Chi, Fear Spirit Chi. Status Normal. Basic Skills: Sneak 555, Literacy 435, Steal 425, Picklock 375, Snare 315, Focus 375, Negotiate 515, Appraise 325, Deceive 375, Intimidation 575, Taunt 315, Perform 315, Listen 425, Dodge 455, Parry 315, Block 275, Heal 275, Search 435, Detect 515, Scroll Copy 285, Spell Identify 315, Survival 355, Use Magic Equipment 275, Cooking 225, Alchemy 475, Forge Magic Weapon 315. Saint Form, Transcendence, Spell Immunity 1-4, Epic Divine Power, Instant Cast 1-3. Godhood Abilities: Space Change, Death's Hand, Reality Change, Form Change, Divine Power, Shockwave, Language Proficiency, Character Proficiency, Interplanar Communication, Astral Teleportation, Plane Teleportation. Legendary Skills: Legendary Mana Construct, Legendary Tenacity, Legendary Spell Penetration, Legendary Reflex, See Weakness, Perfect Dual Wielding, Omnipotent Hands, Legendary Evasion, Legendary Battle Skills, Epic Dexterity, Epic Intelligence, Epic Constitution. Special Abilities: Blessing of the Goddess of Magic, God Slayer, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Dragon Blood Baptism LV2, Heart of Slaughter, Slayer, Deathwalker, Ascetic, Erudite, Blasphemy. Personal Abilities: Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Skilled Spellcasting, Reflex Evasion, Intuitive Evasion, Roll Evasion, Agile Movement, Evade Sight, Dark Vision, Combat Spellcasting, Mobile Spellcasting, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Maximize Spell, Craft Magic Equipment, Spell Penetration, Minor Magic Resistance, Minor Cold Resistance, Moderate Fire Resistance, Minor Poison Resistance, Minor Electric Resistance, Robust, High Regeneration, Telepathy 100. Feat. Profession Abilities: Arcane Memory, Arcane Counterspell, Arcane Runes, Shadow Dominator, Nimble Mind, Military Weapon Proficiency, Curved Sword Legendary. Combat Skills: Summon Shadow, Shadow Leap 300 meters, Shadow Strike, Shadow Jump 2 times, Vampiric Touch Divinity, Sword Form, Heavy Slash, Sword Form, Horizontal Slash, Sword Form, Beheading, Sword Form, Waist Slash, Sword Form, Spinning Strike, Spinning Slash. In order to complete the transformation plan of the War Flag Realm, Soren increased his Arcanist level by 2 levels. He also added all his skill points to Alchemy, which increased his Alchemy to 475 points. At the same time, he also obtained the ability, Legendary Magic Construct, to cooperate with the transformation plan. This ability was similar to Princess Royal's magic transformation, where he could change the form and effect of his spells according to his will. The application in battle was similar to Princess Royal's snow incarnation, but Soren mainly focused on alchemy. When one's strength reached Soren's level, it would be very difficult to increase his level. He now had more than 5 million slaughter EXP in his storage. It seemed like a lot, but it was not enough. At most, he could only increase his level by 2 levels. For now, killing ordinary enemies was not very meaningful to Soren. He now needed at least legendary enemies to be worth killing. So if he wanted to continue increasing his profession level, Soren's target was still the Dread Lord. According to an adventure log in his previous life, when the god of Massacre, Baal, completed the quest to destroy the throne of Massacre, the son of Massacre at that time received an astonishing 30 million slaughter experience points. If the son of Massacre did not give up on becoming a god, perhaps a new powerful evil god would have been born. Soren was now waiting for a big move. He did not expect to receive 30 million slaughter EXP after destroying the Throne of Terror, but it should not be a small amount, right? After all, the Dreadlord was also a greater god. Moreover, the god of Massacre, Baal, and the Dreadlord were in a very similar situation. They were both in a situation where they were on the brink of death, and the core of their soul and power was stored in the Throne of Massacre, Throne of Terror. Soren now hoped to obtain the soul energy in it. For Soren, if he could obtain 30 million slaughter EXP, then he should have no problem leveling up 10 times in a row. In terms of profession level, he should be able to challenge a greater god. After a long wait, these people finally entered the War Flag realm through a portal. At this time, the first level of the War Flag realm had undergone a huge change. The altar-like connecting devices had all been removed. After Cyclops and the others entered, they saw a very magnificent hall. In front of the door, there were 2 diamond golems in charge of guarding, and there were also a team of steel golems patrolling around. In front of the hall was a square, and in the center was a huge purple crystal. There were also translucent crystal tubes connected together, and they could faintly see the magical energy flowing through them. Soren had really put in a lot of effort this time. He directly used the power of the divinity to change the size of the space. It was as if he had used his divine power to create the hall out of thin air. With a large number of skill points invested in alchemy, Soren's mastery of alchemy had improved by leaps and bounds. Soon, he grafted an energy channel and connected it to the elemental furnace. Why is everything here different from the last time? This time, there seemed to be a guy who had been here before, and he seemed to be called Jack. Cyclops listened to the voice not far away, and then followed the golem's guidance into the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw neat rows of how should they describe it? There were rows of neatly arranged things that looked like stone coffins with translucent crystal lids on top. Now, what the golem wanted them to do was to lie down inside. Can I enter the trial field by lying in it? Cyclops looked at everything in front of him and murmured to himself. Everything here was full of magic. There were huge crystal chandeliers, lavender magic energy pipes, and the diamond golem who was responsible for guarding looked at everyone with oppressive eyes. There were strange runes engraved on the walls, but they didn't know what they were for. The soldiers of Mordor were used to obeying orders. Although they were a little uncomfortable with everything in front of them, soon some people obeyed and lay down inside the stone coffin. Cyclops was not in a hurry. He had been paying attention to those who entered first. When the first batch of people lay down inside, the crystal glass on the stone coffin automatically closed together, and then a flickering light spot lit up at the end of the stone coffin. Then the people inside became motionless. It looked like they had fallen into a deep sleep. Only their chests rose and fell with their breathing. Did I enter the illusion of the trial just like that? Cyclops thought for a while. After seeing the people around him enter one after another, he also chose a stone coffin and lay down inside. Compared to others, Cyclops, who was a little nervous, did not immediately fall asleep. It took him a while to feel tired. After not deliberately resisting, he soon fell into a deep sleep. A faint red light flashed. When the one-eyed dragon opened his eyes after letting go of his mind and falling into a deep sleep, he was already under a blood-red sky. Hey, You despicable human. What are you doing here? The devils are about to attack the city. Why aren't you fighting? Pa! The whip cracked loudly. Before the one-eyed man could react, he was whipped on the head. When he turned around, he immediately saw a ferocious-looking lustful demon urging him to join the battle. Incredible! Although he was whipped, the one-eyed man's expression was very pleasantly surprised at this moment. P.S. Tomorrow. Chapter 944. Unlike the last time, Soren's focus was not on the contestants this time. He just paid a little attention to the one-eyed man, and then shifted his attention to other places. This time, Soren increased the difficulty of the trial, and the scale was increased to a small-scale conflict in the Abyss Blood War. It constantly increased the number of the Devil Army, and at the same time, it also allowed the Devil Army to have more elite troops. It had to be said that the idea of transcending time was sometimes a bit lonely, because although Soren had set some hidden plots and tasks in the trial, none of the contestants had thought of these so far. They were more like warriors to experience the trial. Because Soren had increased the scale of the battle, the probability of the death of the cannon fodder had increased several times compared to the last time. Although the trial battle had just begun, some people had already died in less than 5 minutes. Sauron's focus was on those who died. The first to die was the captain of the Mordor guards. As a mercenary on the devil's side, he was very unfortunate to encounter a 6-armed snake demon. Although this guard captain had the strength of a high grade, in front of the powerful 6-armed snake demon, he was barely able to hold on for about 3 minutes before he was killed. With his death, a trace of soul power was stripped away, and at the same time, the killing power gathered on Soren's body. The dead contestant quickly woke up, and was sent back to the real world. When he opened his eyes, the crystal lid of the sarcophagus had been opened, and standing in front of him was a steel golem. Contestant. You have finished the trial. The steel golem said in a dull voice. Now please leave with me. In order to prevent other contestants from being disturbed, there was a special steel golem responsible for guarding here, and its intelligence level was also improved by Alice. The person who had just died was obviously unwilling, but after experiencing death he seemed a little dispirited, and the shock to his soul was also great. He couldn't help but murmur, "Damn it! If I had another chance, I would definitely be able to escape from the enemy's hands." Without waiting for him to respond, the steel golem had already taken him away. After the contestant got up, the runes engraved in the sarcophagus gradually dimmed. At the moment of his death, these runes all lit up. The battles in the trial were still ongoing. Even though Soren had increased the difficulty of the dungeon by quite a bit, the number of people entering the dungeon had obviously increased, and the number of elites had also increased by a large margin. However, after the first person died and left the trial, more and more people began to die in battle. The steel golems kept bringing people out, and after about half an hour, more than 60 people had died in the trial. But this time, no one died because they couldn't pass the test of will when they returned from death. All the participants who withdrew from the trial only felt a temporary mental weakness. This level of weakness was not enough to threaten their lives. Very good. Looks like my modification was successful. There were more than 100 trial takers, and half of them had already finished the trial. However, none of them had died. This was much better than Soren's last trial. At this moment, only then did he have the time to pay attention to the remaining trial takers. Due to the increase in the number of people, the chances of discovering hidden quests also increased. Those who were able to survive the first half hour were those with better brains. Some of them had already discovered that although they were mercenaries, they could also recruit troops to fight. This greatly reduced the probability of death, and gave them a chance to surround and kill stronger enemies. Soren paid attention to these people while thinking about other things. He muttered, "Looks like the battle flag trial is on the right track. But if I want to promote it, I have to think of another way. Not everyone can pass the battle flag trial and advance. Should I add a point system in the next trial? The points will be based on the number of kills in the battle flag plane. Then I'll give some generous rewards to the outstanding ones. If there really is such an outstanding person who can pass the trial, then even if I give him some divinity points, it won't be a big deal. The trial alone obviously couldn't satisfy Soren's desire to set it up. He felt that he should add something more interesting. Moreover, the battle flag trial was originally designed to have a corresponding reward system. In just a short while, the number of trial takers who died increased again. Now there were only a dozen or so trial takers left, and the one-eyed man was one of them. He now had a very excited expression. This was because he had just killed a soul judgment demon by himself. This kind of quasi-legendary level enemy, he could only barely survive, but he managed to grab hold of a chance of survival in the battle. This feeling was too wonderful. Although he was now heavily injured and on the verge of death, he was still in a good mood. Next was a wave of large-scale siege. The demon army launched a general attack on the Devil's Steel Fortress. This time, not only did a large number of intermediate demons appear, but even Balers and Balers also appeared. In such an intense battle, the chances of surviving were very low, unless you completed the hidden quest at the beginning, or you had the strength of a high legendary level. So there was no doubt about it. Everyone died in the general attack. When all the trial takers were dead, Soren had time to check his harvest. The slaughter EXP was negligible, and it was all integrated into the battle flag plane. Soren obtained the slaughter energy that was born when the trial takers died. These 100 or so trial takers gave Soren about 20 divine power points. 20 divine power points. When Sauron had just ascended to godhood, he only accumulated 2 points of divine power in a day. These 100 or so trial takers were equivalent to all the divine power points that Soren had accumulated in 3 days, which was equivalent to dozens of fanatics continuously praying. This harvest was too rich. Soren couldn't help but think that if the battle flag plane could be expanded, then wouldn't he be able to easily obtain several times the divine power points of other gods? When the gods descended to the mortal realm, they were all empty. Although Soren's divinity could hold up to 3,000 divine power points, he had never accumulated more than 1,000 divine power points. As long as the battle flag plane could be expanded, then Soren would be able to continuously obtain divine power points. With enough divine power points, Soren could easily enchant a large number of weapons. He only needed to use a few materials to create a first-tier legendary item. Then the harvest would be directly proportional to the investment. P.S. First update. When Sauron's divine power is full, he can withstand about 33,000 physical damage when he activates Divine Shield. Chapter 945. Divine power was the direct embodiment of power. Not to mention other uses of the divine power value, just in the case of activating the Divine Shield, with Soren's maximum divine power value, he could withstand about 30,000 points of damage. That was 30,000 damage. In the entire multiverse, the number of existences that could cause 30,000 damage to Soren could be counted on one's fingers. This was also the reason why adventurers often failed when they tried to besiege the gods. If there were not enough adventurers, the effective damage caused would not be enough to break through the Divine Shield. Then it would be basically impossible to kill a god in the form of a saint. The third test of the battle banner plane was undoubtedly a success. Because no one died this time, this meant that Soren's magic circle had greatly reduced the possibility of accidents. However, most of the chosen candidates this time were high-grade professions, so Soren still needed to conduct the fourth test. Next time, the scale of the candidates would be expanded, and middle-grade professions would also be chosen. As for the final goal, it was to see if ordinary people could participate in the test. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. July was coming soon. And when Adele Isabella returned to the Windspear Hills, an earth-shattering battle occurred near the volcano in the southwest of the continent. This battle alarmed countless people, but not many people dared to go close to watch, because this time it was the wind elemental god and the earth elemental god. The wind elemental god, Arcady, was the embodiment of one of the basic elements, wind. She was one of the 4 elemental gods, and like the other elemental gods, she didn't have many followers. She seemed to be above time and hadn't changed in the long history. She had some dealings with other gods related to the wind elemental, such as Adele, Fenrir, and Sandaker, but they weren't very close. She didn't pay much attention to her followers. Only when mortals burned precious incense and made the smoke float with the wind to pay respect to her, would she pay more attention to them. She might respond to the prayers of mortals, change the wind direction, stabilize the wind's speed, provide good flying weather, or make rain. She was an ancient god who didn't care. The only thing she didn't like was the earth elemental god. Akadi did everything she could to resist the stubborn earth elemental god, Galamba. The four elemental ancient gods opposed each other. Although they were all gods with great divine power, the number of times they met in their lives was limited. And most of the time, once they met, there was a possibility of fighting. There was no way to know who made the first move. By the time Soren realized that the two elemental ancient gods were fighting, the entire area within a radius of 100 miles had become a battlefield for the wind elementals and the earth elementals. The elemental sovereign gods didn't care about mortals. This was because they did not need the faith of mortals. They did not even care about their own believers. So why would the ancient elemental gods care about the creatures in the material plane? This was the difference in values. And it was precisely because of this difference that the ancient elemental gods did not mind using the material plane as a battlefield for them to defeat their opponents. Galamba was the embodiment of earth, one of the basic elements. He was one of the four elemental gods, and like the other elemental gods, he did not have many believers. He was relatively indifferent to his own believers, and the king of the earth only accepted the pure offerings of his believers without any demands, agate, jasper, or other minerals. Most of the gifts he gave to mortals were all kinds of protective magic, or knowledge about the hidden places and rich mineral veins. However, the more the believers contributed, the more gifts he would give. Most of the time, the earth elemental god was even too lazy to respond to his believers. Such a silent ancient god rarely took the initiative to do anything. Unless he met his old rival, Akadi, who was regarded as frivolous and fickle by the earth elemental god. After the encounter in the material plane, the two great divine power, elemental ancient gods directly broke out into a fight. They not only fought in person, but also summoned their own huge armies from the elemental plane. When Soren's incarnation arrived, a fissure that was more than 50 kilometers long had appeared on the ground. Volcanoes had erupted due to the fusion of the earth, and the raging storm had destroyed almost everything. Forests, trees, towns, and most of the living people in this area. Fortunately, the area was not densely populated by humans, so the number of deaths should be less than 100,000. The air was filled with violent divine power. This was more powerful than the Lord of Storms. As soon as Soren arrived, he felt the elemental domain. In this area, except for the elemental power of wind and earth, the other elemental powers were completely suppressed. As for the other gods, they fell into silence at this moment because they did not know how to stop this battle. At last, it was the god of light who ended it all. Because it was the two oldest elemental gods who were fighting. In this case, even a mid-level god like Soren was not qualified to intervene. He only saw the god of light appear in the sky. And then after a while, the raging storm gradually stopped, and the earth elemental god and the wind elemental god, who were fighting personally, left for some reason. They had left. But the elemental army they summoned did not leave. In this land with a radius of more than 100 kilometers, there were almost no other living creatures. There were only endless and violent elemental life forms. Hundreds of thousands of earth and wind elementals were fighting on this land, as if they were still in the midst of a battle that the two main gods had yet to complete. This was the elemental battlefield. It was also one of the events in history that Soren could not stop. Because even after the end of the Avatar crisis, there were still two large elemental battlefields in the material plane. And they would continue until one of these elemental lives won. Hundreds of thousands of mortals died just like that. They were like dust that was wiped away, just because of their insignificance. They disappeared in a battle between the two elemental ancient gods. And no one could do anything for them. Even the god of light could only persuade the two elemental ancient gods, because even he was not completely sure that he could defeat one of them. Moreover, the elemental ancient gods did not care about all this, because when they were born, there were no such creatures as human beings in this world. The incident seemed to be over. But Soren knew that it was just the beginning, because it was only the wind elemental god and the earth elemental god. The real disaster of the elemental turmoil was the other two, the elemental god of water, the elemental god of fire. These two were the real problems. Now the gods could only hope that the two of them would not meet, because once water and fire collided, it would be a big explosion. P.S. Grandma was hit by a car when she was walking at night. Fu Tu is now rushing back to his hometown. The specific situation is not clear. There will be a message. Chapter 946. Shadow Kingdom. After Soren sent the golem puppets into the kingdom, the speed of the growth of the petitioners became very amazing. In almost half a month, a city had been built near the reincarnation pool. This speed was almost comparable to the accumulation of Mordor in the past year. The important reason why this could be done was that Soren had a continuous population in the kingdom. As long as the believers of the original half-elf god and the shadow god were captured, Soren could turn them into his own petitioners. Petitioners were not as weak as mortals. Many petitioners could work for a very long time, which greatly improved the efficiency of construction and made the size of the army expand rapidly. Now, in a city that covered an area of about 5 kilometers, nearly 50,000 petitioners had gathered. Only a small number of these petitioners died in the Battle of Mordor. Most of them came from a siege some time ago. Soren's newly promoted Saint Cardinal captured a great temple of the shadow god. And then all the petitioners gathered in it were transformed into new life forms. This kind of expansion was very efficient. In a short period of time, Soren's army in the kingdom had reached more than 10,000 people. This was a snowball process. The more petitioners followed Soren, the faster the petitioners of the shadow god and the half-elf god were destroyed. In the end, a large number of petitioners were transformed almost every day. The shadow god had existed for about 1,000 years. The half-elf god became a god about 500 or 600 years ago. Although it had experienced the disaster of the Avatar's crisis because of the fall of the gods, the kingdom was not completely destroyed after all. There were still many petitioners who survived. After thousands of years of accumulation, there were traces of petitioners everywhere in the kingdom. Soren now controlled about a third of the land in the kingdom. In addition to the central city that was built by himself, Soren's believers also occupied 3 great temples. These 3 great temples were quickly transformed into Soren's residence. At the same time, the other 2 reincarnation pools were discovered and occupied. One was the Shadow Reincarnation Pool, which was used by the Shadow God to transform his believers into shadow life forms. The other was the Half-Elf Reincarnation Pool, which transformed the form into half-elves. These 2 pools were not used at the moment. Soren had to transform them after entering the kingdom, and at the same time, he needed the god's messenger to be responsible for operating them. After this period of buffer, it turned out that the half-elf kingdom and the kingdom of the shadow had almost merged. After the structure of the kingdom was stabilized, the Saint Cardinal also sent the size of the kingdom to Soren through prayers. The size of the kingdom. The merged divine kingdom did not have much sea area. Most of the divine kingdom was made up of land, rich in minerals and forest resources. The former came from the shadow plain, while the latter came from the untamed wilderness. According to Soren's calculations, the entire god's kingdom was about 1.2 million square kilometers after the fusion. This was not a small kingdom. Although the gods could create an independent kingdom of the god's realm, it was already very amazing for a person who had just become a god to have a land of 10,000 square kilometers. The half-plane created by Gloria had only now expanded to an area of about 100 square kilometers. One could imagine how big the gap was between it and the kingdom of the god's realm. The half-plane of the Northern Witch Council had been cultivated for hundreds of years. So far, it was only a few thousand square kilometers, which was at most equivalent to a large meteorite. The area of Soren's kingdom of the god's realm was equivalent to an independent country, a separate world. More than 1.2 million square kilometers of land was enough for him to easily accommodate millions of petitioners. If he had so many petitioners now. Moda City. After completing the 3rd test in the battle flag bit wall, Soren gained a lot of important gains. During this period of time, with the accumulation of divine power, Soren finally made a very important decision. That was to descend the kingdom of the shadow into the bottomless abyss. This was a very important decision. It not only affected Soren's current power, but also represented the core area of his future priesthood. If Soren used shadow as his core priesthood, then it would be best for his kingdom of the gods realm to stay in the shadow bit wall. But if he descended the kingdom of the gods realm to the bottomless abyss, then even if the shadow priesthood was his main priesthood now, it would become a secondary priesthood in the future. The kingdom of the gods realm descended into the bottomless abyss. Soren's core priesthood must be transformed into slaughter and death. And it was because of the power of slaughter that Soren did not have to worry about the rejection of the abyss. The shadow bit wall. New Moon Year 1677, July 3rd. Today was a day that left a deep impression on all the creatures in the shadow plane. Because since early morning, the whole bit wall began to tremble slightly. It felt like an earthquake, but it did not cause any terrible disaster. At this moment, all the gods who had something to do with the shadow bit wall felt it, and looked in the direction of the outer islands. And Soren stood in the clouds and looked down at everything silently, then mobilized his divine power to continue the descent of the kingdom of God. The whole city of Mordor was in a state of alert, because today, most of Soren's priests had lost their ability to cast spells, and many believers who were not in the city of Mordor could not even connect with Soren. This was the price of descending the kingdom of God. In the process of descending the kingdom of God into the bottomless abyss, most of Soren's energy would be consumed, so he could not respond to the prayers of the believers at all during this time. Looking at the long history, there were not many gods who had really done this. The Queen of Spiders, Lolth, was one of them. In the process of the kingdom of God falling, the gods would be a little weak. Under normal circumstances, it was safer to stay in the kingdom of God at this time, but now Soren could not enter the kingdom of God, so it was safest to stay in Mordor. The trembling of the shadow bit wall lasted all day. However, as Soren's kingdom of God left the shadow bit wall, the trembling that affected the whole bit wall gradually stopped. Saint Form. Realm Lock. After freeing the kingdom of God from the shackles of the shadow bit wall, Soren locked all his mind on the third layer of the bottomless abyss. With the constant consumption of his divine power, Soren's kingdom of God also began to gradually approach the lower layer. This process may last for 3 days, and during these 3 days Soren was relatively weak. The strict martial law of Mordor would continue until Soren completed the descent of the kingdom of God. The first day, the kingdom of God was close to the spiritual world, and Soren felt a pull. This meant that the priesthood of Soren was accepted by the spiritual world. If he wanted to, he could put the kingdom of God in the spiritual world, and then Soren would have a fit with death. The second day, the kingdom of God was close to the underworld, and Soren felt a strong attraction. This was the acceptance of slaughter and death by the underworld, and the whole underworld was faintly welcoming the arrival of Soren's kingdom of God. If he chose to put the kingdom of God in the underworld, Soren could be sure that there would be no rejection, and he could easily fuse with the underworld. The third day, the kingdom of God finally arrived at the lower layer. But in front of Soren, there was a fork in the road. One led to the Bottor Inferno, and the other led to the bottomless abyss. The Bottor Inferno welcomed Soren, although this welcome had nothing to do with the archdevils, and it was just that the law of the plane was compatible with Soren's kingdom of God. It was still impossible for Soren to enter the Bottor Inferno. Compared to the welcome of the Bottor Inferno, the bottomless abyss was a little repulsive to Soren's kingdom of God. This was the repulsion of the faction. But this repulsion wasn't strong enough, because Soren still had the power of slaughter and death. The 3 death gods had already left their mark in the bottomless abyss, and this mark made it easier for the bottomless abyss to accept Soren's kingdom of God. Soren finally chose the bottomless abyss. His kingdom of God gradually approached the bottomless abyss, and it followed the path of the river Styx from the surface of the bottomless abyss to the third, forgotten land. The bottomless abyss. The third layer. The forgotten land. This day wasn't a good day for most of the demons. This was because there was a huge earthquake in the Forgotten Land. And then an evil power descended on this land. Only an evil god could make an evil demon feel evil. That's right. Today, the Forgotten Land welcomed a terrifying evil god. He had placed his kingdom of God in the Forgotten Land and directly attached it to the third layer of the bottomless abyss. In the past, there were evil gods who placed their kingdom of God in the bottomless abyss, but there weren't many who placed it at the front because the first few layers of the bottomless abyss were too close to the blood war. An evil god's kingdom here could easily affect the variables of the blood war. After a simple collision with the plane, the kingdom of God began to fuse. Just like how the moon rotated around the earth, Soren's kingdom of God was attached to the third layer of the bottomless abyss, but it didn't rotate like the moon. Note: most of the relationship between the kingdom of God and the plane can be understood as the earth and the moon, but the moon can leave the earth and run to Mars or other planets. An evil god had arrived. Not only the third layer of the bottomless abyss, but all the demon lords near the first 10 layers of the bottomless abyss also sensed it. They felt a terrifying evil power. An evil god with at least intermediate divine power had placed his kingdom of God in the bottomless abyss and attached it to the southwest of the third layer of the bottomless abyss. They felt the aura of slaughter and death. This was the terrifying evil god announcing his existence to the other demon lords and telling them not to provoke him. Otherwise, they would face a terrifying existence who controlled slaughter and death. This day, Soren had arrived in the identity of an evil god. He had officially entered the bottomless abyss. P.S. Because some things involve the criminal part. Futu was so busy that he only had time to write today. I bow and thank everyone. Chapter 947. The arrival of an evil god was like a huge earthquake in the abyss. This was because all the demon lords did not think that a powerful evil god would stay in the god kingdom after entering the abyss. Basically, they would extend their tentacles to a certain level of the abyss. For example, the Queen of Spiders, the goddess of misfortune, and Soren, who had officially entered the abyss. The Queen of Spiders and the goddess of misfortune were quite domineering gods. They almost occupied a level of the abyss. Although Soren had not made such a big move yet, his speed was very fast. In the abyss, sometimes it was easier to deal with the demons when they were domineering because they were a group of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Evil was sometimes a compliment and flattery in the abyss. On the second day Soren arrived in the abyss, he showed his evil power. Soren directly killed a Baylor demon lord who was entrenched nearby. It was completely unreasonable. The reason Soren killed him was because this Baylor demon lord's land was close to the entrance of his god kingdom, and he did not give him any chance to explain or react. In fact, Soren had waited for an entire night, and the Baylor demon lord did not have the time to make a suitable choice. He could either submit to Soren or leave this land. In any case, Soren would never give up the land at the entrance of his god kingdom to a secondary demon lord. So when the Baylor demon lord did not react in time, it meant that the war had begun. It was a one-sided slaughter. When the heroic spirit army began to appear in Soren's god kingdom, the secondary Baylor demon lord finally realized his fear. But it was all too late. Soren transformed into a saint and directly used terrain change to turn the demon lord's fortress into ruins. Then thousands of heroic spirits led by the Saint Cardinal massacred all the demons. Petitioners could only leave their god kingdom with the permission of the gods. And Soren had to pay a little divine power as the price for this action, so there was nothing to say since the heroic spirit army was mobilized. Kill or banish all the demons within 20 kilometers. Standing in front of Soren was the Divine Kingdom's Guard army, which was made up of 3,600 heroic spirits. Among them, there were more than 30 legendary spirits, and even the weakest of them was equivalent to an advanced professional. After entering the God's kingdom, a believer's strength would increase. This was because this was a change on the soul level. Petitioners who were not heroic spirits would have a profession level of at least 5. After becoming heroic spirits, they would quickly approach the level of a mid-grade profession. In order to unify the entire kingdom of God, Soren's heroic spirits had been fighting almost every day. Therefore, they were the most elite of his kingdom of God. Soren's figure hovered in midair as he looked down at the land in front of him. He then ordered, "Priests, set up a magic circle to change the laws of this land." I built at least 3 shrines in a day. The demons had a way to change the laws of the plane, and that was to change the laws of the abyss into order of evil. Soren had a similar method, but he needed his own temple to change the force field of the land. The petitioners began to appear in large numbers. They threw themselves into the process of building the shrines with astonishing efficiency, while the priests began to set up a magic circle that covered an area of 20 kilometers. From now on, this place would become a forbidden zone for demons. Soren would not easily allow other demons to get close to the entrance of the kingdom of God. Therefore, an isolated area would be built here. Assimilating a plane was a huge undertaking, and even a Grand Duke Archdevil would find it difficult to assimilate a plane. However, assimilating a region was much easier. After the petitioners had completed their conquest of the land, Soren began to mobilize the power of his divinity to inject the domain of order into the land. In just a day's time, the laws of this land had changed slightly. Almost all the demons who were close to it felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if they had entered a territory controlled by the demons during the Blood War. However, this was only the beginning. When the news of Soren killing a secondary Baelor demon lord reached the ears of the other demon lords, another even more shocking news followed. The one closest to Soren's kingdom of God was a secondary Baelor demon lord. Its level was around 27, and it was directly killed by Soren. Then the one closest to Soren's kingdom of God was the recently risen demon lord beheader, Sauron Baelor demon. The other demon lords were preparing to watch a show. They wanted to see how this Baelor demon lord would treat the evil god who had descended from the kingdom of God, and whether there would be a conflict between the two sides. Then a very shocking piece of news came. When the Baelor demon lord Sauron received the news that a secondary demon lord had been killed, he almost went to visit this terrifying evil god in the middle of the night. Then, the Baelor lord did not hesitate to pledge allegiance to the evil god and become one of his minions. In just 1 or 2 days, all the nearby demons knew that their demon lord had submitted to the evil god and received the divine power bestowed by the evil god. At the same time, most of the demons had an ambiguous attitude because they did not exclude evil gods who were lawful and evil. Many times, evil gods were easier to deal with than demons. All of a sudden, the structure of the entire third layer of the abyss, the Forgotten Land, changed. Originally, as a newly risen demon lord, the Baelor demon Sauron should have been the weakest of the 3 demon lords. The number of demons in the demon army was not as good as the other demon lords. Although the demons had submitted to him, the relationship was not solid and could be persuaded by the other demon lords to betray him at any time. But now the Baelor demon Sauron had suddenly become the most powerful demon lord in the Forgotten Land. The reason was simple. Because there was a terrifying evil god standing behind him. He submitted to the evil god so quickly that the other demon lords suspected that the Baelor demon Sauron had already submitted to the evil god. It was because of the evil god's support that he could rise so quickly, no matter what the outside world guessed. Soren would definitely not explain his relationship with the demon incarnation. He only wanted a barely reasonable explanation. As for whether others believed it or not, it didn't matter if they believed it or not. Anyway, he believed it. It was logical. Soren's influence in the third layer of the abyss was rapidly expanding. He still rejected all demons from getting close to the kingdom of God, but in the Galumba arena, he also quickly expanded his influence. Because he would be standing behind the scenes until he controlled the entire Forgotten Land. The one responsible for charging and breaking through the enemy lines was the demon incarnation, Sauron. P.S. The first update. Please recommend it. Chapter 948. The evil god couldn't interfere with the abyss too obviously, especially when Soren hadn't completely gained a foothold in the abyss. At this time, if he interfered with the abyss too obviously, it would easily cause the other demon lords to unite against him. The demon incarnation's foreshadowing was buried early for this moment. So when the demon avatar was the first to join Soren's side as a representative, A reason that was barely acceptable appeared. Almost on the second day, all the demon lords in the third layer of the abyss sent messengers to express their respect for the powerful evil god, and said that their demons would never interfere with Soren's kingdom. At the same time, even the demon lords in the second and fourth layers of the abyss sent people to express their goodwill. Whether this evil god believed it or not, they had to show their goodwill first. This was because many cunning demon lords had realized that this terrifying evil god was clearly going to kill to establish his might when he first entered the bottomless abyss. There was already an unlucky one who fell. They didn't want to be the second unlucky one to fall. The secondary demon lords were not qualified to challenge the evil god. Even if it was an evil god with minor divine power, it could easily defeat the secondary demon lords with the help of the kingdom. If they wanted to fight against Soren, who had descended into the abyss, they needed to control at least one layer of the abyss. Looking at the entire first few layers of the abyss, only the first layer of the abyss, Pazuzu, was qualified to compete with Soren. But now that this ancient evil existence didn't appear, the others naturally waited and watched. The Avatar Crisis undoubtedly helped Soren in this point, because if it wasn't for the Avatar Crisis, whether it was the Succubus Queen, the Knoll King, or other Abyss Giants, they wouldn't easily allow Soren to occupy a place in the abyss. Everything was going according to Soren's plan. Although his arrival caused a big earthquake in the abyss, it didn't really affect the survival of other demons. The changes in the power structure at most made the demon lords afraid, but Soren rashly changed the rules of the abyss without enough power, which may cause the entire abyss to reject him. Therefore Soren did not occupy any of the blood pools. He did not interfere with the chaotic environment in the Forgotten Land, where the demons lived. He only silently occupied a piece of land, and then ceded the land to become king. However, some small changes still happened. Not long after Flame Demon Lord Sauron surrendered to the evil god, the other high-level demons soon discovered that their demon lord was wearing a ring at some point in time. It was a golden ring with mysterious characters engraved inside, and the ring contained very powerful evil power. It was just a glance. Everyone could feel the terrifying power contained within the ring. It was enough to easily control any mortal. It was a divine artifact. A divine artifact ring personally forged by the evil god. It contained the divinity and evil will of the evil god, and at the same time, it was unknown how powerful it was. This news spread unknowingly, and soon, the other demon lords knew about it. They were envious and afraid. They were envious that Flame Demon Baylor, Sauron, actually had a divine artifact. They were afraid that they didn't know what kind of power this divine artifact had. They were very afraid that Flame Demon Baylor, Sauron, would use the power of this divine artifact to deal with them. The outside world called this divine artifact ring One Ring. Although they didn't know what kind of power this divine artifact ring had, no divine artifact could be underestimated because when they were made, it represented that the gods had stripped their own divinity and injected it into it. Mordor City. Stargazing platform. Soren stood in the clouds and looked down at the entire island of Mordor. He had just returned from the abyss and looked a little tired. Because it was a holy crisis device, he needed to use a lot of divine power to mobilize the petitioners. If Mordor City could provide a lot of divine power to recover, he wouldn't be able to carry out the current plan. Moving in the abyss was like walking on a tightrope. Although Soren seemed to be moving a lot, in fact, he almost didn't show up. Many things were to expand the influence but reduce the changes. Because if there was a war with the demons, the army in the kingdom of God was definitely not enough. There were at least tens of millions of demons in the Forgotten Land. If Soren triggered a large-scale war, the petitioners in the kingdom of God would not be enough even if all of them fought. So the demon incarnation was a good buffer zone. As long as there was a demon incarnation leading the charge, whether there would be a war in the future or not, it would be an internal matter of the demons. He just stood behind as an evil god to support one of the demon lords. He was not involved in the internal power struggle of the demons. Everything about the abyss had not yet reached the point of being activated. There are not enough petitioners in the kingdom of God. Soren looked at the dim starry sky and murmured, "It's not enough to rely on my own strength. I can be a deterrent nuclear bomb. But I can't do it in person. The evil god was a nuclear bomb. The greater significance of Soren's existence was to deter the other demon lords. But the next step of the Kingdom of God's plan needed the petitioners to complete it. Soren needed more heroic spirit army. And at the same time, the demon hunters had to complete a large-scale transformation as soon as possible. No. To complete the next step, I still need the power of a vassal god. Soren needed a vassal god. As an evil god, he could not deal with everything by himself. Although the Maiden of Pain had joined Soren, Soren could not completely trust her, so he had not used the power of the Maiden of Pain. He needed a real vassal god. A vassal god that was completely under his control, and did not have to worry about betrayal. For now, Soren did not have a vassal god like that. Vivian was impossible. Soren had done so much, and Vivian had to inherit the Fear priesthood. In that case, there were only a few people left to choose from. One was Saruman. He had just reached the legendary realm. Although it was much easier for him to become a god because of the divinity from heaven, his foundation was still too shallow after all. There was still some time before Saruman could become a god. Even with the minor divine power, it would be difficult for him to achieve it quickly. The second was fallen witch Corinne. Because of the last battle, she had the power of divinity, and her strength had reached the advanced legendary realm. This meant that with divinity and divinity, she could obtain any priesthood and become a god. However, this path conflicted with the realm she had originally chosen, because her original intention was to become a great arcanist. Although choosing to become a god would not affect her research, she would eventually have to stand on the side of a god in the future. Maybe I should have a good talk with her. Soren thought about it, and finally decided to find a chance to have an in-depth conversation with the fallen witch. With the ability of the fallen witch, with the help of Soren, she should be able to become a god soon. And, according to Soren's memory, there should be a few gods related to magic, mage, and arcana that were about to fall. This meant, if the fallen witch wanted to become a god, she could get a priesthood that was very suitable for her. P.S. Second update. Please recommend it. Chapter 949. The shadow of the evil god shrouded the third layer of the abyss. However, the biggest threat to the material plane was the elemental gods who didn't care about mortals. These four powerful gods were different from other gods. If they were evaluated by the standards of his previous life, these gods didn't have much humanity at all. They didn't care about the life and death of mortals, and they didn't even care about the life and death of elementals. For these gods who had existed for too long, they were used to ignoring life. The war between the wind elemental god and the earth elemental god had just ended. Immediately, there was news that someone saw a huge flame giant near an erupting volcano. No one knew whether it was the fire elemental god or not, but if it was one of the two main gods of water and fire, then the second elemental war was likely to break out soon. History was still going on according to its original trajectory. The war between the elemental gods was like a fuse that caused the gods to become restless. New Moon Era, July 10, 1677. Moda City. An important encrypted document was sent to Soren's study. Soon, a large number of rogues in the Shadow Palace were sent out, and the Church of the Goddess of Whipping also sent out interrogators to inquire about the authenticity of the news. In the study, Soren stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. In front of him was a document with the highest level of encryption, the content of which was related to a god. The god of mages, Azuz. It happened about a day or two ago. The god of mages. Azuz suddenly lost contact, and all the priests who believed and served him lost their ability to cast spells. At the same time, the Church of the Goddess of Magic was frequently moving, and it was said that there had been a fierce conflict with the Church of the Lady of Night recently. At the end of the document, there was a content that marked all the churches and organizations that believed and served the Lady of Silvermoon. Recently, they had been frequently mobilized, and there were signs of war. If a god lost contact, there was no way to hide it from others. It was like if Soren's priests couldn't cast spells all of a sudden, the news would spread to his enemies and allies within a day. The god of mages, Azuz was a god with lesser divine power. He was concerned about the development and preservation of magic, and was worshipped by all kinds of spellcasters, especially mages. This wise god had long served as an advisor to the goddess of magic. He and Mistra shared a friendly relationship, like that of a teacher and his favorite student. Azuth used the image of an old man with a white beard most often when he walked in the mortal world. He wore exquisite ancient clothes and held a powerful old cane with a gem at the top. The god of mages was the helper of the goddess of magic. Azuz's priesthood was mage, wizard, and spellcaster. His domains included illusion, knowledge, magic, order, and magic. The god of mages was a rather special god, because he was also a mortal who had ascended to godhood, and he had a close relationship with the ancient thorium age. As a mortal, Azuz yearned for great power. He studied the magic knowledge of the Lost Empire to promote his magic research. Finally, his dedication. This made him the first preacher mage, a position created by the earlier goddess of magic to recognize her most promising mortal students. Then, Azuz tried to cut off part of the divinity of Sarflas and combine it with himself, but the experiment failed. This led to a series of battles with Sarflas, and finally the god was imprisoned in a staff. This god was promoted by the previous goddess of magic, so his relationship with the current goddess of magic was not very good. Azuz was the companion and student of the previous goddess of magic. Before the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, he had been trying to adapt to the new goddess of magic and learn how to help her. The problem was Azuz. As one of the few gods who had a direct relationship with magic, after Azuz mysteriously lost his connection, there were some riots in the church that served the goddess of magic. Then, a special assassination force emerged on the surface. Soren turned and picked up an emblem on the desk, which was engraved with the shadow of a black moon. The Black Moon Monks, an evil organization most favored by the Lady of the Night, the elites of the elites in the church. Most of the members were powerful monks and sorcerers. They were the sharp blades of the Lady of the Night. With the power of the Shadow Weave, the Black Moon Monks had always been carrying out the highest level missions of the Lady of the Night. They even assisted the Lady of the Night in killing Albrido, the god who was in charge of the caves and the Underdark. Even the Black Moon Monks have been mobilized. Soren silently put down the emblem in his hand and murmured, "It seems that the Lady of the Night is really ready for war." Since the gods fell into the mortal world, all the gods were preparing for both sides. The fact that the Lady of the Night chose to make a move at this time obviously meant that she was ready for a full-scale war. At the same time, the Church of the Goddess of Magic and the Church of the Lady of the Silver Moon were frequently mobilized, all of which indicated that the open and secret struggle between them was about to be put on the table. A head-on collision between the two divine systems. This would obviously affect both the good and evil camps. The evil camp led by the Lady of the Night, and the good camp led by the Lady of the Silver Moon and the Goddess of Magic. Although there were other powerful gods who were not involved, some things would not be so easy to stop once they started. "Come." Accompanied by Soren's voice, a half-elf woman covered in a black cloak suddenly appeared. She knelt in front of Soren on one knee and said, "My lord, what are your orders?" Soren looked down at the young half-elf in front of him. Although she was less than 20 years old, the half-elf in front of him was already a legendary rogue. Of course, this power was not completely obtained by her own training, but it came from Soren's power. God's chosen. That's right. This was one of the powers that Soren secretly created. After becoming more familiar with the power of the gods, Soren discovered a little secret, that was, not only could he give divinity, but he could also give slaughter EXP to his fanatics to improve their power. Of course, this was only limited to fanatics. As a result, a group of legendary rogues promoted by Soren appeared. They could mobilize the shadow power, and they were the top assassins and rogues. They were responsible for dealing with important matters that Soren could not be involved in. They were independent of the church's system, and directly under Soren's personal control. At present, there were a total of 12 of these chosen. Soren paused and said, "Immediately send someone to investigate the movements of the Black Moon Monks, and pay close attention to the Mystery Knights." The god of mages was missing. It was very likely that he was seriously injured or dead. This god was in charge of a very important clergy. Whether it was magic or the clergy of magic, Soren was very interested in it. Even if he finally chose death and slaughter, as a part-time arcanist, he could still have a secondary clergy, or even leave it to Gloria or the fallen witch. And the most important point, that was the god of mages, Azuz had a part of the authority of the magic net. One of his clergy tasks was to assist the goddess of magic in managing the magic net. At the same time, Azuz also monitored most of the magic net in the material plane, and was responsible for repairing and perfecting the coverage of the magic net. In other words, he himself controlled a very important part of the power inside the magic net. No one knew the whereabouts of the goddess of magic. However, the location of the god of mages' disappearance was leaked in the intelligence. Soren was in charge of the tracking clergy. As long as there was a clue, it was very possible to find the god of mages. Magic net, magic, spells, illusions, war flag plane trial. Words flashed through Soren's mind. The outbreak of the god of mages completed a very important part of his plan. No matter what, Soren had to find a way to get a clergy from the god of mages. Whether it was magic, illusions, or spells, they were all very important to Soren. Because so far most of Soren's clergy served the rogue profession. Soren lacked a clergy that could maximize the power of his arcanist and wizard profession level. This was also a shortcoming of his strength. So many times he was not like a real spellcaster compared to Gloria and the fallen witch. It seems that I have to talk to the fallen witch in 2 days. Soren quickly thought of the fallen witch. She also had divinity and was one of the few people Soren could trust. He could not transfer his main clergy to magic, so in the end he still needed a subordinate god who was in charge of magic to assist him. The fallen witch had integrated part of the divine power, and she was the most suitable candidate at present. The city of Mordor was still accumulating strength. The Abyss could not make too big a move recently to prevent the demon lords from repelling and counterattacking on a large scale. The demon hunters created by Soren were accumulating little by little. At present, the scale of the demon hunters had expanded to more than 300 people. With the connection of the Kingdom of God and the Abyss, the efficiency of the transformation of the demon hunters was gradually increasing. Soren planned to attack the Throne of Fear around September. In other words, Soren still had about 2 months to do other things. The war between the Lady of Night and the Lady of Silvermoon seemed inevitable. Soren did not want to join either side, but he wanted to get some benefits from it. He needed more clergy, because if Soren did not intend to strip his clergy and give it to his subordinate gods, then he needed to take clergy from other gods. Chapter 950. The gentle evening breeze blew in his face. Soren walked near the port of Port Tylon in a cloak. The naval fleet of Mordor was docked here, but none of the officers and soldiers recognized him. Instead, they were busy counting the captives transported this time. The Sixth Fleet of Mordor had recently had a small-scale conflict with the navy of the Principality of Rossard. The victory belonged to Mordor without a doubt. Brother. Standing next to Soren was Vivian in a pink cloak. The hood covered her future beauty. She held Soren's hand tightly and said softly, "Why do I feel like a long time has passed?" Soren smiled and stroked Vivian's little head, and said softly, "It has indeed been a long time. It's been almost 2 years." Both of them were in disguise, and it seemed that they did not want to disturb the soldiers of Mordor. Vivian looked into the distance and said softly, "I miss Amber City and Sister Annalyn a little. I don't know what Amber City has become." 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The end of the Avatar crisis was getting closer and closer. The gods had revealed their traces in the mortal world, and the next battle would be more and more intense. Soren fell into silence. Vivian had not returned to Amber City yet, but the city had really fallen. He said softly, "Annalyn? She should still be in Amber City. I saw her once. She opened an orphanage in the ruins of the church district. We can visit her on this trip." Soren calculated the time. According to the original historical progress, the King of Dawn would fall this month. If the King of Dawn fell, Annalyn would become a wild priest without a god. Soren thought maybe he could visit her on the way. The two of them moved along the street. Because of the influence of Mordor, Port Tylon did not fall because of the turmoil. On the contrary, it was more prosperous than at the beginning. However, after leaving Port Tylon and approaching the City of Wealth, the scene in front of them immediately became barren. Most of the farmland was overgrown with weeds. Unlike the fields full of crops in Mordor City, nearly 1/3 of the land here was abandoned, even near the suburbs. As for the land a few kilometers outside the city, it was basically completely abandoned. The two of them passed by a few villages along the way. There were only 100 or 200 people living inside, and they were very vigilant against outsiders. They hid behind tall wooden walls and refused to be visited by others. The upheaval made them suffer unspeakably, and they lost their goodwill and friendliness toward the outsiders. The ruins of the City of Wealth still remained. Soren saw the numb faces of the people. The Saint Samurai had purified the city, but then darkness once again shrouded the land. The gray energy could never be completely eliminated, so he could only think of ways to restrain them. Just like that, the two siblings traveled in silence. Everything they saw and heard along the way made them sigh with emotion. Vivian seemed to have grown up quite a bit. Most of the time, when she saw everything in front of her, she couldn't help but ponder in silence. Soren was training her, because Vivian was too young. But time couldn't wait. Vivian's ascension was just around the corner, and what Soren could do was to let her see everything in the mortal world before she ascended. This would be of great benefit to her future, because only by knowing what mortals needed could she understand what she should do as a god. History moved forward according to the original schedule. Shortly after Soren left the City of Wealth with Vivian, a fierce battle broke out near the ruins of the original Silvermoon City. The secret knights of the Goddess of Magic and the followers of the Lady of Silvermoon had a very fierce battle with the followers of the Lady of Night. The flames of war flattened a nearby forest. At least 10 legendary professions participated in the battle, and some of them fell. The gods had been patient for too long. When this patience could no longer be restrained, it was time to really do it. The drows began to appear in the surface world blatantly. The giant web woven by the Queen of Spiders had begun to launch. She unified most of the forces in the Underdark and launched an attack on the elves of the surface world. Of course, these were actually small skirmishes. The real battle broke out 3 days later, when Soren and Vivian arrived near the Agate River. A battle between the gods broke out. Soren and Vivian were not there, but when they realized all this, the 2 stars in the sky had completely disappeared and then fell like meteors. The Dawnlord, the god of cruel officials. The kingdoms of the 2 gods fell like dazzling fireworks, and at the same time, the scattered divinity began to automatically find a host. The fall of the Dawnlord was within Soren's expectations. However, the death of the god of cruel officials was still a little beyond his expectations, because this god was also known as the Devil of Cruel Officials and the 10th Lord of the 9 Hells. His name was Gagas, and he lived in the Bator Inferno. His clergy was betrayal, cruelty, political corruption, and powerful cruel officials. This was a god of lawful evil. Although he only had weak divine power, it was not easy to deal with him. The information Soren received was not clear, but he knew that this was a battle between lawful evil and lawful good, and the Queen of Spiders also appeared. She took away the craftiness of the god of cruel officials. However, all of this was just the beginning. When Soren arrived near Amber City, the battle was getting fiercer and fiercer, and the 3rd fallen god appeared. The god of literature. The god of literature, Danel, was a god of neutral good. As a non-combat god, he was involved in the Battle of Gods and was easily killed by the Lady of Night. In the dark, it seemed that the Lady of Night and the Queen of Spiders had joined forces, and they had formed some kind of tacit understanding between them, each seeking what they needed. The god of literature and the god of magic had a good relationship, and his fall seemed to mean that the enemies of the goddess of magic were ready for a full-scale war. Soren could be sure of one thing, that was, the goddess of magic had returned, but she did not appear, and it seemed that she did not tell Soren about her plans. Amber City appeared in front of him, but when Soren saw the city again, he could not help but fall into silence. because today's Amber City was even more dilapidated than the last time he came here. And he even saw bones that no one had collected by the city walls. The guards were all sallow and emaciated, standing weakly at the city gate. Their expressions were numb, and they could not see any hope. The once prosperous dock area had turned into ruins. When Soren walked into the once familiar city with Vivian, the population inside was less than 1/3 of the original population. The temple area seemed to have been destroyed as well. Soren could not see any believers heading to the temple area along the way. Many temples of the gods had been moved out of the ruined city, and the Dawnlight Temple, which had always been here, could no longer be seen from afar. Soren could no longer see the light that shrouded the temple. With the fall of the Dawnlight King, all the priests who served him lost their divine powers, and at the same time, the believers who believed in him quickly dispersed. P.S. First update. There is one more chapter today. Chapter 951. The Avatar Crisis made the gods no longer superior. Although there had been battles between the gods, no matter how many casualties there were, the churches and believers were ultimately affected. But now everything was different. Failure meant that the gods might fall forever. The fall of the Dawn Lord was inevitable, because he was too close to the God of Light, and his power was not strong enough. As a god who inherited part of the original God of Light's priesthood, the Dawn Lord was only a lesser god. As long as he was caught in a battle, many gods of the Order Evil Alignment would not hesitate to kill him. The Dawn Lord was dead. Part of his divinity and priesthood returned to the God of Light, and the other part was scattered in the material plane. After the fall of this god, all the temples that served him were destroyed in just a few days. The Church of the Dawn Lord was merged with other gods, and the believers began to believe in other gods without hesitation after the fall of the god. The priests lost the ability to cast divine spells. Under such circumstances, only a few priests would stick to their faith, and most of them would quickly join other churches. The light on the temple had dissipated. When Soren arrived at the temple with Vivian, he found that everything inside seemed to have been ransacked. Soren mobilized a trace of divine power. As the priesthood of tracking was activated, he looked at the temple for a while, and then whispered to Vivian. It wasn't the thugs who attacked the temple. The priests who originally belonged here stole the valuable things in the temple and left overnight. Even the god who served them had fallen. The remaining priests who were not determined enough naturally began to make plans for themselves. They stole the gold and silver items in the temple at night, and then secretly left Amber City. Brother, sister, give me something to eat. A little girl who looked about 6 or 7 years old appeared in front of the two. She was wearing shabby clothes full of patches, but she was still clean. At this moment, she was looking up at the two of them with her little head raised and begging with her little hands covered in mud. Her eyes were a little timid, but she still mustered up the courage to stand in front of them. Vivian's sympathy was immediately aroused by this little girl, who was even younger than her. She hurriedly took out a pile of food and handed it to the little girl. At this moment, only then did they realize that there were quite a few children in the corner of the courtyard. They were all 7 or 8 years old. When they saw Vivian taking out the food, they immediately gathered around. There were more orphans here, and it seemed like the gems Soren left behind didn't improve everything. These children weren't in a good situation. Although they weren't emaciated, they still looked a little sickly. The fall of the Dawn Lord had completely destroyed everything. Annalyn borrowed the power of the temple to take in so many orphans, but when the god she served fell, everything that supported the operation of the orphanage disappeared. Let's go. Soren patted Vivian's head and said, let's take a look inside the temple. Vivian nodded obediently, then held Soren's hand and whispered, Big brother, I'm sorry. These children are so pitiful. Let's adopt them and take them to Mordor. Soren nodded without saying a word. The temple was empty at first. Originally, there was a pool in the front yard of the temple. There were copper dirils thrown in by the believers, but now they had all been taken away. There were only some white pebbles left in the pool. The boxes that were placed in the temple were gone. It seemed that in order to save lamp oil, the whole temple was dark and looked a little gloomy. Lena. A young woman's voice sounded, And then a girl about 15 or 16 years old wearing a priest's robe appeared. She was stunned when she saw Soren and Vivian. Then she waved to the orphans outside the courtyard. Then the young priest said to the two in a low voice, "The Dawn Lord has fallen to protect justice. If you need divine healing, I'm afraid you'll have to go somewhere else." She regarded Soren and Vivian as adventurers. Soren glanced at the little girl, and there was a rare smile on his face. The little girl in front of him was very good to be able to hold on to her faith after the fall of the god. And she was only an apprentice priest. He walked towards the temple and said, "Where's Annalyn?" Hearing the name in Soren's mouth, the little girl raised her head in surprise, then said, "Sister went to the mercenary guild. All the gold and silver wares in the temple had been stolen. She needs to take on quests to feed these children." At this time, she had already recognized Soren, because Soren had been here once. Soren nodded and said, "When will she come back?" The little girl replied, "Should be tomorrow morning." Annalyn was a priest and a warrior. Even if she lost her divine spells, she still had some combat power. It seemed that she really worked hard for these children. "We'll stay here today." Soren reached out and held Vivian's hand, then walked into the dark temple. The little girl seemed to know that Soren's identity was not ordinary, so she whispered, "Okay, please come with me." The temple doesn't have any money. There's no light in the front hall, so we'll be staying in the back hall." At this point, the little girl's expression was a little embarrassed. A temple should have a lot of wealth, but unfortunately, some of it was stolen by other priests, and a large group of orphans were raised. Looking at the little girl's face, it was obvious that she was not eating well recently. There were still leaves in her teeth, and there was hard black bread on the table not far away. Back in Amber City, Soren had tasted it before. It was like chewing on a piece of wood. Soren did not say anything. When he stepped on the first step of the temple, the lights in the temple lit up automatically, even though there was no oil left. If a temple was not abandoned, there would always be light inside. The altar in the shrine of Sauron was lit day and night. Unless the shrine fell that day, the priests would check it every day. When Sauron stepped into the temple, he was stunned. In an instant, the entire temple was brightly lit. All the lights were lit, but it was not the lights that illuminated the temple, but the light that was visible to the naked eye. When Soren's figure stepped into the temple, the light automatically appeared. The originally dim temple was suddenly shrouded in the light of divinity, but it did not come from the Dawn Lord but from Soren. As a god who walked in the mortal world, any temple would sense him, especially a temple that was currently ownerless, unless he deliberately concealed his identity as a god. On the other side, the young girl's face was full of shock, as if she had thought of something. She suddenly felt a little weak in her legs, and she seemed to be unable to stand. Because she knew Soren's identity, she thought that Soren was a powerful adventurer, but she never thought that Soren was a true god who walked in the mortal world. P.S. Second update. Grandma will be discharged from the hospital in a month or two, but now she is taken care of by Aunt, so Fu too can come back and write in peace. Chapter 952. The little girl was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. Because after knowing Soren's identity, she was stunned. As a trainee priest, she had never seen a true god. Although many gods fell to the mortal world after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, only a few mortals could meet them. What made her most excited was that she had met this true god before. And it seemed that he was Sister Annalyn's friend. Oh my god! Sister Annalyn actually had a true god as a friend. Why didn't she tell me? The little girl spent the night indulging in her thoughts. She only managed to fall asleep at dawn, but she was quickly awakened by a noise outside the door. Inside the temple, Soren also didn't sleep all night. In fact, sleep was just a habit at his level. Brother. Vivian sat next to Soren, sorting out what she had seen and heard along the way. As a very smart girl, she also knew that it would be difficult for her to have such an opportunity in the future. The little girl raised her head and asked, "Why is Mordor prosperous, but other places are getting more and more desolate? Is it because of the war?" This was the biggest question in the little girl's mind. The desolation she saw along the way was completely different from what she had seen in the past. Everything was completely different from Mordor, and many places had almost become ruins. Soren raised his hand and stroked Vivian's little head, and said slowly, "Because of order." In fact, the prosperity of Mordor was not created by my power alone. But as long as there is order, all the people living in Mordor will consciously create a better living environment. Because of order, Mordor is orderly and everyone has their own duties. Is there no war in Mordor? No. Mordor has wars breaking out almost every month, and the frequency of attacks is probably more than most cities here. But the order of Mordor ensures that these wars are away from civilians, and the army keeps most of the wars out of Mordor Island, and civilians can work in peace. And what did the turmoil bring? Civilians abandoned their land because of the war, and the army couldn't operate effectively because of the lack of supplies. In the end, everything became a vicious cycle. Order was crumbling more and more, and the turmoil was becoming more and more serious. Civilians began to leave their homes, and the morale of the army also waned. The war in Mordor City was endless. From attacking the natives to fighting the Principality of Rossard, there were battles almost every month. Although Soren lived in seclusion in the Outer Islands, he had barely escaped from the battles that should have broken out during the Avatar crisis. The attacks of the demons, the sneak attacks of the devils, and the subsequent elemental turmoil. Until now, there were rampaging water elementals attacking the fleet near Mordor City. But so far, the city of Mordor had not been affected much, because most of the wars were blocked by the army outside the city. Order created a stable living environment for the commoners, and this living environment allowed the commoners to work in peace and create wealth and resources. Vivian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. With her age, it would take some time for her to understand everything, but Soren wasn't in a hurry at all. He hoped to convert Vivian into the camp of order. Even if she couldn't, he hoped that the little girl could remain neutral, because chaos was not a very good camp, and the clergy of the Lord of Fear had always been chaotic and evil. The rise of Mordor City was not something that could be created by personal strength. If Soren only relied on personal strength, Mordor City would probably still be the fortress of the local tyrant, and it would never have such a great influence on the south coast. Soren created an order. This order was fighting against the chaos of the Avatar crisis. In order to gain power, to gain strength, to prove themselves, and to live a better life, countless people joined Mordor City for various reasons, and consciously maintained Soren's order, and then found their own place in it. Soren could now manage Mordor City freely because of the corresponding operating system brought by the order. In Mordor City, Soren had everything they needed. Whether it was the wealth, power, status, and strength they needed when they were alive, or the divine kingdom they sought after death, Soren could satisfy these people. And for their own future, in order not to fall into the abyss of hell in the future, even the evil people had to follow Soren's rules. This was the key to why Mordor City stood tall in the Outer Islands. To live, they needed everything that Soren gave them. After death, they also needed everything that Soren gave them. Because of this, even corruption in Mordor City was much less than in other places. Although Soren allowed the darkness under the rules, they would still be punished if they were found out. Most of the officials in Mordor City didn't dare to say that they were honest, but they knew clearly what they could take and what they couldn't take. Because if they gave up their position in the divine kingdom for hundreds of years in the future for a little benefit when they were alive, this was absolutely not a good deal. The life of a mortal was only 100 years. Many officials in Mordor City were just ordinary people. They believed in serving Soren, and of course, they pursued more than a little enjoyment in the mortal world. They hoped to get a higher status, a longer life, and more power after entering the divine kingdom. Soren still had a lot to give to Vivian. But some things still needed to be understood by the little girl herself, because in the future, she needed to be in charge of her own faith and serve her own church, which could not be replaced by any god. Dawn was approaching. When there was a glimmer of light in the sky, a girl in leather armor appeared outside the temple. Annalyn. After losing the ability of a priest, she could only perform the tasks of the mercenary union as a warrior. There was a wound on her shoulder. Because there was no way to use magic, she simply bandaged it. Sister Annalyn. Vivian ran over with some excitement, and Soren's figure also appeared in the temple. He looked down at the girl in front of him, slowly came to her, and said in an indisputable tone, "Follow me. Take all the orphans you can take, and I will arrange a place for them to live and grow up healthily." A reason that could not be refused. When Soren's voice fell, the last trace of the girl's stubbornness completely dissipated. Because she knew very well that after losing the magic of a priest, it was impossible for her to raise so many orphans, so she could not refuse Soren's conditions at all. P.S. The first chapter. There is one more chapter. Chapter 953. Gods shouldn't sign favors. In any case, Annalyn helped Soren and Vivian when they were at their weakest. So this time Soren came here to find out what was on his mind. Because with the end of the Avatar crisis, Soren would eventually return to the Kingdom of God. Once he returned to the Kingdom of God, Soren would naturally not be able to walk around the mortal world as he did now. So it was better to deal with some things as soon as possible. Annalyn had adopted about 20 or 30 children. Compared to the past, the girl's face was less beautiful and more determined. In fact, Soren admired her behavior a little. Anjali could be said to be a very good girl to be able to persist in her beliefs and adopt so many orphans in this cannibalistic era of the Avatar crisis. With her beliefs, she believed that most gods would not refuse her, so Soren just took the initiative. When the other gods didn't pay attention to her, she took advantage of her original relationship to extend an olive branch first. With a little bit of divine brilliance, Soren gently waved his hand, and the wound on Annalyn's body disappeared. He smiled slightly, then suddenly turned his head and frowned as he looked outside the temple. He whispered, "Are you in trouble?" Several mercenaries with unfriendly expressions were approaching. The leader was a middle-aged man with an unruly expression. He should be a high-grade professional. He had a heavy sword hanging on his back. Next to him should be his teammates. They all had a murderous aura. Obviously, they were people who had seen blood all year round. "Boss, that little bitch still refuses to obey you. This time we must teach her a lesson. Does she still think she's the priest of the Church of Dawn? The King of Dawn is dead. She can't even cast a single divine spell now. I saw her follow Kata and the others to encircle the knolls yesterday. She was fighting like a warrior." The one who spoke was a hook-nosed rogue. Soren's perception had already covered a range of hundreds of meters, so the others didn't hear what he said, but Soren immediately understood what happened. Obviously, when a person, especially a woman, fell into the dust from a glamorous place, all kinds of monsters would come out. Amber City had always been a place of gray areas. Even when Soren was still here, there were many gray organizations in Amber City. Now, it was clear that someone had set their sights on Annalyn. She was a priest who had lost the protection of her god and could no longer cast divine arts. She was young and beautiful. He used to be a high-ranking cleric in Amber City, and his status in the city was not low. With such an identity and such an appearance, who knew how many jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards had been eyeing them covetously when they had fallen to their lowest point? And the group in front of them was undoubtedly the first to make a move. "I heard that there's a pretty little girl by her side." Hehe. "Boss, when we take her down, leave the little girl to us." The one who spoke was another warrior. As if he had thought of something, he could not help but chuckle. Soren narrowed his eyes slightly. To be honest, he was not angry because the Avatar crisis had already destroyed all order. It was normal for such a thing to happen. The same thing was happening in many places. That was why he was so obsessed with the order of Mordor City. Only order could maintain the existence of law and deter these evil people. The sound of footsteps sounded outside the temple. At this time, other people also noticed that outsiders were approaching. The orphan adopted by Annalyn hid behind with some fear. When she saw these people, Annalyn's expression also became ugly. It seemed that it was not the first time these people had troubled her. "Little." The hook-nosed rogue walked over arrogantly. He seemed to want to swear, but when he saw Annalyn's cold eyes, he swallowed it back. After all, she was a priest who presided over a temple. She still had the pressure of the past, and her momentum still suppressed the other party. However, what followed was the hook-nosed man's embarrassment and anger. Do you still think you're a high and mighty priest? It's best if you know what's good for you. Otherwise. Only then did the hook-nosed man notice the existence of outsiders. Soren and Vivian's level suppressed them too much. Unless they saw it with their own eyes, they would not be able to perceive the existence of the two of them. After seeing Soren and Vivian, these people in front of them were obviously a little surprised, but the difference in strength was too big to see the difference, so they seemed to be fearless. Sister Annalyn. Are they looking for trouble with you? Vivian tilted her head and walked to Annalyn's side, then held her slender hand. The little girl spoke with a murderous aura. However, Soren didn't want Vivian to do it, because she was still too young, and it was not good for her to have a murderous aura. He glanced at the person in front of him, and then frowned, because the rogue still had the emblem of his church on his chest. The hook-nosed rogue in front of him was a believer who served him. Well, it was inevitable that a new church would have good and bad people. Annalyn also seemed to see the emblem, and then her expression became a little playful. She quietly took a step back, intending to leave the matter to Soren, because in this case Soren seemed to really need to take care of it. Group human immobilization. Soren looked down at the group of people in front of him, and waved his hand to cast a group immobilization spell. This time, these people in front of him finally realized that something was wrong, because they couldn't move at all now. There was no need to waste time with these mortals. Soren slowly came in front of them and whispered, "Who told you to do this?" The middle-aged man in the lead looked frightened and stuttered, "I." Finger of death. The corpse that completely lost its vitality fell down, and Soren turned to look at the second person. I'll talk. It's Sir Henry. He was once scolded by Miss Annalyn, so he has been holding a grudge. Let's find trouble with Miss Annalyn." The second mercenary immediately knelt down, and told him everything he knew. Soren's expression was calm, and with a wave of his hand, another corpse fell down. He mercilessly erased the lives of these people, and finally he came in front of the hook-nosed rogue. Then Soren slowly took off his hood. My lord." The hook-nosed rogue was frightened in an instant. His whole body was paralyzed in place, his face was ashen, and his whole person was full of despair. He had seen Soren's statue before, and when Soren no longer hid his power, he instantly knew the identity of Soren. He was the god he believed in and served. Then he was so scared that he peed his pants. God. He actually offended the true god he served. As a rogue, he actually offended the master of shadows, the true god of rogues. Kill yourself. Soren looked down at the rogue in front of him with a cold expression and said slowly, "After entering the kingdom of God, you will serve 100 years of hard labor. After your sentence is over, I will give you a chance to start anew." Despair. Endless despair. The rogue in front of him almost didn't dare to imagine his fate, but after hearing Soren's words, a glimmer of light burst out of his eyes. "My lord." After knowing that he still had a chance to enter the kingdom of God, the rogue in front of him knelt down with a humble expression. He respectfully knelt down in front of Soren, then pulled out the curved sword at his waist and stabbed his own heart without hesitation. The approaching death made his body twitch, but he still used the last of his strength to maintain his kneeling position. A little bit of gray light appeared. Soren spread out his palm, and collected the soul of the believer in front of him. It was a gray soul with a bloody light, and it must have done a lot of evil things in its life. Purify. A little bit of light appeared and turned the soul in front of him into a white shadow. Then Soren waved his hand and sent it into the kingdom of God. No matter what he did, he had now paid the price. Soren meant what he said. As long as he served 100 years of hard labor, he would treat the soul of the believer as an equal. P.S. Second update. Chapter 954. The cold corpses were placed in front of him. When Sauron revealed his identity as a true god, one or two figures instantly appeared in the direction of Amber City. They leaped from roof to roof at an astonishing speed, and quickly approached the temple area like martial arts masters. My lord! My lord! A half-elf man appeared in front of the Dawnlight Temple and knelt in front of Soren with a panicked expression. He was the deacon of the Thieves' Guild. As a god who held both rogue and shadow, more than 70% of the people in the Thieves' Guild believed in and served Soren. Part of Mordor's intelligence network came from the Thieves' Guild. Otherwise, Soren wouldn't be so well informed. As for the dark net controlled by the temple, it was a special channel that directly reached Soren's hands. Ordinary people couldn't know about it at all. The other man was an assassin. Mordor had its own eyes and ears in many cities. They sensed Soren's presence and quickly approached. Deal with these corpses. Soren's expression was calm. He waved his hand and pointed to the corpses on the ground, and then said, "There is a man named Sir Henry. Send someone to deal with him. Then, you contact Mordor. Send someone to pick up all the children here." The last sentence was said to the Thieves' Guild. After listening, the deacon understood what Soren meant, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Whether the other party was a noble or not, since he offended a true god, then his fate was doomed. Soren didn't have any good feelings for the nobles of Amber City, because there were few good people here. He grew up in the slums of Amber City. The assassin from Mordor also took the order and left. Since Soren wanted to take these orphans away, he naturally had to deal with them himself. Wait a minute. At this time, Annelin suddenly said softly, "Can you take away all the orphans in Amber City?" There were at least hundreds of orphans living near the docks after the chaos of war. "If you don't take them away, I'm afraid their end will be." At this point, Anjali couldn't help but hesitate. She knew that her relationship with Soren wasn't that deep. Even though she had helped the two siblings before, she had already done her best to take these orphans away, not to mention the fact that she had helped him last time. If she were to ask Soren to take away all the orphans in Amber City, she was afraid that Soren would be displeased. Sure. In the face of Anjali's request, Soren simply nodded and agreed, but then he said, "But you have to go to Mordor with me. In the future, I will leave them to you to manage. I will arrange accommodation, food, and school for them. But I don't have the time to arrange for someone to take care of them. Since you requested to bring them over, then you will be in charge of them in the future." It was Soren's idea to take Annelin away. The turmoil of the Avatar crisis would become more and more serious. Amber City was not a place to stay for a long time. Letting her follow him to Mordor City would easily cause rebellious emotions. Soren used this as a reason to let Anjali go with him. Mordor City needed some children with no background. They could be sent to the academy as apprentices in the future. A little investment was worth it. These children could repay everything they owed now through work in the future. Soren never liked charity. He would only give these people a chance to create a future. As for whether they could seize it or not, it was up to them. If they didn't know how to seize the opportunity, then it didn't matter if such people died. Anjali was silent. Then she nodded gently, seemingly accepting Soren's arrangement. Great. Vivian's expression was very excited. She grabbed Anjali's hand and said happily, "Sister, come with me to Mordor City. This way we can keep each other company." After all, she was still a child. When meeting people she used to be familiar with, she didn't know how to control her emotions. Mordor City was running extremely efficiently. Especially since Soren personally gave the order, some people arrived at Amber City through the portal that afternoon. The news was leaked for some reason. When these children were gathered, some refugees also gathered. Many people knelt in front of the dock and begged the messenger of Mordor City to take them away. They also patted their chests and promised that they would work hard and be obedient. Soren's order was to take away the orphans. The people of Mordor City had always been military style. Therefore, these refugees were not accepted. However, no one knew who was soft-hearted in the end and secretly leaked a little news. So the refugees gathered at the Dawnlight Temple and knelt outside the temple to pray to Priest Anjali. The final result. It was Anjali who came to Soren with a blushing face again with a hint of shame. "Then take them away together." Soren frowned slightly when he heard the words, and then ordered, "Finish the matter tomorrow, don't delay too long. Otherwise, the nearby refugees will gather." The city of Mordor had gradually become an overseas refuge on the road. Now that the population was almost saturated, Mordor City could only continue to absorb people after the third and fourth phases of the project were completed. So this time, the final number of people was more than 2,000. The number of orphans was more than 500, and the rest were refugees and civilians with their families. These people were the easiest to control and settle. Vivian was sent back to Mordor City. Soren, on the other hand, had only appeared in Amber City for a day before disappearing without a trace. This time, the destination of the trip was Amber City, and the purpose was to let Vivian see everything in the mortal world. It was not suitable for the little girl to accept too many things at once, so after dealing with all this, Soren should also be busy with his own things. Tracking the God of Mages. The last place where the God of Mages disappeared was in the Ghost Forest north of Whiterun City. There was also a creature that everyone was very familiar with nearby. It was the ancient red dragon that had lurked in the material plane a long time ago. Because of Soren's interference in history, the old red dragon was still alive and well. Perhaps because too many gods had appeared, it had also become much more honest. So far, no one really went to crusade against it. Even Whiterun City, which was defeated because of it, later benefited because of it. The future was so unpredictable. Whiterun City was defeated because of the migration of the ancient red dragon, but because of the pressure of the ancient red dragon, the impact of the Avatar crisis on Whiterun City was even smaller. Monsters were smart. Demons were also smart. Devils were very smart. With an ancient red dragon nearby, smart people wouldn't cause trouble here, and unintelligent monsters would have been scared away by the red dragon's aura. Soren's destination was the Ghost Forest. The God of Mages finally disappeared in this place, and his disappearance and fall were closely related to another god. God of Lich, Vishalan. Chapter 955. The God of Lich, Visharan. He was a vain, selfish, narrow-minded, shrewd god who was obsessed with all kinds of experiments of life and death. He was indifferent to the fate of those lower creatures. In many ways, his way of doing things was not far from that of mortals, but now he had much more power to command. When Visharan was still a mortal, he was a red-robed wizard who had defected, and was one of the main enemies of Caesastan. Later, he was guided by the Lord of Storms during his research, and became a god according to the method taught by the Lord of Storms. But he soon understood that the Lord of Storms just wanted to create a servant that could be used. For this reason, he asked for help from the god of mages Ares and formed an alliance. He also used the help of the goddess of magic to stop Talos' revenge. However, he later reconciled with Talos privately and reallied with him. He also began to show goodwill to the Lady of the Night Shar. But until the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, he was still serving the god of mages, Ares. The god of Lich was a typical example of a mortal becoming a god. And the way he was created as a god was the same as the way Soren created a god by giving divinity and divinity. At that time, the Lord of Storms wanted to create a servant that he could use, but he didn't expect the god of Lich to be more cunning than he thought. Relying on various interests and hypocrisy, the god of Lich escaped the wrath of all sides and finally served the god of mages in name. Ghost Forest. This was a cursed land. It used to be an ancient battlefield during the time of Queen Isabella. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers died here. Later, it was used by a powerful lich to try to create a terrible army of the dead. But later, a group of heroes thwarted the lich's conspiracy, but the aura of the dead still polluted the environment. The Droll Order tried to purify this land. They planted many trees here, but in the end, these trees were also polluted. These became a country of scavengers. And there was a special creature, Ghost Spider, a kind of half-dead spider, formerly a servant cultivated by the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, and then quickly multiplied and grew here. Several figures leaped between the trees covered with spider webs. All of a sudden, a shadow descended from the sky and knocked down all of these figures at lightning speed. Soren's figure appeared on the tree trunk. He frowned as he stared at the three figures in front of him. Looking at their dark skin, he couldn't help but frown. Drow. And it was a female drow. Due to the uniqueness of the Underdark, female drows had a very high status within their race. This status allowed them to hold more power. Two of the three drows in front of Soren wore special rings with the emblem of the Queen of Spiders, Lolth. There are actually two priests. Soren landed on the ground and turned over the female drow in front of him. He had been merciful just now and did not kill these people directly. He murmured. There's even one of them who's at the level of a bishop. Is the Queen of Spiders doing something here? Snakehead whip, emblem ring, summoning wax demon. The older drow priest was obviously a core member of the Church of the Queen of Spiders. Ha! Soren searched the bodies of the three female drows and found a scroll that was a little special. There was a very strange thing drawn on it. A scepter. Soren frowned and thought for a moment, then said to himself, the scepter of Savras? Things were not simple. This was because another god was involved in this matter. The god of prophecy, Savras. A long time ago, Savras was the patron saint of the southern spellcasters. His clergy was the same as that of Ares, who was still serving Mystra as a mage at that time. Before the calamity of dawn, the two of them fought, but Savras lost, although his church claimed that it was because he saw the future and deliberately did so. Atlas had seized a portion of Savola's divine domain, and became the only guardian god of mages. Meanwhile, Savola's essence was imprisoned in a staff that Atlas had crafted. Savras was later released by Ares after making an oath of loyalty, but in fact, most of his divinity and power were still imprisoned in the scepter. Although Savras was very dissatisfied with his position, on the surface he still served Ares. The battle between gods was very cruel, especially when it involved the same clergy. At that time, Ares, who had the help of the goddess of magic, won. So Savras was imprisoned and seized the clergy of mages. Then he was sealed in the scepter as a servant, and became a subordinate god under Ares. Soren found the pattern of the scepter of Savras on the drow priest, a god imprisoned by Ares, who still held the clergy of prophecy, fate and truth. The god of mages is dead. Soren put away the scroll and murmured, why is the drow looking for the scepter of Savras? Does the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, want to control the god of prophecy? Legend. It was just a legend. The body of the god of prophecy, Savras, was imprisoned in the scepter, and the one who owned the scepter could command and control him. Of course. At present, this legend had not been confirmed, because until the fall of the god of mages, this scepter was personally carried by Ares. Prophecy, fate, truth. A glimmer of light appeared in Soren's eyes, and he murmured, although the god of prophecy is only a weak god, the clergy in charge is really good. Any action of the Queen of Spiders must be up to something. Soren thought for a moment, woke up one of the drow, and then cast a mind control spell. Soon, the purpose of their trip was asked by Soren. These female drow were indeed looking for the scepter of Savras, but what made Soren a little dissatisfied was that their ultimate goal was unknown. They only received a mission from the church, but no one knew what the Queen of Spiders wanted to do. Soren stood in place and thought. He knocked out the priests in front of him, then opened a portal, and sent them to the city of Moder. These people were not easy to deal with. First of all, Soren could not kill them because they were the priests of the Queen of Spiders. If they died, they must return to the kingdom of God. In other words, the Queen of Spiders could learn of Soren's existence through their death. Then, even if he killed them and erased the traces of their souls, the Queen of Spiders would still sense it. At that time, Soren would still be exposed. Therefore, the best way at present was to keep these priests alive, and when they were alive, they could not pray and contact the Queen of Spiders. Soren had to keep them unconscious until the end of his operation, and then they would be useless. The god of prophecy. The god of liches. Soren's figure moved to the other side of the ghost forest, and he murmured, both of the gods of the god of mages have appeared. The former is imprisoned in the scepter, and the latter is simply a fence-sitter, related to the god of storm, and secretly serves the Lady of Night. It seems that the fall of the god of mages is not that simple. The struggle between the gods broke out. The god of liches served the god of mages, and the god of mages served the goddess of magic. The goddess of magic was an ally of the Lady of Silvermoon. The god of liches secretly allied with the god of storm, and also served the Lady of Night. This fence-sitter had connections with both sides. Under such circumstances, the sudden fall of the god of mages, no one could help but suspect the Lady of Night and the god of storm, who was related to the god of liches. Today, Soren also met the priests of the Queen of Spiders, so he had reason to believe that this matter was related to the Queen of Spiders. The Lady of Night was in charge of the shadow weave. For this ancient goddess, the power and priesthood of the god of mages was also attractive, and it could greatly weaken the power of the goddess of magic. Night fell. Soren quickly arrived at the place where the god of mages met with the accident. It had already turned into a huge crater. Meteorite? Soren saw at a glance that a legendary spell had been used here, and there were dense corpses of ghost spiders nearby. At the same time, Soren also found a broken body that looked like a spider, but part of the body was that of a drow. Spider sprite. In order to punish some people, the Queen of Spiders used cruel means to curse them. And then a kind of twisted monster was born. That was the spider sprite. They were the claws and teeth of the Queen of Spiders. Near the battlefield, Soren saw the corpse of the spider sprite. There was no doubt that the Queen of Spiders was related to the fall of the god of mages. The priesthood of tracking. Soren activated the power of the tracking priesthood, and some broken fragments appeared in front of his eyes. The power of another god interfered with his tracking, so the images he saw were very broken. He could only look for clues in places that were not interfered with by the power of the divinity. A god stronger than me has joined the battle. Soren stood in place and thought for a moment, then murmured. It seems impossible to track the god of mages. It has been interfered with by some kind of power. However, maybe I can track the god of lich and the god of prophecy. He did as he said. Soren quickly changed his target. He did not get many clues about the god of lich, but when Soren locked onto the god of prophecy, a strange scepter appeared in front of his eyes. The scepter of Savras. The sealed body of the god of prophecy. The scepter that had always been controlled by the god of mages. Soren actually found some clues about it. The scepter was taken away by someone. And, most importantly, the one who took the scepter away was only a powerful mortal, so he could not use the power of the divinity to interfere with Soren's tracking. Chapter 956. Soren's figure quickly followed the tracks. After about 10 kilometers into the ghost forest, Soren's figure couldn't help but stop. The tracks here were a lot denser, and there were many other footprints, which meant that someone had already caught up to Soren. It was very likely that they were the first to arrive near the battlefield, because there were a lot of footprints and they were very light. Most importantly, Soren found traces of fighting and struggle nearby. Did I get caught? Soren couldn't help but frown when he thought of this, but he quickly realized that this wasn't the case. These traces of fighting were left behind by someone else. A strange and gloomy aura quickly approached Soren, and a huge monster quickly approached within Soren's perception range. But it didn't make any sound. The spider webs around it were a lot denser. Soren seemed to have thought of something and muttered, "Mother Ghost Spider? This thing is quite smart. It actually knew to lure the enemy to the territory of a wild boss." Mother Ghost Spider. It was a very famous wild boss near Whiterun. There had been many adventurers who had tried to level it, but in the end, they had all failed. This was because the Mother Ghost Spider's monster level was 27, and its challenge rating was close to 24. It was a huge half-undead creature that could directly trigger the immunity test with its eyes, and it could continuously cast the Finger of Death spell. The shadow that was quickly approaching Soren was the Mother Ghost Spider. When the huge shadow fell, a huge spider with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters with 12 legs and 8 eyes appeared in front of Soren. It seemed to be a little uneasy. As a powerful beast, it wasn't very smart, but even if Soren didn't show the power of a god, it still felt a deep sense of threat. But even so, a little bit of divinity was very attractive to it, and it was very eager to absorb the power of divinity, so it attacked purely on instinct. A silver-white stream of light appeared. Soren's figure disappeared, and in the next moment, 2 figures of Soren appeared in front of him, one on the left and one on the right. Shadow Domain. Death Domain. Soren's silhouette turned into a silver-white stream of light, and slashed at the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider's body. The Mother Ghost Spirit Spider let out a painful howl. The divine weapon easily broke through its defense and caused great damage to it. The entire battle did not last long. This was because the Mother Ghost Spider's injuries were increasing at an alarming rate when it was facing the attacks of two Soren at the same time. It tried to kill Soren with its Death Trigger ability, but due to the activation of the Death Domain, its ability was completely suppressed. Soren could not trigger any test of death at all. Soren stabbed the divine weapon into the back of the enemy's head with a strange silver light. Then a string of data appeared. Killed Wild Leader, Mother of Ghost Spirit Spider. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 105,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divinity. Extracting the target's divinity. You have gained 1 divinity point. With the death of the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider, the participating souls were bound by the domain, and then a gray-white soul crystal appeared. This was a legendary soul of the undead. There were not many valuable things on the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider. Soren only used it to cut off its eyes, and then quickly approached its cave. Sure enough, Soren found a lot of corpses here. Humans? And drows? Soren saw the bones of humans and drows that were eaten. From the shape of the bones, he could easily tell that they were of different races. There were also scattered weapons nearby. It was obvious that these pursuers had fought back when they encountered the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider. Although the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider could not last a quarter of an hour in front of Soren, it was still an advanced legendary boss in the wild. It had no problem facing a team of legends, so it was naturally very easy to kill these pursuers. The person who obtained the Scepter of Savras was very smart. He deliberately led them here to ask them for help. He should have something very important on him. Soren observed the traces in the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider's nest. Everything told him a very important point. That was, the target had also entered the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider's territory, and had also moved around its nest. But the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider did not attack him. It seemed that it did not find any trace of this person at all. What's going on? Soren looked at these deliberately left traces, and could not help but fall into deep thought. He murmured, "The Mother Ghost Spirit Spider is a half-undead creature. Ordinary stealth and invisibility spells are useless against it, not to mention it has the ability to communicate telepathically. To be able to enter the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider's nest and not be attacked, either this guy has some special ability, or he has a very powerful special item." Soren pondered for a moment. Then he continued to follow the traces. The speed of this target was not fast. It seemed that this person was a spellcaster, and in order to avoid being tracked, he did not even use fly and teleport spells. Fly was too easy to be exposed, and if there was no safe destination for teleport spells, then it was also very easy to be exposed and be tracked by deity-level enemies. This person was a veteran. Moreover, he was a very powerful legendary veteran. Soren continued to follow the traces left by the target, but the more he went, the more surprised his face became. This guy was a monster. This was because Soren had already killed the third Wild Commander boss in order to track his traces. The first one was the Mother Ghost Spirit Spider. The second one was Morgan the Witherer, Fallen Corrupted Trance. The third one was Furu the Rager, Bugbear Goblin Leader. This guy seemed to have swaggered around the Whiterun commander bosses in the vicinity of Whiterun. There were traces left behind by him, but there were no signs of any commander bosses attacking him. This was simply unbelievable. Soren killed 3 legendary wild bosses in one go, but without exception, he found that although the target he was tracking encountered these enemies, there was no battle. What does this guy have on him? Could it be the power of the Scepter of Savras? That shouldn't be. I've never heard of the Scepter of Savras having such an ability. Soren fell into silence. Even in his memory, there were not many things that could do this. The target he was tracking now undoubtedly had a very important item on him, and it might even be another powerful divine artifact. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this phenomenon. This was a very troublesome problem. This was because if Soren did not have the tracking divinity, he would not have been able to find this target. and the strange item on him was very likely to cause some trouble for Soren. The next morning, Soren followed the traces and circled around Whiterun. Finally, he locked onto the target's final destination, the ancient red dragon. All the traces pointed to the mountain range where the ancient red dragon was. Unlike the previous traces, the target here had created a false impression. The first trace was easy to follow. Even a legendary level ranger could do it. The target was in the direction of the ruins of Silvery Moon. It started from the vicinity of Whiterun and passed by a city controlled by the Church of the Goddess of Magic. This false impression had deceived many people. Basically, all the pursuers followed this false impression to the city controlled by the Church of the Goddess of Magic. The second trace that was deliberately covered up pointed to the ancient red dragon. This guy did not leave the vicinity of Whiterun at all. Instead, after leaving for some distance, he suddenly disappeared. When the trace reappeared, he was already in the direction of the Red Dragon Mountains. After getting the Scepter of Savras, he did not want to hand it over to the Church of the Goddess of Magic. Instead, he led the pursuers to the Church of the Goddess of Magic. Who is this guy? Soren followed the traces and quickly approached the Red Dragon Mountains. Does he want to keep this divine artifact for himself? That's right. The Scepter of Savras sealed the body of a true god. If I can extract the power from it, it won't be difficult for a mortal to ascend to godhood. Ascend to godhood. It was a temptation that a mortal could not resist. In the end, the target brought the Scepter of Savras into the territory of the ancient red dragon. So the most dangerous place is the safest place? A plane appeared in front of Soren's eyes. This was the place where he first joined the army. It was a battle against the ogres. After passing through here, he would enter the territory of the ancient red dragon. It enslaved a large number of servants and built its own dragon nest deep in the mountains. Such a place was very dangerous. A chaotic and evil ancient red dragon was not very friendly to any creature. The target chose to hide here. Either he doesn't care about the threat of the ancient red dragon at all, or he doesn't care about being discovered by the ancient red dragon at all. It seems the latter is more likely. An ancient red dragon was enough to threaten a god in the form of a saint. Basically, no mortal could fight against it alone, so it was impossible that he did not care about the threat of the ancient red dragon. The biggest possibility was that the target had a way to avoid the ancient red dragon, and could hide here without worrying about being discovered by the enemy. If that was the case, it was reasonable to choose the territory of the ancient red dragon, because during the Avatar crisis, no one would easily provoke an ancient red dragon. Even if it had amazing treasures, there was no reason for the gods to attack it. Even if there was only a 90% chance of winning, the gods were not willing to take the risk to slay the dragon, and then gain some wealth that only mortals cared about. This was the best place to hide. As long as he was not discovered, with the ancient red dragon attracting the attention of the enemy, no one would think that the person who obtained the Scepter of Savras was hiding here. This was a very smart guy. P.S. Grandma can get out of bed and walk now. I love you guys. Mwah. Chapter 957. Soren moved forward along the mountain range. After entering the red dragon's territory, he could clearly feel that the number of monsters had increased. Generally, when an old dragon built its nest, a colossal dragon would recruit monsters to guard its nest, and an ancient dragon would control even more minions. Soren saw ogres the most. Even though they had been defeated by Whiterun's army once, the chaotic and evil ogres and red dragons still gathered together. In addition, there were also gnolls, bugbears, dark creatures, and so on. They were all entrenched in the path leading to the red dragon's lair. They were responsible for preventing others from approaching. Whiterun's army had returned empty-handed because of this, and they had only seen the ancient red dragon a few times. More obvious traces began to appear in Soren's line of sight. Not only had the target entered the ancient red dragon's territory, but he had also gone deep into the mountain range. None of the monsters along the way had discovered his existence. Soren had the shadow clergy, and his stealth ability was frighteningly high. It was normal for him not to be discovered by monsters. However, this guy was obviously not a rogue. It was a bit illogical for him to be able to avoid so many monsters. After moving forward for about 10 kilometers, Li Yunmu's group suddenly stopped moving. Soren found traces of a battle for the first time, although the battle had ended quickly. This is Melf's acid arrow? Soren leaned over and looked at the corpse in front of him, as well as the corpses of the bugbears. The whole battle ended quickly. It seemed that the target had accidentally encountered a group of bugbears, and there were traces of a bonfire next to him. According to Soren's guess, the target must have set up a bonfire at night, and then suddenly encountered the wandering bugbears. This time he was discovered by the enemy. Soren suspected that he did not use any of his items at that time. It looks like he was attacked while camping. His spellcasting level is not low. All the bugbears were killed by a single spell. The enemy's spellcasting speed is very fast. Soren looked at these traces and fell into deep thought. According to the feedback from the tracking clergy, the battle should have started last night. In other words, the target had let down his guard after entering the mountain range, and had even chosen to set up camp in a tent, which wasn't too far away from Soren. However, after this battle he should be a lot more cautious. Soren decided to chase after him. When night fell, he could already feel that he was very close to his target. However, Soren didn't find him. He only followed the trail, and found some clues. The monsters in the area became denser. They were all creatures enslaved by the ancient dragon. There were even Taurens in the Underdark nearby. Soren bent down and looked at the rock in front of him, then muttered, "It's around here. Has the target gone up the mountain?" Go up the mountain? In front of him was a towering mountain peak. At the top of the mountain was a half-activated volcano. This was man-made. The ancient red dragon had transformed this place into a volcano that had yet to erupt with the help of the elemental turbulence, in order to create a suitable lair for itself. As Soren approached the mountain, the number of monsters decreased significantly. He actually hid under the ancient red dragon's lair. This guy really has some guts. Soren followed the trail, and soon saw a cave. It was dark inside, but it didn't affect Soren's dark vision. He carefully entered the cave. Then, something inconceivable happened. Soren felt the presence of a human, but he couldn't see him at all. It was like Soren wearing an anti-detection cloak. No shadow could hide in front of Soren, who had the shadow clergy. The invisible state of the target seemed to be caused by some kind of divine artifact. There was a very faint sound of breathing in the cave. It seemed that the target was very tired after running for so long. There was a security trap at the entrance of the cave, but it wasn't a problem for Soren at all. There was a magic circle set up in the cave. The target was lying on a long rock in front of him. This should have been the bear's lair. Time stop. Legendary spell. Soren couldn't see the target, which made him even more cautious. In order to make sure that there were no accidents, he directly cast a legendary spell, Time Stop. Everything was frozen. Soren's figure quickly approached, and then rushed toward the target. Mortals couldn't be immune to Time Stop, which was one of the advantages that gods had against legendary spellcasters. An invisible energy barrier appeared. There were several defensive items on the target's body, and almost all of them were automatically activated at the moment of being attacked by Soren. Simulacrum. Two figures of Soren appeared, and in an instant, the silver light of his sword turned into a curtain, and in the blink of an eye, the opponent's energy barrier was broken. Then, Soren pressed down on the target that he could touch, but couldn't see at all. Blood splattered. Soren slashed at the opponent, and then felt the staff in the opponent's hand. Almost without thinking, he cut off the target's arm, and then the staff fell into Soren's hand. A figure appeared. The effect of Time Stop was still there. After Soren took the staff, a guy who looked a little embarrassed but familiar appeared in front of him. Ildes. According to the original historical track, he inherited part of the divine power of the goddess of magic. This lucky guy should have become the new god of mages in the original history, but because of Soren took the initiative to help the goddess of magic in the Misty Forest, so Ildes lost a very important opportunity. However, as one of the best among the natives, he still got another adventure, and that was Ildes successfully found the legendary Archmage's staff. After seeing the staff in his hand, Soren immediately knew why Ildes could take the staff of Savras and escape from so many people. There was no mercy at all. Soren directly killed Ildes in front of him because the effect of the time-stop spell was about to end, and the target was a legendary mage. At the same time, Savras' scepter was still on him. Soren absolutely did not allow any accidents to happen. Death came. A soul appeared in Soren's divine sense. Soul imprisonment. Why didn't he leave him alive for interrogation? This was what Soren relied on. As a god, he had the ability to imprison souls, and it was obviously much safer to interrogate a dead enemy. A little bit of divine light appeared. To Soren's surprise, when he killed Ildes, a data prompt appeared. Archmage, Ildes killed. Extracting target's soul energy. Target's soul is imprisoned. You've gained 250,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divinity. Extracting target's divinity. You've gained 5 divinity. Target has divinity. Extracting target's divinity. You've gained 3 divinity. Target has a domain of divinity. Extracting target's divinity. Compatibility 85%. You've gained some information about the divinity of mage. Divinity fusion. You've mastered the domain of mage. You've gained some information about the divinity of mage. The golden light of divinity appeared. Soren was right. Ildes had inherited some of the power of the god of mages. It seemed that his decision to kill the target directly was very correct. Because Ildes was only a mortal, he still couldn't fully grasp the power of the god of mages. If he was given a little more time and the power of Sarfla's scepter, Ildes would soon be able to ascend to godhood. What a lucky guy. Soren muttered to himself as he stared at the corpse in front of him. Although he changed history, Ildes was obviously a person favored by luck. If he could obtain the power of the god of mages, if he did not meet Soren, it would not be difficult for him to become a god as a mortal. Soon, the scepter of Savras was found by Sauron. However, his attention was mainly on the first staff, and that was the legendary Staff of the Archmage. What a surprise! This divine staff actually had the aura of the divine son of Massacre, and there was a remnant of the divine power of Massacre. This meant that it had been used by the divine son of Massacre, and killed a large number of enemies. Item type: Staff of the Archmage. Item grade: Level 5 Divine Artifact. Item description: This is a legendary divine artifact. It has a very strong power. Every time it appears, there will be a bloody storm in the material plane. The divine son of Massacre once used this weapon, and used it to kill the final enemy of the War of the Gods. This weapon has been stained with the blood of God, and there is a remnant of the aura of Massacre on it. Equipment requirement: Spellcaster. Equipment effect: Divine Artifact, Blood of God, Greater Dispel Magic, Succubus Immunity, Immunity to Enhancement, Protection from Evil, Protection from Energy, Spell Storage, Permanent Invisibility. Weapon effect: Divine Artifact. This weapon is a legendary divine artifact. It cannot be destroyed by conventional means, and it is also immune to disintegration spells. Only legendary disintegration spells have a 1% chance of destroying this divine artifact, but the one who destroys it must also receive a backlash from the divine power. Weapon effect: Blood of God. This weapon has been soaked in the blood of countless high-level demons, demigods, false gods, and even real gods. Some powerful beings who once coveted the divine power of Massacre have also died in its hands. Weapon effect: Greater Dispel Magic. When this weapon hits the target, it will automatically cast a legendary Dispel Magic and automatically remove the defensive spells on the target. Weapon effect: Immunity to Charm. When this divine artifact is held, it will automatically be immune to all charm spells. Weapon effect: Protection from Evil. When this divine artifact is activated, it will automatically cast a protection from evil spell. Weapon effect: Immunity to Enhancement. When this divine artifact is held, all immunity resistance +2. Weapon effect: Energy Protection. When this divine artifact is activated, it will automatically activate an energy protection field. Weapon effect: Spell storage. This divine artifact is stored with the legendary spell trap. Chain lightning 2 times, lightning 4 times, fireball 6 times. This divine artifact will automatically recharge itself every day. Weapon effect. Permanent invisibility. When this divine artifact is activated, it will enter a state of invisibility. The state of invisibility has no cooldown, and it will remain in effect forever unless it is removed by the user. The Archmage Staff. If there was a divine artifact in the material plane that could be compared to the Holy Avenger, it would undoubtedly be the Archmage Staff. It was a divine artifact that would automatically cast a greater dispel magic when it hits the target. Soren finally understood why Ildes could avoid so many wild bosses. It was because these enemies could not see him at all. Chapter 958. The Archmage Staff was a famous artifact. Its most powerful ability was that it could be used together with the anti-detection cloak. It could become invisible at any time and anywhere, and it could not be seen by magic or the naked eye. This artifact used to be Soren's favorite item, but after he mastered the Shadow Priesthood, his need for the Archmage Staff had decreased a lot. However, this artifact still had a lot of uses. Even if Soren could not use it, it was still an invaluable treasure for any mortal. Ildes had a lot of good things on him. However, most of them were not of much value to Soren. The only thing that piqued his interest was the 2 staffs. The first was the Archmage Staff. The second was the Sarfla's Scepter. Compared to the Archmage Staff, the Sarfla's Scepter looked much more mysterious. The Sarfla's Scepter was carved out of grey wood, about 4 feet long, and inlaid with 9 star blue gems. A diamond with a diameter of 1 inch with the emblem of Sarflas the All-Seeing was embedded at the bottom of the scepter. Another diamond with a diameter of 3 inches with 1,000 facets on it could not be made by mortals. Finally, a diamond with the emblem of the god of mages, Azuz, was embedded at the top of the scepter. When Soren received the scepter, he could not identify its attributes. The Sarfla's Scepter was covered with divine power. It was not only the power of the sealed Sarflas the All-Seeing, but also the power of the god of mages, Azuz. The power of the priesthood of mages has been transferred to the scepter? Soren clenched the Sarfla's scepter in his hand and murmured. No wonder Ildes was willing to betray the church of the goddess of magic to take him away. Ildes wanted to become a god. He also wanted to obtain the power of the priesthood of mages. That was why he took the risk and escaped to the Red Dragon Mountains with the scepter. Saint form. In order to explore the mystery of the fall of the god of mages, Soren penetrated the scepter with his god-level perception. He wanted to know if Azuz's soul was hidden in it. However, what surprised Soren was that Azuz's soul wasn't among them. It looked like he had really fallen. What he sensed was a tortured soul. It was none other than the prophet, Savras. This soul was very weak, and its consciousness was rather blurry. It seemed that a lot of its power had been extracted. The Red Dragon Mountain Range was not a place to stay for long. Soren imprisoned Ildes's soul, and opened the portal with the 2 staffs and the loot. He was ready to return to Motor City. But, at this moment, an angry roar suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an astonishing dragon's aura shrouded down from the top of the mountain. Accompanied by a raging gust of wind, a huge monster descended from the sky and landed outside the cave. Who is it? Which lowly insect dares to sneak into the lair of the ancient red dragon, Frostra? The dull dragon's voice was filled with boundless anger. A huge dragon had appeared outside the cave. The terrible dragon's aura made all the nearby creatures not dare to approach it easily. A burning flame appeared in front of Soren's eyes. It seemed that as long as Soren's answer was not satisfied, the red dragon in front of him would burn him to ashes with its terrible dragon breath. He was too careless. Soren had just killed Ildes. For a moment he forgot the existence of the ancient red dragon, and he even forgot that he was under its lair. Ancient dragons were all very cautious. They had rich life experience. Under normal circumstances, the lair of an ancient dragon was many times more dangerous than that of an adult dragon. This was because they would fill their lair with all kinds of magic traps and warning spells over a long period of time. Ildes sneaked all the way here, without using a teleportation spell. This was because the ancient red dragon's lair could sense the teleportation spell's mark near it. This was very likely to expose its existence. Soren was in a hurry to return to Motor City after killing Ildes. He forgot about this ancient red dragon for a moment. Just when he was casting a greater teleportation spell, the power of the spell alarmed the ancient red dragon. The surrounding space was sealed. The cunning ancient red dragon immediately cast Dimensional Anchor to lock the space. Soren could not leave unless he mobilized the power of divinity. However, at this time, Soren was not so afraid of an ancient red dragon. His figure slowly walked out of the cave. After seeing the staff in his hand, the ancient red dragon's eyes burst into a dazzling light in an instant. It said in a deep voice, "Human, give me the staff in your hand. The great Frostra will forgive you for offending me." The light of greed appeared. Even an idiot could see that the staff in Soren's hand was not ordinary. Not to mention, with the knowledge of an ancient red dragon, it was not difficult for it to recognize the scepter of Savras. Don't let greed blind your eyes. Soren's mouth showed a mocking smile. He slowly stood in front of the huge ancient red dragon and said calmly, "Look at who I am first." At this time, the ancient red dragon looked away from the artifact with difficulty. And then it looked at Soren in front of it and reached out its hand. The next moment, the ancient red dragon Frostra's huge body trembled, and then its head immediately lowered. There was a trace of fear in its voice. "Shadow Lord Soren. Frostra doesn't know you're coming. Please forgive me for offending you just now. You can leave here at any time." The glory of the gods could not be hidden from the ancient red dragon. In particular, Soren did not hide his power, so when the ancient red dragon saw his holy form, it immediately knew his identity. Then fear was born uncontrollably. Soren stroked the scepter of Savras in his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the ancient red dragon in front of him. He smiled and said, "It seems that there is a price to pay for offending you. Then, if you offend me, what price should you pay?" Shadow Realm, Death Realm, Slaughter Realm. The power of the three realms shrouded the nearby space and blocked all the escape routes of the ancient red dragon in an instant. Soren slowly took a step forward and said with a chuckle, "How should I punish you? You should know that the price of offending a god is not light." Cold sweat appeared. The ancient red dragon in front of him could not help but take a step back. Its voice was no longer as strong as before. It whispered, "Great Shadow Lord, I am willing to compensate you for the offense just now. Look, this is mithril from the Underdark. This is a gem from the Southern Islands. I am willing to give it all to you." There was a hint of pain on the ancient red dragon's face, but it still opened a space portal, and then took out a large piece of mithril and hundreds of gems. For the dragons, being willing to take out their own treasures as an apology was already a great concession. After all, they were all misers. Soren accepted it without hesitation. As Soren accepted these things, the ancient red dragon's face also showed a hint of relief, because this meant that Soren accepted its apology. If Soren did not take these things, it was afraid that it would be ready to fight immediately, because no one could offend the majesty of a god and not pay the price. If Soren did not accept these things, it meant that the price it paid was not serious enough. The true god in front of it intended to make it pay a more painful price. P.S. First update. There is another chapter today. Chapter 959. That was the rule. A god was not a benevolent being, especially an evil god. Soren looked at the ancient red dragon in front of him. There was still a trace of uneasiness in his eyes, and then he slowly said, "I also need some dragon blood." Dragon blood? Facing Soren's request, the ancient red dragon did not hesitate to cut open its forelimbs with its extremely sharp dragon claws. Then a large amount of dragon blood gushed out. It collected it with magic and then respectfully sent it to Soren. After offering a large amount of dragon blood with both hands, the ancient red dragon's expression became much more relaxed. Because it was normal to offend an evil god with blood as the price. It had just offered an apology, but that was only its will. Whether the evil god was satisfied with it was another matter. But Soren asked for dragon blood, which meant that he was willing to let go of the ancient red dragon in front of him, offering treasures and dragon blood. In the ancient red dragon's view, Soren's request was very reasonable. It was very consistent with the identity of an evil god, and it was secretly relieved. For an ancient red dragon that weighed more than 50 tons, a little bit of dragon blood was nothing. The price of angering a mid-level divine evil god was something it could not bear. Soren waved his hand and put away the dragon blood. It was not the time to kill an ancient red dragon. Soren was 90% sure that he could defeat the ancient red dragon, but he was not 100% sure that he could stop the ancient red dragon from escaping. Because dragons could fly, and even a true god might not be able to stop them in the sky. Soren sealed the teleportation spell, but he could not seal the ancient red dragon's ability to fly. If the ancient red dragon ran away after attacking, then Soren would not be afraid. But if the ancient red dragon took revenge on Mordor City, it would definitely be a very troublesome thing. So either he didn't attack, or he had to be 100% sure that he could kill the ancient red dragon. The light of the teleportation spell appeared again. When Soren's figure entered the portal, the ancient red dragon carefully let out a sigh of relief. For the turbulent period of the Avatar crisis, even a powerful ancient red dragon had to shrink its tail and behave, because God knew when it would be unlucky enough to meet a true god walking in the mortal world. Mordor City. After returning to Mordor City, Soren immediately found Gloria. Recently, she had been living in the Arcane Tower. When Gloria saw Soren, she couldn't help but be surprised. When she saw the scepter in Soren's hand, she was even more surprised. The scepter of Savras? Gloria couldn't help but murmur. Soren nodded and handed over the scepter in his hand. He said softly, "The prophet Savras. Let's see if it's suitable." No one was more suitable for this scepter than Gloria, because she was a legendary witch with the ability of divination. Facing Soren's scepter, Gloria hesitated for a moment, but after seeing Soren's determined eyes, she slowly held the scepter. A little bit of golden light emerged. The moment Gloria held the scepter of Savras, the golden light of divinity emerged. The power from the prophet, Savras, was absorbed by her and integrated into her body. This meant that Gloria herself was extremely compatible with the clergy of prophecy, wizard, truth, and fate. Especially the clergy of prophecy. Her compatibility was quite high. This phenomenon didn't appear on Soren, because he only had a little compatibility with the clergy of wizard. The light of divinity shrouded Gloria. Her figure flew up automatically, and along with the light of divinity, Gloria's original silver-white hair gradually disappeared and turned into soft black hair again. The clergy of prophecy. The power from the scepter of Savras began to transfer into Gloria's body. This was the greatest benefit of the Avatar crisis. It was easier for mortals to absorb divinity. How do you feel? When the light of divinity dissipated, the Gloria in front of him was completely different. There was an additional golden light in her beautiful eyes, which meant that she had become a demigod, and it was easier for her to advance than Vivian. The clergy of prophecy was completely prepared for her. Whether it was strength or expertise, Gloria was extremely compatible with it. I saw something beyond the prophecy. A smile appeared on Gloria's face. She gently lifted the long hair hanging by her ear and said softly, "It's a wonderful feeling. I've never encountered such a situation before. Even if I didn't cast any spells, I could vaguely feel some things that would happen in the future." Soren nodded and waved his hand to stop Gloria from saying anything. He said seriously, "No matter what you see, don't tell me. The future is always changing. The fate you can see is just a branch of it. What you need to do now is to familiarize yourself with the power of divinity. As a new demigod, you must learn to control this power, not be controlled by it. Also, be careful of Sarflas in the scepter. Although I've sealed his consciousness, he's still alive. Although I have sealed his consciousness, you must be careful not to be influenced by him." Soren sealed Savras. That was why Gloria could so easily obtain the clergy of prophecy. However, he couldn't completely eliminate him because Gloria still needed to take the clergy of truth, fate, and mage from him. Azuz fell. A part of the clergy of Mage returned to Savras. Gloria could not only have prophecy, but also the other clergies. However, if Gloria accepted these clergies, then her relationship with the goddess of magic would be very delicate. She was Soren's woman, so it was impossible for her to become a subordinate of the goddess of magic. This was something that had to be faced in the future, but there was no rush to deal with it now. After handing the scepter of Savras to Gloria, Soren came to the fallen witch's laboratory. The divine light just now could not be hidden from her. Obviously, the fallen witch already knew what Soren brought back. Did you prepare something good for me? After seeing Soren's figure, the fallen witch couldn't help but lift her long hair and smile. She said charmingly, "Don't forget that I'm also proficient in prophecy. I can feel that you've brought me something extraordinary." Solon smiled when he heard this. There was no need to be so polite to the fallen witch. He directly took out the archmage's staff and handed it to her. He said in a deep voice, "You still want to go to the sigil, right?" The fallen witch nodded and said softly, "If I want to build a real floating city, I have to go to the sigil." Soren also understood this point. He took off his cloak and handed it to her. He said, "This is the archmage's staff. It has the ability to permanently turn you invisible. This is the anti-detection cloak. No spell can detect your invisibility when you wear it." "I'm sorry. As a god I can't enter the sigil, so I can only find these two things for you. You must be careful when you go to the sigil. If you encounter any danger that you can't deal with, use these two things to come back first. The floating city is not as important as you." The archmage's staff. The anti-detection cloak. This was a pair of divine artifacts. After wearing it, unless the enemy had the eye of truth, they would not be able to detect the existence of the fallen witch. Facing the two divine artifacts that Soren handed over, the fallen witch was silent for a while. Then she took them. But just as Soren was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly walked up to Soren and hugged him. She gave him a big kiss. It seemed that at this moment, she didn't want to hide her thoughts at all. She didn't even care that Gloria could sense everything. She just hugged Soren and kissed him fiercely. And then there was no more and then. P.S. Second update. Something happened 2 days ago. I'm tired and a little uncomfortable. Tomorrow will be the second update. Chapter 960. Sigil City was a very dangerous place. However, such an important place was very special. The Lady of Pain who managed Sigil City was very unfriendly to the gods. This unfriendliness was directed at all the gods, and there was no difference in treatment. Whether it was an evil god or a good god, whether it was from Mountain Paradise or the Bator Inferno, all the gods were treated the same in the eyes of the Lady of Pain. That was, she did not care about you at all. Sigil City was an absolute territory controlled by the Lady of Pain. Although her power was not the strongest in the multiverse, she was always the strongest in Sigil City. There was a passage about the Lady of Pain in Sigil City. The Lady of Pain is a symbol of power. People usually call her the Lady. She has no residence, no temple, no palace, and no believers, worshippers. Those who pray to her foolishly, prepare to regret it. Because the Lady of Pain will mercilessly kill anyone who worships and believes in her. Sometimes, people can see her floating on the streets, her clothes barely touching the ground. However, even if she visits Sigil City sometimes, it does not mean that you can go up and talk to her. She never talks, and those fools who dare to go up are usually hurt by her gaze. The residents of Sigil City look at her with respect, because she is the protector of Sigil City. The Lady of Pain has the right to open and close portals in Sigil City. In a neutral place like Sigil City, portals to other worlds are everywhere, and people have to find them. Everyone would arrive at Sigil City in some way when they traveled through the various planes. However, other forces are not allowed to enter the cage of Sigil City, and these forces are mainly the other gods. All the doors are closed to them. Because of this, the other gods feel very discouraged, and they need to gain more believers, but the Lady of Pain stopped them. First of all, one thing was certain. Although the Lady of Pain was very powerful, she was definitely not a god. This was because since ancient times, No god would kill someone because of their belief and worship. However, the Lady of Pain did so, and more than once. She was an even more ancient existence. Even for the most powerful gods, the Lady of Pain was full of mysteries. It was precisely because of this that when the arcane kingdom was destroyed, something was left behind in the Sigil City. The gods couldn't enter the Sigil City, which led to some survivors of the arcane kingdom's era struggling at death's door in the Sigil City. They were the fallen witch's target. Soren had no way of entering the sigil. Even if he tried to force his way in, he might be attacked by the Lady of Pain, or be imprisoned by her. It was said that greater divine powers had the right to enter Sigil City and were not afraid of the Lady of Pain. However, this was only a legend because death god Jurgil had never heard of anyone going to Sigil City for no reason. Soren was unable to enter Sigil City. If that was the case, it would be dangerous for the fallen witch to enter Sigil City alone. This was something that Soren had always been concerned about. He cared about the fallen witch. Perhaps the two of them used to be enemies, but after experiencing so many things, the fallen witch had proven herself. She was Soren's most important ally, and an important woman by his side. The staff of Archmage made up for this problem very well. With the staff of Archmage, even if the fallen witch faced a god in the form of a saint, she could still escape if she couldn't win. The floating city was a very important thing, and the fallen witch had paid too much for it. Soren couldn't stop her from going to Sigil City, so he could only think of ways to increase the safety of the fallen witch. Motor City, Governor's Mansion study. Soren sat at the desk. In front of him was a thick book that recorded everything about Sigil City. Sigil City. Soren slowly closed the book and murmured, "The gods are not omnipotent. There is such a place in the multiverse that they can't do anything about." About 30% of the research on elemental fission had been completed. Although it was still impossible to open the super-large, anti-magic lock, it seemed that it was about to make the entire Motor City fly. The fallen witch needed some important information in Sigil City. For this reason, she had already prepared to go, and after getting the help of Soren, she had already begun to plan her itinerary. All the preparations were about to be launched. The fallen witch was about to go to Sigil City. Gloria was perfecting the golem factory and studying the prophecy clergy. Vivian was familiarizing herself with how to become a true god. And Soren had also begun the most important step before the plan. On this day, the most dazzling newcomer in Motor City, the talented rogue, the legendary rogue named Ugly Monkey, returned after completing the mission in Shipwreck Bay, and was summoned to the temple by Soren. In the magnificent temple, the statue of Soren was in the center. After continuous transformation, Soren's temple had become a giant god temple, and when he was promoted to a greater divine power, the temple would be expanded to the size of a pantheon. Of course, the real pantheon should belong to a greater divine power, just like the real pantheon in the astral world, where all the gods had a mirror image in it. It was said that there was once a greater divine power god who ruled many divine systems, and the pantheon was also created at that time. Of course, legends were just legends, and there was nothing that could be verified. Because so far, all the known gods had only appeared close to a greater divine power, but there had never been a true greater divine power. In the temple, Soren's figure appeared. He was shrouded in golden light, and in front of him was Ugly Monkey, who was kneeling on one knee. This was a very good newcomer, who rose in endless slaughter and promoted to legendary strength in just a few years. Although there was also Soren's favor, his ability and temperament were undoubtedly excellent. This was a talented, hard-working, and smart believer, and also the mainstay of Soren's church. But today Soren had an almost certain death task for him. Above the temple, Soren looked down at Ugly Monkey in front of him, and a majestic voice came out. "You proved your loyalty to me, and also proved your ability to me. Now, I have a very important but dangerous task for you. Are you willing to accept it?" Ugly Monkey's figure knelt on one knee. His expression was solemn, and he looked at Soren resolutely and firmly. Then he lowered his head and humbly said, "I have already dedicated myself to my Lord. Death is not the end for me, because I will always follow my Lord's footsteps." There was no hesitation. After hearing that Soren had an almost certain death task for him, there was no hesitation on Ugly Monkey's face, only determination and a hint of joy. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.